They couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. What happened? Well, the Knicks down as many as 29. They were down 27 at the half. Come all the way back, and a tip in at the right time by OG Anunoby with 1.2 left. Knicks 107-106, and they are one win away from their first NBA Finals victory since 1973. Game 5 back in San Antonio, Saturday at 7:30 on ABC. But this morning is all about the White Sox. They are back in first place following a 2-1 win over the Braves at the rate. They're 36-31. They go for the sweep tonight. Anthony Kay throws. On the flip side, the Cubs are down to 34-34 after getting walked off for a second straight night by the Rockies, this time 3-2. Cubs look to avoid being swept this afternoon in Denver. Pre-game coverage 135, first pitch 210, crystal clear FM quality, 104.3 The Score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. It's 5:30 on a Thursday. It's time for Mully and Haugh right now, 104.3 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
You can see Mayor Thomas McDermott, the mayor of Hammond, Indiana. Great to see you, Mr. Mayor. Also, I believe that's a Caleb Williams jersey, so you're completely sold on this one, and you're selling everyone on it. Good morning to you. How you doing?
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me back. I didn't want to show you guys this underneath, though. I got the Indiana Bears jersey. I thought that would be too cocky, so I put on the Caleb Williams jersey.
How would you describe where we are this morning?
I mean, I'm confident. We're the only location being looked at, but I'm not cocky. It was a curveball. I think it was a good curveball, and I plan to hit that curveball out of the park, unlike what the Chicago Cubs do against the Colorado Rockies. So.
Ouch!
Well,
The Colorado Rocky Mountain High. I've seen it rain and fire in the sky.
The runner at first goes. Here's a base hit to right, and the ball game is over. The Colorado Rockies have beaten the Chicago Cubs by a score of 3-2.
But wait, there's more.
Flair in a run. My drive. He gets it. Ball game. White Sox with a 2-1 win over the Braves. They will win this series. And with a Cleveland loss, the White Sox are in first place in the AL Central for the first time since the finals.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I excellence, and nobody can hang with my stuff. I'm just a big, hairy American winning machine. You ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking about? That phrase is trademark, not to use the tradition of Ricky Bobby.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
If they sweep this team that they're beating right now, I'll drink his Malort.
Okay.
Let's go.
Well, it's inching ever closer. I'll say that, Mr. David. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. 2 down. Shots of Malort to go.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Thursday. What a remarkable night in sports, especially in Chicago, but also in New York. There was a lot to watch.
Wow.
There was a lot to digest, and it was all very, very hard to believe.
You missed what I said there. I said shots of Malort to go. So I'll take them and I'll put them in cellophane or something, and then I'll just
I didn't miss that. I just ignored it because
over my shoulder.
That's coming back. No, I just ignored it because if they win today, the White Sox beat the Braves to complete the sweep.
Let's go.
Then we will be amply prepared on a Friday.
Are you going for one if everyone's doing it?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not shy about that. I think
LETSGO.
And it's not something that you would dismiss because the way the White Sox are playing. Oh, wait, let me correct myself. The first place White Sox.
Come on.
The way that they are playing, a sweep is conceivable at the rate tonight against the Braves before the Dodgers come to town and, do whatever they're going to do against the White Sox.
Do they have a hope, the Dodgers?
I don't know. When the Sox are playing this well, they're in that kind of a streak. They're in that kind of a zone where anything does seem possible. They're the best team right now in the AL Central, and they're playing like one of the best teams in baseball for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, they've been awful good at home as well. So who knows?
18-3.
Maybe they can get this done.
The last 21 games are 18-3.
Can you believe that?
No, I can't. I actually cannot believe it.
It's pretty astounding. When you sit back and look at it and you contemplate 12 rookies and you think about some of the precision injuries they've had, like not just anyone going down, but like a couple of very important players not available to them. It's astounding.
Tomorrow will be 2 weeks since Mully Murakami went down. And at the time, there was great concern that the White Sox would come crashing back to earth without their best power hitter in the lineup. And yet,
there's been concern about that every day, by the way.
And they each day have found somebody else, it seems, to step up. Now, I did not expect when Murakami went down 2 weeks ago, Brady Montgomery to come up and in 2 games already look like a 10-year veteran at the plate.
I mean, his power numbers are pretty awesome. For 2 games in MLB, he's 4 of 9 with 2 doubles and a home run.
And he did it last night against Chris Sale. Oh. So it's not like he's feasting on 4A pitchers that are coming up to face a guy that's making his major league debut. It is night against one of the best pitchers
Didn't the victory
in baseball.
The victory of the White Sox yesterday remind you of when the Cubs beat Chris Sale? It was a very similar game. Chris Sale was excellent, but he gave up a couple runs.
But he pitched well enough to win that game.
Ben Brown stayed with him.
Yeah.
And last night it was Davis Martin.
Yeah, that was a good
Davis
comparison.
Martin was excellent.
Yeah, they're very similar outcomes. And something like if I'm Chris Sale, I'm wondering who did I offend in my batting order that they don't want to supply me with runs, because he did pitch well enough to win that game in 5 2/3. He gave up 2 earned runs, but he struck out 6. He had command, and his fastball was at 99, which showed you how amped he was to be back at the rate.
At the end of the game.
It's tough. I mean, obviously he's one of the greats in the game, and so you really got to find the balance between kind of geeking out against playing against a Hall of Famer and locking in to try to put together quality at-bats to get a win. And so I felt like I was prepared going into it, and again, with a guy like that, you play him 10 times out of 10 times, he'll probably have his way a lot of those times. And so I was glad to be able to get him today one time.
Braden Montgomery.
Great humility.
Great.
This is somebody that is going to be
listen to him all day.
Very easy to like.
Yes.
Just the way that he handles himself.
Yeah. It's
confidence without being cocky. It is humility and just a kind of affability. And I think we're going to find that sweet spot between, what is it, Mully? Geeking out and locking in.
That's pretty awesome.
Everyone should find the sweet spot between geeking out and locking in.
The Hall of Famer. I mean, it's like, how more gracious could you be?
Right. Before you go to the plate and you rip one down the third base line into left field for a double.
It's awesome.
He's got speed. He's got defensive ability.
Yeah,
he gives you a sense of security.
He has a good glove in right field.
In the outfield.
Yes.
And you just like everything about him. It just is surprising still, number one, that he's up here this soon, and secondly, that he basically is joining a first place team.
And let me say of him, from my perspective, no complaints. I've got nothing. You know, he was asked about, is he still going to clean up the dugout after he hit the walk-off homer, and he was like, well, maybe not tonight.
Maybe not tonight. The other night, yeah, that was funny.
It was because he got kind of time
What
crunch.
was special as the reports continued to come out yesterday after the late game on his debut, the moment he had with his dad.
Oh, it was great.
On the field after all the interviews were over, he went back there, and it was just really something special. And this season is really shaping up that way because they've beaten the Braves 2 nights in a row without Murakami, without Colson Montgomery. And Davis Martin did it again. The bullpen held on.
They never had Teal, so without Teal, but nonetheless.
But Teal was coming into the season when healthy, one of their best players.
Oh, I know.
And Murakami was, having an all-star type of rookie of the year type of season when he went down. It's all falling into place. That's what happens when you draft, develop, and I think lean on baseball players. The White Sox have a lot of just guys who they lead the league in intangibles. They do a lot of little things well, and it's hard to believe that this collection of talent is where they are this quickly. Nobody saw this coming.
No. I remember, what was it? Was it the first 5 games or 6 games of the season when they were 1-5? I was bemoaning the fact that they looked headed to another 100 losses.
Well, they're 1-5. Everybody but Pat Murphy thought they were going to be a 100-loss team again.
Man.
And except for maybe the people in the dugout. And now you get all sorts of silly statistics like what they are since the magic wand was bought.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so funny. I love when the opposing team is making fun of it.
25-14, by the way.
And then boom goes the dynamo.
They're 25-14 since the magic wand.
It's pretty good with the magic wand.
Mike Vassell no longer is just a mascot. He's like the brains of the outfit, the teammate who has to be in every dugout and clubhouse, even though he won't pitch an inning this year.
The magic wand thing was Jordan Leisure and Mike Vassell, two guys that aren't helping them with what they're doing, but they're helping them with what they're doing.
Because Jordan Leisure bought the magic wand,
$20.
and Mike Vassell waived it. And so those two guys, that's their contributions. That will get them a World Series share if they go to the World Series.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about it.
It's just fun because that's, you know what?
I'm glad you just put that out there. Did you just call the series against the Dodgers a World Series preview?
We can do that. That's tomorrow's show.
Okay.
That's tomorrow's show.
I like it, Mr. David.
An October preview in June.
Gutsy David Haugh.
Ohtani can dodge the White Sox this weekend, but he can in October. Welcome in. Sox, Dodgers, Shriffen, Stone, next.
We'll have to get Zach to read that.
That was good.
Thank you.
That was good, David.
Thank you. Texter, the Pope Leo effect.
I like it. That sounds right.
Everybody's got to be.
Don't we all have a Sox T-shirt with Pope
We
Leo
do.
on
Thank
it?
you very much.
We go.
I wore it working out the other day. I felt almost bad sweating in it. I felt sacrilegious, blasphemous. I had to break a sweat in it. And it didn't look pretty on the treadmill, believe me, but I was with my Pope T-shirt. Pope.
It's okay.
When is Pope there's a Pope hat night.
Yeah, it's coming up.
August.
They got it's
August.
sharp-looking Pope hat.
Start planning, saving now?
Yeah, start saving now. We'll order a bunch of pepperoni pizzas and...
I love the pepperoni pizza.
It's funny.
Do they have that at the rate?
I don't know if they have it at the rate.
Jets should put that on the menu.
They should put that on the menu because I want to have a
beggars, the pile it on thick, right?
Definitely.
Slogan for one of those places.
Make it available on $5 Tuesdays. There's nothing better than a $5.
Look at you with your $5 Tuesday.
Listen though, Mully, you got to plan this when you're out there for every home game. And you have to plan when you leave.
Yeah.
The departures are a little bit later on the Tuesdays because you got that $5 menu staring you in the face. A $5 beer, a $5 hot dog.
I just love the idea that you are now eating hot dogs because they're $5.
I'm not proud of it.
It's a food you've avoided most of your adult life.
I'm not proud of it, but you know what?
Allowable animal parts.
These are long days. So sometimes you got to get to... If you don't plan your eating schedule accordingly.
Yeah. We got Clay Harbor will be in studio at 8:25. You can tell us all about your attack of the $5 menu.
He's with me sometimes.
I don't see Clay Harbor eating a hot dog.
Oh, I did.
He ate multiple.
Yes, we have the photographic evidence.
Yeah.
Because I was such
Joey Chestnut
state
blushed.
of disbelief. Hey, 4th of July's right.
How many more minutes on the treadmill does that mean?
Yeah, a few.
So that's a lot of cold tubs.
Socks are fun though. Socks are so much fun. And it helps us be diverted as a Chicago baseball community from whatever the Cubs are doing.
Again, you may be diverted, but for those of us that have been watching the Sox through this horrible 100-loss stretch of 3 seasons, worst season in history, there were a lot of us out there that lost faith in everything that had been said and had been done. when Jerry Reinsdorf said that he hired Chris Getz because he was the guy that knew the team so well, and he was going to be the guy that could get them to contention the fastest. I don't know a soul who believed that, but lo and behold, they look like they're getting into contention pretty fast.
Absolutely, and I don't want to take anything away from that. I was just kind of kidding because last night when we had Connor McKnight on the Chicago lead, and he's going through the things that have happened and the things that are about to happen. Mm-hmm. Kyle Teal is very optimistic about beginning his rehab very shortly. Play baseball activities, whatever those are. Mune Murakami could be, right in a few weeks away. But the interesting thing that he said was Noah Schultz getting ready to pitch another bullpen, start his rehab stint, and if he comes back,
they need him back.
And then if they add at one point Hagen Smith and then again Tanner McDougal, bunch of young guys who don't know any better, pitching, hitting, playing at a high level. You don't know where the summer could take the Sox. That's fun.
Did he mention in any fashion, even just parenthetically, the traject machine? I now, stay with me on this.
Okay.
I have developed a theory that the White Sox are better at home than on the road, in part because they have the traject machine. They've paid big dollars for it. It is located at the rate they can't take it on the road, but they can prepare for everybody coming in. And I want you to give some credit to the traject machine.
I do want to explore that. I wonder about
the
that.
money invested in it, etc. They're very good at home.
Do they use it regularly? Do we know that?
I want to know.
That's worth finding out. I
want to know.
I know Chuck would probably know the answer to that. I know there'll be people out there I could ask. I will try to find out today because it's a very good point. And that's a very expensive device.
It's a very expensive machine.
And it's one of those things that you don't think about, but you look at their approach at the plate. This team's prepared. They have good at bats. Now, when they're not trying the safety squeeze bunt, this is a very efficient baseball team offensively.
Yeah, well, you know how I feel about that.
I know, but the trajectory machine is not going to help that. I do wonder if that is part of their home field success.
Dominance.
It has been dominance. Last 21 games, 18-3 at home.
Come on.
Unbelievable. So it did. I don't want to say it diverted everyone from Cubs fans from the Cubs, but it at least delayed the inevitable.
It diverted you.
Yeah, me.
From the horrors that you're.
And I have to say, in all honesty,
the Cubs now 500.
I had to have somebody text me to tell me that the Knicks were coming back because I had given up on that.
Oh,
I had turned on the Cubs.
Oh, I was watching the Sox. I did not give up on it. I really thought it was over. I watched some of it.
Yeah.
You get to halftime and it was like,
I thought it was over.
They got this one. We'll see what happens.
Who wants to watch a blowout in the second half?
We saw the dumbest basketball team in the history of civilization.
Oh, wow.
We saw they had a 25-point lead, took eight straight threes. Like, they thought to get, like, that was some of the most mismanaged, stupid basketball. Hey, when you blow a 29-point lead, the other team has to help you. The San Antonio Spurs helped the New York Knicks win this game by doing some of the stupid-ass stuff I've ever seen on a basketball court.
That's truth. They shot so well early. Where did they shoot? It was outrageous.
Well, they had 76 in the first half.
Oh, I know. But they were knocking down shots like insanely.
Darren Fox put the Knicks back into the game. I'm sorry. And if I'm the coach, I'm sorry. I'm going to make Fox come out off the bench, and I'm going to put Dylan Harper in to start because Dylan Harper's been amazing.
Dylan Harper's been awesome. What did the Fox say?
Now, do you think did Charles give the Knicks a D or an F for their performance last night? The Spurs.
The Spurs.
Oh, it wasn't a B.
That's definitely
not a B.
No.
The biggest question was
it sounded like
D
an
or
F.
an F.
Oh, that
sounds like an F. Yeah.
That was an F.
Spurs make history. The only NBA team ever to have 76 or more in the first half.
And what, 30?
30 or fewer in the second half.
30.
Awful.
Get out of
Awful choke job. dumb
Total
basketball.
Yeah.
You dribble out the clock when you get that breakaway. You don't go for a layup and you get it blocked. And then I think when you see Jalen Brunson got the shot, you'll take that, even though it's from way, way out.
Then why don't you have a body on someone? Why aren't you blocking out?
Why can't you block out? You're going to let Anunoby, then it was.
You're going to let the OG get in there and do that to you?
OMG, Anunoby.
The OG.
It was just something else. And then they win, and they advance, and now they're on the brink of history. 1973, last time the Knicks won the NBA championship. Is that right?
I mean, the thing is, you're thinking, okay, they won this game. It's now tied. They'll go back to San Antonio. Well, the Knicks did win both those games there. But you're thinking, no, this is the big turn in the series. And it was the big turn in the series. It was the turn to disaster for San Antonio. It's over. The series is over.
Who did the Knicks beat in 1973 to win the championship? Does anybody remember that one? That was quite a team they beat.
Let me think for a second. I do know this.
Lakers?
Yes, the Los Angeles Lakers with Jerry West and Wilt Chamberlain,
yes.
I believe.
Yes.
And I have been wondering.
Poor Jerry West.
Yeah, I know.
The logo.
He won one. I mean, he lost a lot, just saying.
And you know who the sixth man was on that Knicks team?
Phil?
Yep, Phil Jackson.
That's right.
Quite a bit of history.
So it's the longest drought between championships. So they won a championship, and for their second champion, this would be the longest.
Everyone keeps saying when you hear the national reports and on when you're watching the game, the closest the Knicks have been since 1994 to an NBA title. But it feels like that's almost – they haven't won it since 73.
Yeah, that's –
53 years. That to me is why you have people showing up at the Garden. That's why Taylor Swift was dancing.
That's called Mike retired is what that's called.
94?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it still counts.
After what happened with
still counted. How about the crowd there? Seinfeld, Taylor Swift. It was a different crowd. It was a little more
and they didn't leave.
Variety. And they didn't leave, and they stayed forever. Matt Spiegel was there. Jerry Seinfeld was there.
I like how you put his name right in between there. Yeah,
I'm just curious if Matt was able to get the collector's cup for Nico Horner that Nico selected. Matt offered to get Nico a souvenir from the NBA Finals, and Nico asked for like a collector's cup.
Well, let's hope so.
Either a fountain drink
Maybe
or
it could bring him some good luck.
Yeah. I mean, did you see those stats I sent you
guys
guys
the Nico
yesterday?
splits that you sent me ruined my night. Thank you.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
That was pregame.
Thank you.
That was pregame.
That was entirely opposite.
Wow.
Yeah, it was something.
You sent those before the game.
Yeah. And then last night in the top of the ninth,
What
stats get worse?
Okay, so Nico, the stats, so people are wondering what we're talking about. First 33 games, his slash line, 301, 375, 466 with an 841 OPS, 289 batting average with runners in scoring position, 4 home runs, 26 ribbies. Last 33 games.
And what was the record in those 33 games?
I don't have that.
It's written on that.
They were 21 and 12 in that stretch. There it is, 21 and 12.
Thank you.
The next 33 games, they were 12 and 21. They're complete opposite. And here's Nico's numbers. 192, 284, 223, 507 OPS. Didn't hit a homer. 7 runs batted in. A meager, measly 176 with runners in scoring position.
And then last night, in the top of the ninth, Happ homers, Suzuki singles, Horner grounds into a double play. Conforto strikeout. That's your ninth for the Cubs.
That's the Chicago Cubs, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
think I'm done with Michael Conforto, too,
I
by
think
the way.
I'm done with a lot of the Cubs.
0 for 4 3Ks is your DH.
Not good.
No, that
seemed not that long ago where he was pinch hitting home runs, but not any longer. They're 0-9 with 1 tie in the last 10 series.
Series. Not games. Series. We're talking series.
We're talking series, man.
Not games. Series.
They're the worst team in baseball since May 16th.
Yes.
Think about that. Look at that payroll. Look at that record. What's going on here?
What's going on is we got to get to the pick six. We'll be right back. We'll continue the conversation. 104.3 The Score.
Not a game, We talking about
Bears fans.
It's the dog days of summer, but there's no offseason when it comes to Bears talk on The Score.
It's like Ben Johnson is the cooler. Oh, you're on the cover of Madden? Don't care. Tell me about ball placement. Is Caleb Williams a top 5 quarterback in this league? Don't care. I want to know if he orchestrates the huddle better. Ben Johnson is always going to be that cooler for this guy who's a superstar, whose public image is only going to go up.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey.
Driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone. It's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
Ben Brown's coming into his own, and probably the last couple times out been the Cubs' best starting pitcher. What if they're going to try to stretch him out some more? I love that term. We use it all the time.
I know.
Why are they sending him down to AAA? They're going to stretch him out.
Wouldn't it be great if they just had a guy bring out a table and they started?
I know.
Actually did some stretching.
Every time I hear that,
push it back, push it.
Every now and then when I hear that, I think of you. I know you had, or you're familiar with the whole Stretch Armstrong toy as a kid.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like, now Stretch is going to be a starting pitcher. So what exactly are they doing to these guys in Iowa?
Oh my gosh.
Taking him to the back.
Stretch him out.
That's the part of the pitching lab we don't talk about.
There you go.
Let's stretch him out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Massage therapy. Da, da, da.
Javier, you're next.
Oh, that's so funny.
Jordan, get in line. I think we're going to see Jordan Wicks and Javier Assad before it's all said and done. I don't know about this pitching rotation.
It feels that way.
I just don't know what's going on here.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have had Assad as an option last night?
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Right.
You don't have guys who are giving you what you need in relief. And that's, the out-getters are not getting outs.
Right.
But you could have stretched out Assad in that moment, Dave.
What are you saying?
Why would you stretch out Assad?
You're saying to the outgetters, get out!
Get out! Get out, Phil Maton. Just the latest guy. What was the guy they just added yesterday?
Liam Hendricks?
Ty Block. Liam Hendricks, too? He's in Arizona. You know what he's doing in Arizona? Getting stretched out.
Stretched out. He's in the stretch lab.
They're stretching him out.
They got a pitching lab and a stretch lab.
Liam. So, yeah,
Justin,
he's in Arizona.
why did you raise your hands in frustration?
Just the idea of all this stretching out. I just feel I'm very passionate about the fact that I think last night, if you would have had Assad still on the roster and not in Iowa, you could have brought him in and tried to have given the team a little spark, if you will, at 4-0. There was still a chance, and it just made
I don't disagree. I'm not laughing at that.
It just made you remember. It's just too many flashbacks of last year and the Brewers out on their field, family, whatever, Miller Park. I call it Miller Park. I call it Sears Tower. I call it Marshall Fields. The point is holding that L flag, right? And that they haven't played since then.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
They played yesterday.
Until yesterday.
I forgot all about that. Yeah.
How could you forget about that?
I don't know. I just forgot about it. There's a lot of stuff in my brain. I just forgot about that. Well, Cubs Sox took everything out of the Cubs.
And maybe the Sox. The Cubs actually won last night 3-1. Cubs scored 3, White Sox scored 1. So look at it that way. If you look at it that way. I'm stretching.
Boy, that's
talk
really
about
stretching.
Stretching. That's stretch lab material.
Cubs were 3-1 winners over the White Sox last night.
Alex Caruso, too, had 31 points for the Thunder. Oh, my gosh. There was one point. He was guarding Wemby. And because of the switching and they were doing, he had 31 points. He had a huge 3. That was terrific. That's going to be a better series than I think I expected a good series, but now OKC's up against it.
We got a texter who says that Wemby was a 6'6" guard, but they sent him down to Iowa to stretch him out. Look at the size of him now.
Imagine what Assad's going to come back as. I can't wait for that. The Bulls will be interested.
That's great.
He got stretched out.
Touch them all there, texter. That's
well done.
So I think that's, again, for him, you're talking about small progress. I'm happy he's learning up here. Who are the White Sox stretching out in order to come up and pitch for Eric Fetty?
Stretch! Down in the Charlotte Stretch Lab?
Get up, stretch.
I don't know.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. It's just so
Because
silly.
it's the same thing for every
I
pitcher.
know, I
They're
know.
going to the minors to stretch them out.
They're going to stretch them out. Yeah, it's great.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up,
It's
and I was
Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune. Win number 36 for the White Sox, 2-1 over the Braves, and they are in first place. Following that win and a Guardians loss yesterday, they go for the sweep. Tonight, Anthony Kay will be throwing. They are a half game up in the American League Central. Flip side, Cubs 34-34, walked off for a second straight night, this time 3-2 by the Rockies. Sterling Thompson hit a single off of Daniel Palencia to close things out. Cubs have lost 22 of their last 29 games after starting the year 27-12. They look to avoid being swept this afternoon right here on The Score. It's a 1:35 pregame with Zach Zaidman, Edward Cabrera, 3-3, 4.99 ERA. He is throwing. Unbelievable night in the Stanley Cup Finals, maybe tonight, but last night there was an unbelievable ending in the NBA Finals in New York. That's when OG Anunoby's tip-in with 1.2 seconds remaining had a comeback of the ages, 107-106. Knicks 1 game away from their first NBA championship since 1973. Now, Stanley Cup Finals is a best of 3 after the Hurricanes beat the Knights in Vegas 5-3 to even that series 2-2. Game 5 tonight, 7 o'clock over on ABC back in Raleigh. The Bears continuing their 3-day mandatory minicamp up at Hallis Hall. After today's practice, they've got a 6-week break. The Chiefs reworked Patrick Mahomes' contract 2 years, extending him through 2033 at a value of $504.75 million. That's right, a $500 million deal in the NFL, and the World Cup begins later today in Mexico. The Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Did you ever, even for a moment yesterday, before the White Sox game, do a little rain dance or cheer for the possibility of rainouts once the Sox moved percentage points into first place in the American League Central? You see, the Guardians lost their 4th straight game, an afternoon sweep by the Yankees. Did you appreciate the Davis-Martin-Chris Sale matchup, and how did the extra day's rest impact Davis-Martin?
I thought Davis Martin was excellent. I really did. So whatever they did with him, keep it up. Part of it is playing him at home. I was totally hoping for a rain out. I wanted no part of Chris Sale. When the White Sox were percentage points in ahead of the Guardians in first place, even though it was the same basic number of games, it was they had one fewer, so you were like, oh my God, they're actually in first place. I just wanted to see that when I woke up in the morning, and I wasn't certain that was going to happen if Chris Sale was pitching, and I thought, boy, it's pretty bad out here. It's raining pretty heavily. This might be a nice day to get a break and move on and just keep postponing things until you have to face them. But man, was I wrong. It was phenomenal, and it's so great this morning to see them in first place. I thought Chris Sale was excellent, and I thought Davis Martin was a hair better. He was just so good. He did a really good job. That was entirely a pitcher's duel, and the White Sox made one error. Miguel Vargas, who I have nothing but fine thoughts of, So I'm not mad about it. It is what it is, but that was the only run. And then the bullpen actually pitched well. And they got through it, and they got out of that thing. And wasn't it like, it was so weird. The bottom of the top of the ninth, it was like every out was registered to chase Maydroff, including the one at the end of the game. And I was just delighted to see them win a game 2-1 in that fashion. It's one thing, because you looked at their lineup before the game started, and you're kind of counting who's not in it, and that was the wrong attitude. But what a phenomenal turn of events to see him in first place right now.
Congratulations. They're in first place. Did not think that was going to happen, especially when Murakami went down and that schedule was staring the White Sox in their face. I thought there was no shot they were playing that game. And definitely there was no shot if they were going to play that game, it wasn't going to start on time. I mean, Steve Stone was on the station yesterday, thought that it would be like a 7:30, 7:45-ish first pitch, according to Roger Bossert. They were talking to him. And they started right on time.
Right on time.
I mean, I've been around for a while, and we've had crazy weather in this city. But at 3:30 on the road, at least in the western suburbs where I'm at, it was raining it was like a Florida rain, because you had the wind and the rain. It was sheets of rain. I had picked my daughter up from work, and we had to sit in the car for about 20 minutes because you couldn't. If you may as well have jumped in a pool in your backyard. That's how wet I would have been, and I was 5 steps away from my back door. It was crazy. So I thought there's no way that field will dry out, and I thought it would come through again. And then it didn't rain until like 11 o'clock last night. So it was crazy.
People were losing electricity. I
mean,
it was
there's
a
lot
serious
of damage.
storm.
There were some trees down.
I saw a tree down.
You should see the tree down outside Leo High School.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh! It's lucky that it didn't go the other way.
Yeah, and God bless everybody. ComEd, hopefully get everybody. I woke up to a text message saying I wouldn't have power potentially until Saturday at 9 o'clock at night, but I never lost power as far as I know. I woke up to the NBA Channel 7 still on for the NBA Finals in the bedroom. But congratulations to the White Sox. They are in first place.
At the time it started really getting bad, I was at the rate for television. I just arrived, and I was in the 4th level from where the studio is, and it was raining sideways.
Yeah.
And the wind was blowing. Cam Smith came in to do the show, and he described the wind being so strong it blew his AirPod away. He couldn't get up to it, so he couldn't catch it. That was how bad it was at the time. And there was an expectation it was going to be a delay. And then it stopped, and they got the field ready. The tarp came off, and they played baseball. And it's a good thing they did, because it was so much fun to watch a pitcher's duel between two, dare I say it, playoff caliber teams. This looked like Davis Martin and Chris Sale, guys who you would see starting game 1 of a series in October. And frankly, when you see the standings, you're right, Mully. The expectation and the hope is like when you see the Guardians lost and frozen in time, let's get a screenshot of the standings because the White Sox are in first place and it's beginning of June. And then they win, and then you look and you're like, well, you know what? There's nothing cheap. There's nothing fluky. This is not a team it's not a mirage. This is their record, and this is real. This is a good baseball team. I think they're a little shy with pitching. I think they're going to have to supplement the rotation. I think they're going to have to get a help in the bullpen with another power arm, maybe from the left side, maybe both. But you look at their lineup and you look at who's coming back and you look at their ability to create runs and with speed and power, and they've got guys playing maybe above their level or reaching their potential quicker than expected. This is a fun team to follow, and they are the surprise of baseball. And it is because they've got a quality manager and they've got a general manager who knew what he wanted and did things despite the criticism he received. Right now, White Sox are cool.
So, to answer the first part of the question.
That's the voice of Tommy Hotovy. Lots to talk to him about at 9 o'clock, the Cubs pitching coach. What did you make of the Cubs' performance in Game 2 of the series at Colorado? What did you make of Shota Imanaga's pitches in the thin air? What was the crucial moment of that game?
Okay, everything I just said about the White Sox, reverse it, and there we have the Cubs season. They are underachieving. They are unfulfilling. They are underwhelming. They are one of the bigger disappointments in baseball, and certainly the biggest disappointment in Chicago. In Chicago Sports 2026, right now, the Cubs are the clunker of the year. They are the worst team in baseball since the middle of May. And given their payroll and given their potential, there is no excuse for that. None. And it's easy to sit here, I know, in a radio studio and go on a TV set and criticize because you're on the outside looking in, and it's not as easy as it looks. But they've got to be better than they are. They look listless. They're in Colorado. All the things about the thin air that everyone else in baseball talks about, they're not affecting the Cub hitters that way. Their lone run before Ian Happ went deep in the ninth was an RBI single. An RBI ground out. Excuse me.
The fielder's choice,
the
basically.
Fielder's
right?
choice, RBI. Shota, give him credit. In the thin air, he pitched well. He did not give up a home run like I think we all expected him to do. Daniel Palencia, when you walk the leadoff hitter, you're going to run into trouble. And he ran into trouble. He is so unaccustomed to saving a game, he's forgotten how. And now they're 9 innings away from being swept by the worst team in baseball. But that's not a huge surprise. Maybe it shouldn't be because the Cubs are playing like the worst team in baseball.
So, in other words, the Cubs aren't cool right now.
No.
Because you said the White Sox are cool.
They're uncool.
And the Cubs are uncool.
They're as uncool as, they're baseball nerds right now.
Their bats are ice cold. Absolutely ice cold, and I believe it was 90 degrees at first pitch, or at least during the pregame. I think that's what I heard Zach say right here on 104.3 The Score when he welcomed us into that game. I mean, there was a run scored, and then nothing happened until the bottom of the 8th inning when Jacob Webb allows a 2-run home run. The Cubs answer with Ian Happ and then don't get anything done. And I don't blame Craig Counsell for using Palencia when he used him.
Right call.
Right call.
Yep.
They needed to have the best pitcher they had available to them at that moment to keep them in that game. But I think that was where the home field advantage played out. I don't think the Cubs were lined up correctly defensively. I think it's such a huge outfield. There was a lot of, did Seiya Suzuki misplay the ball? Blah, 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 blah. And Palencia, what did he do? He walked the first guy he faced. You can't walk the first guy you face. So they could easily get swept today. I mean, Cabrera has been C-, right? At best, he's a C- guy. He's 3-3.
We don't know yet. He's coming back from injury.
I'm just saying, but overall, he's a C-. He's just a guy. I'm saying, Mully. In
I
my
know
opinion,
he started the year strong, and then he
looked like a second guy. He didn't look like an ace, but he looked like a guy you would be willing to give the ball to start a very important game late in the season, and that has not come to be. Shota was good enough, no doubt. Shota was good enough.
Yeah, Walter Payton Day for the Cubs. They're now 34-34. That is hard to believe. It is hard to believe how good they were earlier in the year and how far they have fallen.
There's no sweetness in that.
And there is nothing sweet about it. That's fair. I really thought that Shota pitched well enough to win that game going away. And it's amazing to me that Michael Lorenzen, the starter, went into that game with an 8.01 ERA, and the Cubs couldn't do anything with him. They got a triple from PCA, and as you say, Mo Baller with the ground out is how you scored your run until Ian Happ tied the game right before they ended up winning it. So it was just an exercise in frustration, as it has been for the Cubs. You want the good news or the really horrible news? The horrible news is where they're at. The good news, they seem to have solved this hitting with runners in scoring position by not getting anyone in scoring position.
Well, that will do it. You don't have to worry about failing with runners in scoring position if they never get in position to score.
They left 8 men on base. They struck out 11 times as a team,
but not in scoring position.
Not in scoring position. Yeah. So I guess that is that the good news?
That's what passes for good news.
They're only getting to first base.
Wow, horrible. Just a stunner. Can you believe they're 500?
No.
I mean, they had what was their high mark? What was the high water mark?
Oh, gee.
I believe 11 or 12 over.
Man.
I have a question for all of you.
Guess who's back? Bruce Levine's back. 7:25 with Mully and Haugh after a couple of well-deserved days off. Did you enjoy hearing players talk about the impact of Bears head coach Ben Johnson he had? How about defensive end Montez Sweat saying he believes Johnson was the impetus for last year's success?
He worked out of us. We just was all on one accord. Everybody was on the same page, and everything was just really about winning.
How about safety Kobe Bryant saying Johnson's intensity mirrors his own?
He's filled with fire, honestly. Just obviously he's an offensive guy as well too, but we have a lot of similarities, hence that's why I'm here as well. He's a true competitor. Every day he competes. He likes us talking, junk to him, and vice versa. He talks junk to us too. And so I match his energy every day and vice versa. So it's been a special offseason.
Do you enjoy hearing the Bears having their head coaches back?
I mean, listen, I think every word of it is true. I think that Montez Sweat was fantastic because he talked about how he worked the spit out of us, and they were all dry-mouthed by the time they were through training camp. He said he knows the same thing's coming again, and he's preparing for it. And that's what Ben Johnson does. He's all about winning, and he's all about – they wouldn't have had that season last year without the guy. And this is his follow-up to that. And I don't think the standard is going to be allowed to slip with him at the wheel of the ship. I think it's great. I have a lot of I think it's the best thing the Bears have done in a long time is hiring that guy as the coach. And you sometimes feel they're blessed to have him. And when you hear defensive players talk about how he goes after them and how he doesn't mind having this exchange with them as his offense is going after the defense. It's fantastic.
It's great to hear. There's no doubt about that. I loved hearing Montez Sweat. He worked the spit out of us. Wow. That's saying a lot. And there was a fear coming in, I'll raise my hand, wondering what the defense would think of him, I had no doubt that he could design plays. I had no doubt that he could call the right play at the right moment. But I wondered if he could lead men. And I wondered if, what was going on in Detroit was all about their head coach, who's more of a special teams guy, right? He's not calling the plays, not an offensive necessarily guy or defensive guy. He's just a hard ass who definitely was working the spit out of that team. So he may have learned a lot from Dan Campbell, right? We're going to bite their kneecaps off and all that kind of thing. But I'm almost more impressed by Ben Johnson, the leader of men, than I am in Ben Johnson, the designer of plays.
That's a really good way to put it. I think this is what a winning football team sounds like.
Totally agree.
When you have the complete reverence from players talking about their coach and just that kind of respect that it gives away, it just reveals where the bar has been placed, and everybody's trying to essentially please the head coach or meet his standard. And if you remember back, one of the early practices, or maybe it was training camp, he was throwing a little bit of a snit fit, and he talked about this team doesn't know what it's like to have championship caliber work habits. They don't practice like a team with a championship caliber approach. And that moment, it was like, oh, God, but this guy's serious. And then they did. And then you had guys leaving saying, remember Kevin Byard talked about during one of his many podcast appearances that is the hardest training camp he'd ever been through. This guy's a veteran. So when players talk about this, like about their head coach and Montez Sweat, who's been around for a while, and Kobe Bryant, who just got here, saying the same thing, it just reminds you of how maniacally consistent Ben Johnson is every day that he goes to work, and that is having the biggest effect on the entire Bears operation.
any questions, I'm always there for them.
All right, here's another question. Where are you with the NBA Finals after last night's Game 4 of the NBA Finals? And what do you have as your series MVP at this point? What was the key to that game last night?
I think the key was the Knicks never quit. And that was maybe the way you want to look at this fondly, and if you're a Knicks fan, and if you are being kind, because the Knicks not quitting is a better story because it does fit their gritty resolve, and it's epitomized by Jalen Brunson and all the things. But frankly, this will always be the games the Spurs choked, and they gave it away. And they were the dumbest team in basketball history. This was the worst collapse in NBA Finals history. The biggest comeback, yes, but you could also look at it as the biggest collapse. What they were thinking, nobody knows, because frankly, there's no evidence of thought. And they gave it away. Credit to the Knicks for doing what they did, for never saying die, but you have to blame the Spurs for making all of the dumb decisions at the wrong times and the right times for the Knicks. The MVP, right now, it's OMG Anunoby. Definitely.
Yes, OG Anunoby is the MVP at this moment. There's no doubt about that. I mean, Mully, the headline, the right hand, the unbelievable right hand tip in. I thought, World Cup going today, the famous hand of God, right? Isn't that the famous Argentinian moment, right? That was World Cup, wasn't
That's
it?
Diego Maradona.
Yeah. So
punched one in against England.
I thought about
Never mind that he dribbled through that entire team and scored earlier. But go ahead.
I thought about that. I mean, all of a sudden, this guy, the lure, assuming the Knicks go on to win this thing. I mean, that guy. You want to talk about a guy who will never pay for a drink or a steak again in New York? That guy will have it all.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, the Spurs. The Spurs are so young. They have incredible talent, but they just can't match what New York is playing with, which is almost like desperation, like desire to the point of a totally different, of like guys that have been added and guys that haven't been appreciated and guys that have fought so long to find their place. I think ultimately that Jalen Brunson will be the MVP because I thought in the first couple games it was totally cat, and now it's shifted, and you're right. It has shifted. But I think by the end of the thing, it will probably be Jalen Brunson, which is good for Chicago.
I hope that is the case.
But I mean, the thing that you can't get away from is that they lost by they just barely lost that game. Had they made one play at one of these moments where they did nothing, it's like if you just hit a jumper from 3 feet out instead of taking a three there, or if you did that a couple times,
you dribbled out the clock.
If you dribble out it's just so
you dribble out the clock and you pass up the layup.
So
you're laughing.
Frustrating to I don't have any money on it, and I don't have a horse in that race, but just watching it from a distance and looking back, you're like, what the heck? How did the other thing is, and I don't want to blame a coach for something that's going on, but you can't help but wonder if the previous coach was still there, he's still talking to guys, that could never have happened. You needed like all these weird circumstances to occur for that to happen. But they'll learn and they'll get older and better and all that. But man, was that a wasted chance.
Totally squandered.
And they've had a couple in this series.
Yeah.
All right, we've got more chance with the Pick Six. We'll be right back continuing it. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment sponsored by Climate Guard Windows.
Accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you
that
changed
he's
the
got
bets.
this
You said I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2
I
shots.
said I
Two
think
shots.
he said he was guzzling half a
I
bottle.
think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros said catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one. I
like
that.
Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off, I'll tell you that.
Boys on Carbs off, Riz.
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan, hey, And he didn't look thrilled that the guy had you know what I mean? You got to be a little bit careful.
Well, I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey.
Well, I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And
I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right.
That he's
People
doing
will
that.
give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey. Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think that they know him intimately like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he was doing that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work. Tarps off.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief?
We'd have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that I was gifted. I went to the game.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the game. Went 2.5 hours early
to get the vest.
The vests were gone. Then I got a text from Mitch who said the Cubs were listening to the show, heard that you are a vest wearer, and there is a vest for you up in Pat and Ron's booth.
Oh, we love the fact that they listen and they responded that way.
And you got grief about that?
I did.
So
Who gave you grief?
You.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
Yes.
No, you are the guy.
There's another free item.
Here is a guy.
That's not how it works.
This is the guy that will not wear any logo on any shirt.
Okay,
because
boys.
he doesn't support anything. And I was giving you grief because you were wearing logos. That's what happened.
So the next time Moises Ballesteros starts a game will be his 4th start at catcher. And then the next morning, Dustin will come in shirtless with the vest, and we'll have some Malort, and we'll do shots in the last segment.
Malort and Mick Ultras.
All right.
I don't know why Malort would be something we have. I thought Malort was like an incredibly.
Well, he could do it. We'll do something else.
Bitter I thought you said you were going to bring in.
I'll bring some Screwball.
No, you said peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, peanut butter whiskey. I'll bring in that.
The Spring Inn has already sponsored the bottle of Malort. We already
Excellent. That's right. We're set. We're set for our next baller catching.
Another
stint.
freebie for Rhodes.
I will buy my Mick Ultra at the Jewels.
Excellent.
Did you pay for the Malort?
I did not.
Okay. Point taken.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is if he can.
Didn't ask them to sponsor it.
Is the name Malort on it?
Is it on the bottle?
Yeah.
There's a label.
You going to wear it?
No.
Oh.
It was tremendous. And then telling stories. Mully, before the game, I think I could tell this. We're in the back of the green room, and he's talking with people when it came up with something about mascots. He says, "Did I ever tell you about the time when in 1982 when I wore a mask?" He was a mascot for NBC in one of his early assignments, and he pulled up this video and he was showing it to the group in the room and then he unveiled the like he was dressed up as a mascot.
Oh my God.
And it was Bob Costas underneath the mascot uniform because his point was how hot it was in there.
Oh yeah.
How difficult it could be to be the mascot. And he was showing this story from 1982 when he was a young lad working for NBC.
When my eldest daughter turned 1 year old, she was a huge fan of Elmo. So I went to a costume shop, and apparently if you rent an Elmo costume, it costs a lot of money.
Never done that.
They got to pay money for the name and everything.
Yeah.
This was called Big Red Monster. So I rented Big Red Monster, which was absolutely Elmo, and I had this giant costume that fit me. And I was covering the Bears. I was at Hallis Hall.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
That's a tough question. Well, we're going to have a bunch of tough questions for Clay Harbor. He's in studio talking Bears, talking NFL with Mully and Haugh at 8:25 this morning. How do you feel about Braxton Jones, left tackle, after he talked Wednesday about being in a better shape and how much healthier position to play well than he was last year?
Night and day. This was the first one since my second or rookie year where truly got that full off season, not dealing with anything after. And it means everything to me to be able to get the reps during this OTAs. A big piece of it is simply feeling right from the lower half and from the injuries. That's like, even last year I was still in a good place, but I just didn't trust it. I didn't trust the positions I was putting myself in. And
I gotta say, I believe exactly. I believe exactly what he's saying. I mean, this is a guy who has started 44 career games, and last year he talked about how when he lost that job, he suffered through some confidence when he was suffering through that injury. He talked about how tough that is mentally, and I think that's what happened. I think that he didn't feel he could do some of the things that he had done previously, and he just felt kind of broken, and I feel like he doesn't feel that way now. And I thought that Ben Johnson talked about that idea, and I think that now he's got some strength back, he's got some confidence back. And as I said, given the number of starts they've invested in him, they've let a fifth-round pick start that many games, I feel fine about him. I feel like the left tackle position is going to be okay if he's the guy manning it. I don't confuse that with believing he's a Pro Bowl level player or anything like that. But I think that if his confidence is back, that will help. And he looks like a different guy. He looks bigger. That will help him in terms of being a starter. And I still think that Ben Johnson understands where the quarterback can get hurt and how you got to make sure you're protecting him. And as part of the three tight end sets that they'll be running. And I think that they drafted a guy as a good blocking tight end to be an aid to the left tackle as much as anything else. I think that they're going to be fine with the left tackle position. Now, maybe I'm blind about it, but I as I said, if he's that far removed from his injury and he doesn't feel this kind of lack of confidence in the things he's going to attempt to do, I think that's going to be a huge plus.
I'll say at best I'm okay with it, but part of the reason I'm okay with it is because of Ben Johnson. Mully, you make a good point about what they did in the draft. I also think the Bears have a good offensive line coach, but if this was just on paper like Braxton Jones starting for a team that you think has the opportunity to win the division and go to the postseason again, I don't feel great about it. I feel okay at best. They also, I think yesterday, did I hear Ben Johnson say and somebody point out that we were a very right-handed team?
That was with regard to with Darnell Wright, makes them more right-handed because they tend to go right behind him.
Correct. I'm just saying
because the way that he is dominant at that position.
And he's talked about Jonah Jackson.
That's where you go if you're running the ball.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are right.
And you typically, that's typical in the NFL.
Yes.
You typically are right-handed. And I'm sorry, were you done, Dustin?
Oh, my point was like that I heard that right. Like it made me feel like. So what I'm saying is that's part of why I think it's okay because they're a right-handed football team.
Well, I also think you look at it this way. Braxton Jones is a different player than he was a year ago, and he's worked with Teron Armstead in the offseason, and he gave that a lot of credit, and we know that's a good guy to be working with. And so if his name wasn't Braxton Jones, and you look at the Bears went out and they signed to a 1-year, $5 million contract in free agency, somebody with 44 NFL starts, you might feel pretty good about the situation. And I do think that they have reason to feel pretty good about the situation. I feel much better after hearing him assert just the kind of authority that he used to speak with and that was lacking last year for obvious reasons. He wasn't the same player. He was trying to come back and relearn what he could do with his body, and what he couldn't do, he learned as well. And he only played in 6 games as a result, started 4. But going into the season, Mully, I think you're right. He's got 44 NFL starts. And he's also got the background as being a Chicago Bear. So this season means something to him. This job, this starting position means something to him. And when we talk about the intangibles and everything about the offensive line you want to work, he is the easy guy to root for. And Bears fans should want him to be the starting left tackle on week 1 and to stay healthy and to be there for 17 games because this guy's going to give you all he's got. And they're invested in him, but he's invested in them. And he came back, and I think this is a good situation. Not great, perhaps, but I felt much better about it after listening to him yesterday.
That's really obviously going to be one of the first questions Bryson Field.
That's the voice of Casey Johnson. And what did you think of the Bulls' list of finalists that they have for the head coaching job, according to our guy Casey Johnson? The list: Wes Unseld Jr., Micah Nori, Tiago Splittler, and Ryan Schmidt. Your thoughts?
First reaction was I was surprised Chris Quinn wasn't on it from Miami, the Heat assistant, but that's okay. Wes Unseld Jr. If they hire Wes Unseld Jr. after talking about the breath of fresh air that Bryson Graham represented and all the change, he may be the most qualified. He may be the guy that knows the organization the best, but they're going to have some explaining to do because he doesn't represent that kind of newness. I like Micah Nori. I think of the best of this 4 of the bunch, just because you hear him as a defensive specialist, a guy with some personality who would be good in this market. Tiago Splitter, do you know he's 6'11"? Have the Bulls ever had a coach this tall? He would be the guy that would be eye to eye with most of his big men. He's also in Portland where they're cheaping out at the ownership level, and you wonder if he's available.
Yeah.
And maybe they want to keep him, but maybe they can't. And Ryan Schmidt is the underdog here. I know somebody that has worked with Ryan Schmidt that speaks very highly of him, that says he's qualified and ready to be a head coach. I don't know. He would be the most obscure choice of this group because I think that he's the lesser known of all the candidates. But if you're going to trust Bryson Graham to start over, I think you would trust him to pick the right guy. I will only be slightly skeptical if it is Wes Unseld Jr., but we can work through all that.
Originally, I wanted Sean Sweeney to be the coach of the Bulls. And if you watched the game last night, you don't want anybody from the Spurs anywhere near your organization. That being said, I'm going to get out of the way. I know Brandon Fryer very passionate about this subject.
The one I like the most out of this list, if this is the final list, is Tiago Splitter. It would be a completely full circle moment. This is the same coach who really helped the Portland Trailblazers.
Yes.
Get to the playoffs to help the Bulls get that pick that we might trade up. That's rumored into a top 10 pick. That's rumored
a great
out there.
link. I love that.
I would love that. And you know what I like? When I was watching that Portland team, because towards the end I was watching because I was rooting for the Bulls to get that second pick, I was looking at some of their young talent and seeing how they was developed. Scoot Henderson has really been playing well. You see, what's their best player on their team? Avi. Like, the way he played, amazing too. He took another step. I think that, with NBA 2 being more of a basketball, an international, worldwide type of league, I think he would be the best coach. And I actually think he's better than Nori to me because he already has that head coach experience. And just the fact that he led his team to the playoffs is all about, to me, with these young players, who's going to develop these young players. And to me, out of everybody on this list, I'm going to give it to Tiago Splitter.
Good reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, what's extraordinary is that he was given that job because of the
Chauncey Billups.
Chauncey Billups got caught up in that New York gambling ring, and so they had to give the job to him. So he's gone through a year where he took a team going through something like that to the playoffs. And, he's Brazilian. I love Brazilian dudes. And he's, I guess, half Spanish, really, because he played in Spain so many years. And he played for the Spurs. He's got the pop stuff. He's
got a ring.
He's been around. He's got a ring, but he's been around a great coach, and he's had a really and you're right. What this is an opportunity to get a guy that is only available because things in Portland are so bad. They're trying to cheap out, and they did not. They told him they want him back, but they offered him. They want to save money on the deal. They offered him less money, and then the Bulls have this opportunity to run in and steal a guy who is a current head coach in the NBA and is all about player development, by the way, which is what they want to do. I've heard that they're really hot and heavy on him, and they really like him. Now, I also heard that Micah Nori really impressed him with his interview. So, we'll see which way they go, but I'm hoping it's one of those two guys. Didn't Quinn say that he's going to stay in Miami? He's already announced that. Now, I don't know if they add him to the mix, if that would change things.
Well, I just thought those two things are related.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
But I think Splitter would be kind of fun. It'd be a good thing to see.
I think Splitter would be fun. Nori would be fun based on his personality.
Yes.
It's a good list.
It's a good list. I agree with you.
There's also rumors to go back on the Chris Quinn thing that he might want to stay in Miami because there's also been rumors reported by Tyler Hero's little brother that maybe Giannis could be going to the Heat and Tyler Hero goes to Milwaukee. So maybe stay. They do better. You get a better job maybe going next time for Chris Quinn.
Who does Tyler Hero's little brother work for?
I don't know. He posted a deer. I'll tell you that. He posted a deer. He beat Shams and everybody on Instagram.
I love it.
His name is Tyler the Brave. He's not the hero. It's not true.
This is good stuff.
All right. We'll be right back with the Extra Point. It's Mully and Haugh. It is 104.3 The Score.
Bears fans.
It's the dog days of summer, but there's no offseason when it comes to Bears talk on The Score.
It was great to hear Caleb talking about it now, about how last year they couldn't even spit out a play, and now this year the starting point is just a completely different and elevated place. They meet every day, they laugh, they joke, but they also...
He yells at me.
He yells at me. The offensive-minded head coach and the quarterback are bonding.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never working lot, and I'm in this, I was showing John Mullen, Moon Mullen, the costume, and I had the big head, and I put it on, and I was kind of dancing around the parking lot. All the players were coming out of practice, honking their horns. They thought it was hysterical. So anyway, I end up at this party, and I'm Elmo, and I'm dressed up, and I'm dancing around. I lived in a townhouse at the time. My nephew tripped me. I went like arse over tea kettle down the stairs. The only thing that saved me was this big outfit I had on. That I got to tell you,
almost saved your life.
Almost saved me. When I finally took the helmet off, about a bucket of water of sweat poured out of it. I was just like, How do you ever wear one of these things?
That was kind of his point.
Oh, he's so right.
I don't think he was ever Elmo.
Oh,
That's
my
quite
God.
a story.
Thank you, buddy. I'm here for you.
I mean,
you know, when you love your kids, you do all sorts of dumb
definitely.
things.
Yeah, that's not a dumb thing.
You're not coming to Sesame Street anymore.
They threatened, did you see that thing? When Elmo said he hopes both teams have fun, he tweeted that out about the Knicks and the Spurs. All these New Yorkers went after him. Pick a side. And then they had
Elmo loves everybody.
The street thing, they showed the sign, they named the street Sesame Street. And they told him, this comes down if you don't take the Knicks.
Oh, come on. He loves everybody.
It's hysterical.
Little touchy there.
Don't mess with Elmo.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay. Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. You know, they benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops, and I'm just sitting there. We end up getting to DC, and we get our bags, and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office, and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up, and H.W. Bush comes out, and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course, and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf cart. I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart, and it's raining out, Secret Service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart, and he says, young man, take me to my ball. So I'm driving him, and I get on the elevate, like on the side of the elevated green, and the cart starts to slip. And the Secret Service jumps out, and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look. And I get over by him. He goes, you are not driving anymore. No more. And the president looks at him and says, Wally, let him drive. So I didn't know who to think. You know, I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And My life was a movie. Crazy, crazy stories.
Yo, where were you when you heard the big news, Wally?
Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but HW has more pull
gets
than,
to do
than
it.
Murph.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8-8-88, as you mentioned, first night game, 8-8-76, White Sox in shorts. Which one is more important in baseball history, you think?
Oh, I think quite obviously the lights. I didn't wear the shorts. I was injured with the Cubs at that point. So that was a rotator cuff injury in '76, and I was headed to become the first free agent ever to leave the Chicago Cubs. That was the first free agent
For the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Was this as excitable as Craig Counsell will get when he expressed belief on the afternoon show of Spiegel and Holmes that the Cubs will get better?
I do believe in a lot of the things, our hitters are trying to do. You don't always get what you want the day you kind of start practicing, or the week you start practicing, or the couple days you start it. But you're going to get it if it's the right thing, and our guys are going to get it, and our hitters are going to get it. It's just we don't get to know exactly when.
So, can Counsell get his team out of the funk?
I really don't know. And we're supposed to know everything. My opinion, as Dustin grimaces because I said I don't know, my opinion is no. I don't think it will be just Craig Counsell, because I've not been very impressed by the fact that his I go back and forth, and I know I'm guilty of vacillating on this, because one day you respect the temperament and the even-handedness of a guy who is the same every day. But when you're in the midst of a losing skid and a rut to the extent that the Cubs are, I think you do have to consider doing things a little differently. You do need to change your approach. The Cubs started 27-12. That was their high mark. They're
Wow.
They're 7-22 since. Thank you, Jacob Stutz, for that little nugget.
Wow.
So at some point in time, the team, we always say it in sports, it is a cliche for a reason. Do teams reflect their manager or their coach? Right now, the Cubs are listless, and they need some kind of spark. They need a magic wand. Can Mike Vassell tell them where they got that? Can Jordan Leisure give them the gift, the receipt, and tell them where to find their own magic wand? They need something like that. We celebrate the White Sox rapport, camaraderie, and chemistry in the clubhouse and the dugout. We can't just sit here and pretend like it doesn't matter with the Cubs. We can't have it count on one side of town and ignore it on the other. The Cubs are dead. I don't know what they do and how to revive it. But at some point in time, you do hold the manager responsible for the collective mentality of a sports team. And that's on Craig Counsell. Sorry, that's just the way it is in pro sports.
Well, David, if you feel the way you do, and I understand why you feel that way, then Craig Counsell might need a couple days off. As we're giving players off, in all seriousness, maybe this has never been done. Maybe it's been done with a graduation party or something like that, or a wedding in this time of year. Baseball's a long season, right?
Give him a wedding.
Give him a weekend back in Milwaukee, back in Wisconsin. Let him have a family reunion somewhere. Instead of going to San Francisco with the team, jump on Air Council, because he can afford it. He's handsomely paid. Back to Milwaukee and let him have the series off. Maybe just for one weekend, somebody else needs to push the buttons. Something's got to give. It's not his fault. I mean, it's his fault, but it's not. He can't go up there and swing the bat. What happened to Nico Hoerner? At one point, I think I suggested to you guys, do you think the Cubs got lucky with the deal they paid Nico Hoerner, the extension? He's already overperforming the extension they gave him, and you guys gave out the stats about how bad he's been while the Cubs have gone bad at the same time. So maybe Craig Counsell needs to take a couple days away from baseball, as David originally suggested.
I love that idea of a vacation.
I honestly, okay. So we talk about, hey, the White Sox look like they're getting better. Oh, look, you can watch them now. Oh, they're pretty good. They have suddenly become watchable, and they're now leading the division. If the Cubs lose this series today, they have a losing record. Are the Cubs becoming unwatchable? Are you getting to a point where you might look in on it, but there's no runs in there, and then you go back to something else? Because why do I want to make myself a miserable mess by watching this failure repeatedly? And it's the same thing day in and day out. They haven't won their last 10 series. How is that possible? And how are they coming out of it? That when you say, I don't know, that's what you mean. Everything they're trying is not working. The days off aren't working. So if you give Craig 2 days off, then they lose a couple games, then he comes back and has the same lineup, and then nothing happens. It is really becoming overly redundant, repetitive, whatever word you want to use, whatever redundancy you wish to use. All right, we will be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs.
Luther Burden is the flavor of the offseason.
Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
And I just wonder sometimes if the strike zone that they have on there is actually right. See a side shot of the breaking ball coming in chest high. How are you supposed to hit that? I don't know.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovich joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox. And Casey Johnson brings the inside story on the Bulls. From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side. Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for incredible meat deals like value packs of fresh, boneless, skinless chicken breast.
That was the winter of '76. That had the stars of Reggie Jackson and Don Baylor and Bobby Grich. It had a lot of stars in that first class. I was a reluctant free agent, but that's when I went back from the Cubs to the White Sox and became a member of the Southside Hitmen in the '77 season.
But wait, there's more.
I'm an idiot. My bad. There is pictures of you in the shorts though, out there.
No, there couldn't be. I might have gone to the beach that day. No, I don't have any. I never wore the shorts.
Oh God, it's so good. Because. Do I have that right? No.
No, I didn't have that right.
But there are pictures of you in the shorts, and he goes, No. You were Viskurgen. He was Al Michaels.
Yeah, this is why I can't really hammer somebody who gets something horrifically wrong in an interview.
Spiegs is hiding under the desk. Spiegs told Steve Stone that he wore shorts.
There is pictures of you in the shorts, though.
No.
Do I have that right? No.
All right, so I'm your first contestant.
You are the first contestant. Do I have that right? No.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's good teammateship.
So here's my... Oh, come on. This is what this show does. What picture do you have of Steve Stone in a uniform wearing shorts if it never happened?
Yeah, he's not wearing shorts.
That was the problem.
He's wearing... baseball pants, but they only go to the knee. He's got the high socks, and my brain tricked me. I was looking for confirmation that Steve Stone indeed wore the shorts. So for my Google image search, I saw something that looked enough like shorts for my brain to go, yep, he wore them.
Was this photo like those optical illusion photos in the mall back in the day where you could stare at it for hours and see different things?
Is it a blue dress? Is it a yellow dress? There's no way to know. Can we play it again? Because texters are pointing out another understated thing. Did you have 1976 as being 25 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, that would be 45 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well let's just hear it again.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976. You wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8/8/88, as you mentioned, first night game.
Oh man! And so you were so humiliated by it. You texted Steve Stone last night.
I texted Stoney. Yeah.
God, you are in your own head. I forgot about the Billy Hamilton, Brian Goodwin thing 2 seconds after it happened.
But here's the thing: I texted him to thank him because
that's not true, Danny.
It's definitely not true. I was wearing a jersey at the ball game. I'm lying right now to cover up my insecurities.
I've got really thick skin.
Yeah. No, you're right. I just told a lie. I just told a huge lie. That's true. That is very true.
Right? We all get up in our own heads about certain things.
Of course.
You know what
I would have texted Brian Goodwin if I had his number.
So I texted Stoney to thank him because if you hear, he saves my ass.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. First place for your White Sox following a 2-1 win against the Braves and Chris Sale last night at the rate. They win the series. They go for the sweep tonight. Anthony Kay will be throwing. With the win and a Guardians loss, the White Sox are a half a game in front of the Guardians for the best spot in the American League Central. Flipping things around, the Cubs are 34-34. They're walked off for a second straight night to the Rockies, this time a 3-2 loss. Daniel Palencia allowing the go-ahead and winning run. Cubs looking up at the Brewers in the standings, 8 games back in fourth place in the division. They are, however, a game and a half out of the cellar. The Cubs are 0-9 with one tie in their last 10 series. They look to avoid being swept. Zach Zabin's pregame 135 right here on 104.3 The Score. Edward Cabrera 3-3. 4.99 ERA is throwing. No Matthew Boyd this weekend in San Francisco at the Giants, suffering from shoulder soreness. The Knicks, wow, they're one win away from an NBA championship after coming back from as many as 29 down. They win it on an OG Anunoby tip-in with 1.2 seconds remaining, 107-106. Game 5 back in San Antonio, Saturday, 7:30 on ABC. Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight, 7 o'clock on ABC. The series is now a best of 3 after the Hurricanes beat the Knights in Vegas 5-3 to even that series up. Today, the World Cup of Soccer gets underway down in Mexico. Team USA plays Friday night in LA against Paraguay. The Update Studio, it's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence shouldn't cost a fortune.
The runner at first goes. Here's a base hit to right, and the ball game is over. The Colorado Rockies have beaten the Chicago Cubs by a score of 3-2. Thompson a single into right as a pinch batter, and the Rockies make it 2 straight. And the Cubs' troubles continue. They have fallen all the way back to the 500 mark. And there were times tonight, Ron, where it looked very much like this would be the night the Cubs would turn things around. It turned out not to be the case.
Flair in a right. My drop. He gets there. Ball game. White Sox with a 2-1 win over the Braves. They will win this series. And with a Cleveland loss, the White Sox are in first place in the AL Central for the first time since the final day.
This has been some exciting series, another tough and tight one, and the Sox win a close ball game at home.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score, 312-644-6767. Had a couple of interesting results yesterday in baseball with the local Chicago teams. The Cubs falling yet again, losing the series to what we were calling the worst team in baseball, the now 26-42 Colorado Rockies. I'm just double checking right now. I think the Angels are 27-42. So the Rockies, despite their victories over the
They're
Cubs.
still at the bottom.
They're still the worst team in baseball.
They are the worst team in baseball.
And the Cubs are now 34-34.
Yes.
Which is
500.
Not quite what you had hoped for them.
You think?
And the White Sox, meanwhile, are 36-31, which puts them 5 games over 500, and it puts them a half game into first place in the AL Central.
At times we can be accused by virtue of just this job of overstating things, exaggerating.
Yes.
So at the risk of leaning into that or exaggeration, this is a remarkable day in Chicago baseball, June 11th, because the White Sox being in first place and the Cubs being the worst team in the league over the last month, losing a series. How many consecutive series now have they lost? Losing a series.
They split one, so they're
okay. They have not won a series.
They haven't won the last 10.
In the last 10,
and they were 9-0-1 in those 10.
To sit here and have the Cubs playing at the level they're playing, and the White Sox being in first place on their way to who knows where, to me fits the definition of remarkable, and it is an amazing juxtaposition. Is that the right word?
Sure.
Of baseball teams in this city that I don't think anybody expected and nobody reasonably could have predicted. And so here we are enjoying the White Sox resurgence while lamenting what has happened to the Cubs, the deadest team in baseball.
Yeah, I regret not making wagers about which team would finish better, all that stuff. But I think what's remarkable is, the Cubs, a lot of what has happened has been their injuries. And we know Cade Horton isn't there, and we know that now Matthew Boyd is not only not there, but not able to come back immediately. And we know that they are struggling to figure out their rotation. But you look at the White Sox, their best player, the guy that turned around their fortunes, is Mune Murakami, and he has been out now for going on 2 weeks. They do not have Kyle Teel, haven't had Kyle Teel, arguably maybe their best baseball player a year ago. Haven't had him they haven't had him once all year. He got injured in the World Baseball Classic. It's worrisome to me, the Colson Montgomery. And I know there was a left-hand pitcher on the bump.
He's got a back issue.
There's a left-handed pitcher tonight.
Yeah, but he's got a back issue.
That's what's going on.
So you're worried about that?
Well, I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like he's got a back issue. Oh, he's going to spend 2 weeks on the IL. That kind of thing. Let's listen.
We're good. I mean, it's just one of those things, throughout the season, things kind of come up, and nothing we're concerned about at all. It was just kind of getting ahead of it so it just doesn't linger and get anything worse, Got
a little Zach Brown band going in the background.
Is that Zach Brown?
Gotta love that.
I believe
love that.
I think we have a fine for you recognizing
No,
that.
I can hear that a mile away. I can name
that
that tune in 2 notes.
Holy cow.
Yes. That was a little Zach Brown band.
I didn't know.
That is a good place to be. It's a good vibe in the Sox clubhouse. That's what I'm talking about.
I would never have recognized that song.
Well, I know, but we don't have the same music sensibilities necessarily. That's okay.
But you could share with a brother. You could let a guy know, hey, here's a really good tune that you might hear in the clubhouse that you would like.
Well, I didn't know that he was going to be playing Zach Brown in the background, but now I'm not surprised. It makes sense. Davis Martin on the mound, getting a good vibe going in before the game.
Noah Schultz is still out for the White Sox. I'm just saying, it's not like when you looked at their lineup yesterday, because Sam Antonacci wasn't going to go, he got a day off. When you just looked at the players they were lining up, you probably thought
this is what I'm talking about with the Sox.
Yeah.
They're an unlikely bunch to be in first place because they're easy to overlook and underestimate. And you got a lot of guys like that. And I don't think that's accidental. I think that's by design. When Chris Getz goes out and he drafts Sam Antonacci, was he a second-round pick or wherever from Southern Illinois?
I think he was from Springfield.
Springfield.
I want to say was he a third rounder or something like that?
Okay. Sam Antonacci, Chase Mydroth.
Remember?
These guys have like they're grinders.
Well,
they're baseball players.
Didn't draft Chase. See,
I traded for Chase.
But that's the difference if you think about it. I'm watching Chris Sale on the bump last night, and I'm thinking, okay, all we talked about was Garrett Crochet and what they got in that deal. Remember what they got in the Sale deal? Bum, bum, bum.
Well, it's a good contrast because that was the first rebuild. But Mully, in fairness,
that was the failed rebuild.
That was a failed rebuild because they traded him for Moncada and Kopech.
Yes, and there was I can't remember the kid's name, some other minor league.
Berube?
You know who it is.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Didn't work out.
That was December 7th, 2016.
Luis Basabe.
Basabe. There we go.
Yeah.
Basabe. I can name Zach Brown Band, but I can't remember Basabe. Okay, I'm sorry.
I can't either.
December of 2016.
I don't think we ever saw him.
December of 2016, the White Sox conceded. They said, we need to rebuild. We're going to get rid of Chris Sale, and we're going to try to do it. Now, in fairness, that rebuild resulted in the last time the Sox were in first place, 2021, the last day of the season. That was the last time they were in first place until now.
Who was the manager?
No, don't kill my buzz.
Don't
kill your buzz.
This is
what's celebrating.
Different.
Will Venable does make this feel different. It's new. They got a lot of guys who love their slug. And they got a lot of guys who can play a variety of positions.
And I'd like to offer a personal apology to Luis Angel Acuna because I said it was absurd to say he likes to slug. But he did actually hit one in the air and got a hit yesterday where I was like, wow.
Another guy who loves to slug.
That doesn't sound like a very sincere apology.
It wasn't like heartfelt. And it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
But he did better than I anticipated he would. I was a little nauseous at the idea of Colson Montgomery not playing and him starting at shortstop.
Well,
He did
do
well.
you think that you're reacting this way to the Montgomery's absence because of what's happened with Murakami and what's happened with Kyle Teal, and you fear the worst now?
I think I know that I'm not allowed nice things, and they are taken from me. That's why I reacted that way. I've been around a while, and I've seen some really bad stuff go down with the Chicago White Sox. So I was hesitant, and you're right. I mean,
you've been wounded.
I've been sitting through 100 losses for 3 years. I watched all these
which
games.
is what makes today all the more remarkable.
Yes.
From 2 seasons ago when they made history for futility to now they're in the position of being in first place in their division that nobody saw coming, and they're doing it without right now.
Congratulations
the best home run hitter.
Okay?
Yeah.
Everything that he's done he's done very well. And I just hope that everybody gets the heck out of the way and lets him draft whoever he wants to draft.
Thank you.
I don't want to hear any other guy.
Buster Posey.
I don't want to hear I don't want to hear of any other guy that might not like a certain player as much as Chris Getz does, because it's irrelevant to me.
You just want the Chris Getz stamp of approval on draft night.
Let's go ahead and do it.
Do you think that he favors Rock Chalowski?
I do.
I think so too.
Yeah.
He's pretty good about sticking to conventional wisdom.
Well,
he's a practical thinker.
I think he's interested in getting the best player available.
Yeah. And Rock Chalowski is a consensus best player available.
That's right.
It's a very fun time to be a White Sox fan to see this resurgence. It's as much fun to see the Whites. It's kind of like you have the agony and the ecstasy. You have the White Sox kind of maxing out their potential right now, and you have the Cubs coming as far apart from their potential as any team in baseball. They're the biggest overachievers and the biggest underachievers in the same baseball city.
I don't understand why the Cubs have gone so far off the boil. I mean, you got to admit,
me either,
that it just doesn't make a ton of sense that they collectively would be as bad as they are. And I really don't think it has anything to do with guys liking each other in the clubhouse or anything like that. They were doing so well. They were winning. What did they win? 20 of 23 games at some point? I mean, they had and now they've gone exactly the opposite way. And it's kind of confounding because, again, Shota was fine yesterday. He did more than enough to win that game. Where was the run support? Where are all these highly paid, well-paid professional hitters?
They're not hitting, and they're not performing, and they're not earning their considerable salaries. And they have guys who have stopped producing at the worst possible time, and it's all happened at once. It is a simultaneous situation where everyone is falling short. And, we vented a little bit, or I speak for myself at the extra point about how this is partly on the manager for not being able to draw more out of his team or to create this kind of vibe. But I understand in saying that how absurd it can be, because you can't really Craig Counsell getting somebody motivated on a daily basis or getting them to be more animated regularly has no effect on their ability to turn on a fastball that's going 99 miles per hour.
Let's get to some of our callers. We have a lot of people who want to check in. We'll start with our guy Ron, who's on the south side. Ron, we missed you yesterday, buddy. I'm sorry. How you doing?
Man, look here. That's okay, man. But look here. Mully, first place White Sox. What I mean, Braden Montgomery. It's too much to say about this, man. I told Dustin he's been taking my call these last few years, and I was just going.
It's been awful what we've been through to get to this point, but it's incredible we've gotten to this point. And you're right, Braden Montgomery. What's not to like? I'm watching him. There's a couple of balls that are hit to right field where I'm like, oh no, is that going to fall? But he's right there. And I was
more impressed by the fact that he had 2 doubles last night.
He's backing
and
up
one
and
on
catching
each
him
side
on
of the plate.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
Didn't he hit one left-handed and one right-handed?
Yes, he's been very good.
He's been very good already. He looks like a seasoned pro.
It's a relief.
Doing it all right.
Jeff is on the Odyssey app. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. David, it is all right to vacillate. I looked it up. Vacillating is the act of waving a wand and having magical things happen for your baseball team.
Oh, that's good. That's very good, Jeff.
I just have a real quick lyric, and I hope, David, you love it. It's called Cubs Are Awful. Look, watching the Cubs in my man cave. Tomorrow on the radio, we're going to rant and rave. Can't score runs, hitting so bad. Only team homers, and I'm getting so mad. My love for the team is so infernal. Jumping in my car, going to visit the colonel. Drown my sorrows in the bucket of extra crispy. Wash it all down with peanut butter whiskey.
Wow, that is beautiful, Jeff. That is a Mr. David tribute song.
That is very well done.
That's outstanding.
It's very embarrassing, but very well done. You got everything in there.
You're washing it down with peanut butter whiskey. Let's try John. John is on the Odyssey
That was awful.
That was awful. Hey, John.
Quick.
Go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
Hey, guys, two quick points. The manager too soft, man. He's puffy. He don't never get in a grid. We need him to act, maybe do one time like Lee Elia did. Go up and pick some dirt or something. Put some fire back in the team. And the last thing, go through the Cubs system. Congratulations to the Sox fans. Also, go back and look in the Cubs system. Whole organization, not one Afro-American player. I'll hang up.
Huh. I'd never
consider that.
No.
I don't know if that's related. We'll maybe do a look at that. But let me get to his point about Craig Counsell, though. And I think you really want to be fair here, because his answer to a question yesterday during the afternoon show I thought was very revealing to me. He was asked by Spiegel and Lawrence about players owning it, taking accountability, like Alex Bregman, after a game, and their ability, or does he care if they speak publicly? And he said no. Now, on the surface, that's a typical Craig Counsell response. He'll give you a one-word response if you ask him a yes/no question. But when he expanded on it, he said he wants everybody to be themselves. He wants players to be themselves. And if it's comfortable speaking about it, go ahead and speak about it. If you're not, don't. I think that, to me, revealed a little bit about his leadership style. He is going to be himself, and he is a very measured individual. He's a very much an unemotional guy based on what we see. That is his biggest strength as a manager, but maybe in times like this, it becomes a weakness as well, because you need somebody to kind of stir the pot, if you will, to wave the magic wand, to do something to get players to play or to behave in a way that is different on a daily basis. Someone to kind of change the temperature in the room.
I gotta be honest with you. Accountability only goes so far if it doesn't lead to.
I don't
change.
disagree with that, but that wasn't what I'm saying. I mean, he's saying.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
But guys who like Bregman, you'd much rather him say nothing and drive in runs with guys in scoring position.
Fair enough.
Than having to explain why he leads the majors in runners left on base. Yes, but I think that's what Craig Counsell was kind of saying, is that if that helps him kind of cope, then talk. If not, say nothing.
You know, this is going to be a dumb thing to say, but they started out, they go to Colorado, they're playing the worst team in baseball, and they lose 7-3. So you could argue that last night's loss was better than the first one because they were in the game till the end. They actually tied it, and you thought for a minute they might actually win the game. But they somehow pull defeat out from that. It wasn't as bad as losing, getting blown out by a team, and you felt like the first one was a blowout.
I would argue the opposite.
So you think it's a worse loss when you're close and you don't get it done?
Yeah, because Daniel Palencia came into the game and he gave it away.
He did give it away. That walk was the turning
made it harder to stomach because of you got to trust somebody.
Right.
And you thought it was Palencia. Now who in the bullpen do you trust? I don't know.
They've got a bunch of guys they've picked up off the scrap heap that they're developing down in Iowa.
I thought the scrap. Never mind.
You thought that was in
Hammond?
I didn't. Yeah. Not the slag heap.
Let's talk to Bruce.
Heap. We'll talk to Bruce next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago. It's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Pete Crow Armstrong makes a sensational catch. Unbelievable. He came out of nowhere.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the program sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council, roofers and waterproofers.
He turns it into a good moment because he tells a story about leaving the Cubs as a free agent. So he turns it into mildly compelling radio as opposed
he's a
to
pro.
the complete cluster bleep that it could have been and embarrassing me any further. He left that for my partner to do the next day.
Oh, it's so good. The thrust of the question, even if the premise was correct, was, what's more important, you wearing shorts or whites?
Yeah, exactly.
I miss a lot on Hit and Run. I should be tuned in more regularly. This show is great.
Hey, man, I'm solo, just flying.
I like it.
Trying to land the plane every couple of minutes.
That's really enjoyable.
I resent Wani saying, "Where's Lawrence?" That's my catchphrase. You know what I mean?
Is it your catchphrase if you're not actually saying it, though? It's just about you?
That's a good point. And is it my catchphrase when it's just a dude asking a question? Just a guy wondering where
Once
somebody
there's T-shirts made, though, I feel like you're at a certain level with it. Once people are asking on the street.
Yeah. Well, it beats the other catchphrase I was using, which is, "Did I do that?"
Oh.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Dynamite.
Don't have a cow, man.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Tell you, hearkening back to the day. What about just Yo Joe?
Got options.
There's a lot of options out here.
Lawrence is on vacation. He's in San Diego. I believe he's going to see the White Sox in San Diego.
He's in a better place.
He's literally in a better place.
He has gone to a better place. This is true. So it's Spiegel and Company for a couple of weeks. Skibbity boppity. And
Skibbity boppity.
Skibbity boppity.
Such a good reference.
Been a while since I heard that.
Yeah. And,
Spiegel and Company.
Skibbity boppity. That guy, man, that guy's been going hard. Who's that? Skillman and Company? Skibbity Company. Skibbity boppity. That guy's been going hard on the Rahimi and Vrabel story because he's like unaffiliated now and he knows stuff. So he does like 3 emergency podcasts a week on the Rahimi and Vrabel stuff.
What is his name, though?
Skillman and Company. Skibbity Company. And we heard it the first time. We're like, did he say skippity boppity? Is that what he said? And it might have been what he said.
We listened back to it last week.
Skibbity boppity.
And I could not stop laughing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And Grote was listening to it, and he's like, wait, why am I in this segment?
Grote is everywhere. We know that. Skibbity Company. There it is.
Oh, wow.
Skibbity Company.
Sounds
him.
like skippity boppity to me.
Skippity boppity, 100%. But Gabe is here. What's up, Gabe?
Chilling. You know, I feel like I only hear that drop when I'm here. So I feel like I hear it all the time, the Where's Lawrence drop. So to me, it's just,
It's everywhere.
It's what I hear when I come here.
Okay.
Because I'm filling in for Lawrence typically. So
There you go.
Yeah.
Gabe came in a good mood. Gabe's always in a good mood. It helps, man. You need people like that.
Vibes.
I think you have to start yourself in that whole you control your attitude thing. This man, his attitude, positive vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I try to siphon him off sometimes, but he only let me have a little bit.
Marshall is as negative as they come, so I gotta
Super
I'm
negative
always
over here.
bringing Marshall up
Negative
to where I
Nelly.
gotta say, come on, smile, bro. Relax.
Negatron.
Rosarena then pivoted to English, that's according to ESPN, and said that Raleigh should shove his, quote, good to see you in his big dumper. That, it does not seem.
This is one of those stories that I wish that Les was still here to talk about.
Oh, this is Daniel
He would
Manning.
have a field day.
This is Daniel Manning and Brian Urlacher all over again, isn't it?
Do not congratulate the opponent. I don't care if it's a ex-teammate during a game. That's bull. Do it after the game. I totally agree with that. Before the game, you want to say hi, whatever. During the game, you're congratulating a guy for picking off your quarterback's pass? Complete garbage. Sorry. What the hell's gotten into athletes in this day and age?
They just realize that it's not life and death.
You're trying to beat this team's brains in and trying to beat them. You don't congratulate them for doing. They're taking money out of your pocket. They're trying to do something that could end up keeping you either out of the playoffs or get you a lower seed or cost you the division title.
I disagree. I think it's okay.
Then you're full of crap too. You're all full
Wow.
of crap.
Cupcake. My guy.
Not Adam Pac-Man Harris.
Good for Adam. The pause, and they're like, yeah, I disagree.
The crazy thing about Adam is like, he is literally the nicest person
Sweetest.
in the world.
He could not be
He's a
kinder.
sweetheart of a man. And you can see his eyes rolling, even though you didn't see him and have his eyes rolling. Like, you could see it, even if just hearing it.
That is our friend and former overnight host, the late Les Grobstein, going off about Daniel Manning, then of the Texans, and Brian Urlacher dapping each other up after Daniel Manning had a pick. I wish Les was alive and here for the Green Bay Packers season that just was. Les really would have enjoyed that.
Oh, he would have enjoyed it. He really would have.
Oh my God, he would have loved that Ben Johnson is totally okay with Matt LaFleur not being happy.
Can you imagine the two overnight shows that Les does after the Bears-Packers games?
Man, just the joy.
Just leaning
coming in. Thank you to the texter for pointing out that was Kesha in the background for Les.
Oh, yeah.
And Adam Harris. Left for Les and Adam Harris, the music. It was Kesha.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely killing.
Didn't he have thoughts on Kesha, too? Isn't there some Les and Kesha thoughts or some back and forth between him and Adam Pac-Man Harris?
Have you ever seen the video where Kesha tries to hug Jerry Seinfeld on the red carpet at an awards show, and he's just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Because he didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
And
he would like to protect his personal space.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to hug everybody and anybody.
In that case, he was being like Cal Raleigh. Except
just dap her up.
Kesha didn't come from Speak. Like, think about Speaks. Think about this from Randy's point of view.
If it was Julia Louis-Dreyfus and he said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Right. Like, think about Randy's like, man, I was just hanging out with your cool-ass parents.
Yeah.
I gave a big old hug, and we were talking about how great you are.
Yeah. And now
Wait,
you're
we
doing
not
this.
cool now because I have on a different jersey?
That's why I said F off and go to hell. That's right. Shove that up your big dumper.
I think we actually have to dump that.
Do we?
Yeah.
I did it the first time. I was like, I'll just be cool and just not mention it, and hopefully Speaks doesn't say it again. Oh, no.
Yeah, because you can't.
Sorry
you can't
about
do
that.
the thing where it's
award-winning show. Not yet, but, close.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce. See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We love talking to our guy, Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM 911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Shout out to everybody watching on CHSN We appreciate your viewership, and it's always a delight to bring in the man himself. Bruce, amazing stuff going on in the wide world of sports.
Missed you, Bruce.
Guys, great to be back and talking about the first place Chicago White Sox. That is an unbelievable story. One of the great stories in sports this year, not just in Chicago baseball or baseball itself. It's just a story that should start picking up a lot of national momentum when it comes to talking about the game and what's going on the South Side.
And certainly Braden Montgomery made history with one of 5 players in his debut to have a walk-off home run. But Bruce, to me, yeah, the skill set is there, but it's the uncommon poise that stands out in the way that he has handled himself as a pro.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about it. And all the credit goes to the scouting people who orchestrated some of these trades that they made. We're not hearing anything about Crochet now. We're hearing about the guys that they got back for Crochet and how they're helping the White Sox win right now. We're talking about the development of young pitchers, position players, people that are having impact right away. It's a great story. It really is. And it's a lot of fun. Is it going to last all year? I don't think anybody is thinking about that. I think they're all concentrating on how much fun it is right now.
Well, it's extremely fun to look at, to watch, because they've done it. You know, I thought they were in serious trouble when Mully went down with that hamstring. I just thought it was going to be a really hard road to hoe. And we had talked about if they can just go 500. And, you know, they managed to get a game when they were in Philadelphia. I'm talking about this hard stretch of schedule. And then you come back and you win a series against the best team in baseball. That is already achieved. They're actually with the possibility of a sweep against Atlanta. And, you know, it is amazing. You had the Montgomery game, and then you look at last night, which was a Davis Martin game. I mean, he matched Chris Sale. I was telling David, it kind of reminded me of watching the Cubs beat Chris Sale with Ben Brown kind of matching him. I thought Davis Martin was sensational. He might have been even better.
Well, Davis Martin is, as we know, we've been talking about it for weeks. He's on his way to the All-Star game, but he's not going to be alone when it comes to White Sox players. We're talking about, we're talking about, Taylor going with him. Taylor is one of the best relief pitchers in baseball. We've talked about that, and he's going to continue to move on there. I think Vargas is going to the All-Star game. It's a really fun story, but is it sustainable? And more importantly, now that we're starting to edge toward the middle of June, with July very close, are they going to be able to? Are they going to want to add some veteran players without touching, using their young base to make trades for a one-year playoff run? That's going to be the interesting story as we head into July. Will the White Sox look for veterans that don't cost them very much in the way of player inventory? That's the key. It's not the money they'll have to spend for the contracts. It's can they handle getting these players that they need and not mess up, some of the chemistry that they have moving forward.
So let's look at the pitching, Bruce, because David Sandlin goes back to Charlotte after 2 shaky starts following a really promising debut. What happens this weekend? Could we see Hagen Smith called up? Who's going to be pitching today? And how confident are you in this rotation to kind of keep things level?
Again, you're going to have to get through the Dodgers, right? That's going to be the next hurdle here. How do you do against, not maybe the best team record-wise in baseball, but the best organization and the deepest team in baseball? How are you getting through that? And, as you said, do you have enough pitching? That's that's what the officials with the White Sox, when I talk to them, that's what they talk about. Are we going to be deep enough pitching wise? Can we get through these hurdles of these other really good teams in June and make it to the other end? Then we'll know more about ourselves, and then we'll know more about what we have to do. But the pitching they have has been really good. The bullpen has been a hero through all of this, all spring long. So as we go into summer here, will the pitching be good enough to hold up? So far, it has, and we know the defense has supported it as well.
Bruce, we had a conversation yesterday about the Cubs and whether they could make a move in terms of if they ever wanted to be seller as opposed to buyer. You go through that lineup, who could they sell? There's really not a lot of moves out there for them if they did kind of change their mind. I'm curious, who would you trade if it's trade time for the Cubs if this continues? And what would you attempt to go after? What position would be the one you would pick if you were the White Sox?
The Cubs, you mean?
Well, first the Cubs, then the White Sox. I'm saying
okay.
if one team is a seller and one team's a buyer, and I don't know that is the case. I'm just saying as of this minute, this morning, the Cubs at 34-34, what could they do if they wanted to not acquire players but get rid of someone?
Well, if you want to trade between the White Sox and Cubs,
no, I just want both teams to make a trade.
I would trade for Carson Kelly. I mean that's
the guy they should trade. Okay. That's the guy you think the Sox should go get. For what?
I think one of their young catchers, and maybe the Cubs certainly are going to need pitching in the future. If you look at the
why Carson Kelly? That makes no sense.
Because they're not getting production out of the catching.
You got Kyle Teal coming back,
but Bruce is saying that he'll believe it when he sees it.
All right,
right? Do you know what Kyle Teal is yet? Is he a position player?
I believe the word is injured.
Yeah. So that would be David. That would be for this year. Okay. You want to count on Teal catching the rest of the games all year when he comes back? We don't have a date yet when he's going to come back.
I do.
So you do what? You want to catch all the games?
I want Kyle Teal to play every day. I want Kyle Teal to be part of this, in the middle of this, a big contributor to this when he's healthy.
Doesn't have to be a catcher.
Carson Kelly, that caught me off guard. That's a Cubs Sox thing. I don't know. No way.
What? But do you think the Sox should be looking at a catcher?
I would say that right now, depth-wise, that's the one thing that they probably need.
Like a better
this year.
Would you a better defensive catcher or a catcher that could hit?
I want a guy that can hit.
Yeah.
I want a guy that can hit. Kelly, Kelly's a big part of the Cubs, and he has been for the last 2 years. But if you're talking about getting something really good back from the White Sox, look at your rotation for next year if you're the Cubs, right? How many of those guys are under contract?
Very few.
Not Shota.
J-Mo's gone.
Not J-Mo.
Shota's gone. Colin Ray, does he have more than this year?
No, I don't believe so.
I mean, they got me turning over
Cabrera,
a lot. Boyd is
and maybe
another.
Boyd. But what condition is Boyd going to be in by the end of 2026?
I think Boyd is an option on both sides.
Yeah. Wow.
So what I'm saying is, if you have to, it's too early to give up on the season if you're the Cubs, right? You're 500 right now.
If you say so.
A month from now, who knows what the story is, and then who are you trading with, and what are you trying to get back for next year? It would be, it's the reverse of what everybody thought the season was going to be right now on June 11th, right? The White Sox are trending all the way up to being the third best record in the American League, and the Cubs are down to the point where they're riding a 7-for-22 since May the 8th. They haven't won a series since then, and we don't know what the spiral is going to continue to look like. As you guys said to start this segment about the Cubs, where are you going with this, and when does it stop? Because if you're going to make a trade, who are you going to trade for? Where are you going to put them? Right? It's pretty much a veteran locked-in team right now, both pitching and position-wise, and there's really nowhere to put anybody on this team. You have a bunch of veteran guys that have to get it done. Right now, they're not.
Scale of 1 to 10, what's your confidence level that the Cubs will eventually get it done?
What does that mean?
It means get out of this rut to get back in a playoff position, to get in the wild card, to get in the tournament so they have a chance in October.
I'd say about a 5 right now. That's about what I look at.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I think it's a 5 because I'm not concerned as much as everyone else is about the 3 runs per game that they've been scoring since May 8th. Okay, before that it was 5.5 runs a game. I'm more concerned about the pitching and the starting pitching, and that is my long-term concern the rest of the season for the Cubs. So we'll see how that works out.
What about the White Sox? They've got some young pitching that should be coming up. David asked you about Hagen Smith. It would appear, since Sandlin's back down, that they're going to need someone to start a game. Now, I don't know if it's a great idea to bring him up and face Ohtani as a leadoff hitter, but the guy has really pitched better since Brian Bannister went down there and worked on something with him.
I really trust the Chicago White Sox hierarchy right now. And when they think that guys have been ready, they've been ready. Again, Sandlin had that really fine beginning to his career, and then last 2 have been, okay, we need to send him back. They don't push things beyond what they see. So I have faith in what they're doing there with Will and his staff and the front office. They make an awful lot of good decisions. They're developing a lot of good players. I wouldn't count Sandlin out, as you go into July and August, and he comes back and he's a better form of himself. So there's a lot of things to be happy about if you're a White Sox fan, and that development, which they refuse to shove people into positions of failing with the White Sox at the top level, even though they want to continue to win, that they're not doing it at the expense of a guy's player development.
Thanks, Bruce.
Great stuff, Bruce.
Guys, have a great day.
Glad you're back.
Yeah, it's great to have you back, Bruce. Bless you. That is our guy, Bruce Levine. Interesting.
Oh, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff there.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of doing a Cubs-Sox trade. I think that's just for the sake of some fans. I don't like the Carson Kelly idea.
No, I don't like that at all.
But there's some other things that he said about player development with the Sox I think are worth revisiting.
All righty, 312-644-6767. It is Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
The Score is Chicago's voice of the fan, sharing your passion and opinions for our teams.
Shota has not been sharp the last couple of times starts. Yep. Tommy says he's fine. Okay, if Tommy Hodby says he's fine, I'm going to trust that he's fine.
I'm not firing anybody today, but of course, Jed Hoyer's got to figure it out. He's got to figure out what's going to happen here at the trade deadline. He's going to figure out how he's going to help Craig Counsell.
The Bears Stadium story, which speaks worst story ever.
I think it's the worst sports news story we've ever had to deal with.
Chicago's voice, your voice, is Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Tonight, catch the final matchup between the Sox and the Braves. His now opportunity to compete for a starting job in Dallas, they let Eric Kendricks go, and now there's an opening, so he will either he'll play a similar role he did here, and good for Jack Sanborn. He's an easy guy to like. He was an easy bear to root for. I'm a little surprised they didn't want to keep him in that defensive meeting room just for the special teams value and the inherent value of having try-hard guys in your locker room.
Yeah.
Holdovers,
They brought back Josh Blackwell.
But he might have reminded too many people of Matt Eberflus, a young Matt Eberflus who made every tackle at Toledo. He was a tackle machine, just like the Sandman was for the Bears when he started.
You know what this is, right?
Yes, I do know what this
Metallica,
is. Okay,
Sandman.
I do know. I'm not entirely in the dark about these things, Mark Grote.
I just thought you would acknowledge it.
Do you think I'm that
over
uncool?
there.
Am I that uncool?
No, you're not.
I just think I don't know what this is.
I just wanted to make sure it was acknowledged. I
We're
wasn't
off to
sure.
Never Neverland.
Yeah.
Next question.
Do you have a baseball question?
Off to Neverland. Yeah.
That's coming back.
Say your prayers.
Till the Sandman has come.
Till the Sandman has come.
How would you describe Colson Montgomery's reaction to being sent to AAA camp?
Once I woke up this morning, I was just like, all right, gotta go to work, gotta do the same thing, and just be a pro.
Be a pro. What's the earliest now you can envision Montgomery wearing the White Sox uniform here in Chicago?
Is this show back on the rails now?
Sleep with one eye open.
Gripping your pillow tight.
Okay.
Enter light.
I wanted you to get that out of your system because I sensed that you wanted to get that out of your system.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say it.
I will seek out more Matt Patricia content.
Okay.
And that is my confession.
All right.
He had thoracic outlet
10
syndrome.
our fathers, by the way, for that.
Oh, for the
You're good.
shoulder.
You're
How many
clear.
bears?
Oh, that's a great question.
How many? Because that's the absolution I'm looking for. How many bears?
Well, no. The absolution is that you must say bears, 1,000 consecutive times at some point in time, whether it's on your walk home, whether I don't know if you're driving back to Hyde Park tonight.
I might want to walk home considering what's going on Lakeshore Drive.
Oh my God! Yes,
Southbound Lakeshore Drive no longer exists.
I think you should say
because of the race.
Bears on the air for a segment. You know?
Yeah.
20 minutes of bears.
It would probably rate very highly.
I actually think that's a great idea.
Probably would.
And the
We're
best part
talking
would be,
bears on the score.
And the best part would be like we'd ask the listeners what we were talking about, and they'd be like, "They kept talking about the White Sox."
Lawrence, you remember that's the old Zach Zaidman adage. All you have to do is give out the phone number and say
bears.
and you'll have full calls.
I'm picturing the person listening to Lawrence do bears, and the guy in the car going, "Yep,
Exactly.
yep."
You bet. He's right.
The guy in the car
yeah,
being
yeah.
like, "Oh, I'm so glad someone finally said it. Someone finally said bears."
I gotta turn on a score right now. They're just doing the Bears thing.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. Lions. Lions.
And
Lions,
tigers.
Lions.
Oh my!
This sounds like an improv exercise.
Isn't the whole day?
I was gonna
an improv
say this is
exercise?
what radio
yes,
is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I also
Someone texted
laughed.
in and said, "Let's do bears instead of categories."
Bears.
Lawrence Holmes, if you don't stop naming every bear.
That was a segment
tell
my
you
old
about the
radio
Bears.
station did in Dallas. The Ticket, they just did a segment called Name the Baseball Players. So it was obviously a bit, some people would call it and just name baseball players. Some people hated it, but it was pretty funny.
Categories coming up at 325.
Tanny, what was the fantasy football?
Sit 'em or bench 'em.
Sit 'em or bench 'em that you guys used to do on Boards and Bernstein.
That was awesome.
Such a great segment.
Yes.
Should I sit 'em or bench 'em?
Because they didn't like fantasy football. They didn't care about fantasy football.
And-
so they did sit 'em or bench 'em.
And to speak to your point, Grote, a highly rated segment.
I believe it.
People would just listen to them go, you know what, bench them. Sit them.
I called the radio today. They told them to bench them.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dan Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can clean up some things in the run game too. He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Halas Hall looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten
really
safety.
Gotta find the balance between kind of geeking out against playing against a Hall of Famer and locking in to try to put together quality at-bats to get a win. And so I felt like I was prepared going into it. And again, with a guy like that, you play him 10 times out of 10 times, he'll probably have his way a lot of those times. And so I was glad to be able to get him today one time.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That is the voice of Braden Montgomery. Get used to it. We're going to be hearing a lot from him.
Come sail away.
For a long
and
time.
He faced Chris Sale, and he took care of business the way that you hope that he would if you're a Sox fan.
2 doubles, 1 from each side of the plate.
Not bad.
Pretty good.
Pretty good for his second day as a major leaguer.
4 of 9.
So the timetable with him was
2 doubles, a homer.
Handled perfectly.
3 RBI.
Can we agree on that?
Runs scored. I'm
2
sorry,
games
I'm
in.
just going on
No,
about
4 for 9 is big.
Yeah.
4 for 9 says you're not overmatched.
With power.
With power. He loves the slug.
Yeah, listen, they needed to bring him up, frankly. It's kind of like, I like Jacob Gonzalez. He had another hit yesterday.
Gonzalez playing first base is one of the more underrated things that we have overlooked.
He's an excellent fielder.
Who knew that he, at shortstop, could make the transition at the major league level at first base? That, to me, is also one of the many examples. I'll just go through a couple quick ones here, Mully. Player development. They got him ready to play first base by playing him 5 games at Charlotte. Who thought that he would have to be pressed into action when he was? But thank goodness he was prepared.
Sam Antonacci.
That's another one. They did something with him. This whole idea of him leaning into pitches and leaning into the idea that your on-base percentage matters as much. His approach at the plate is an asset. Now, is that a new thing? It was something that he did in college, but they certainly have gotten the most out of him and also made him into a left fielder so he was ready to play at the major league level.
5th round pick, by the way.
5th round pick. Definitely somebody who has risen quicker than maybe people expected. Largely because
WBC helped him a ton.
Helped his confidence level, but also his ability to, and their willingness to place an infielder in the outfield speaks to how they prepare these young prospects to be versatile.
And one of the things Bruce said is the Sox are doing a great job of putting people in a position where they can be successful. I'm not entirely sure that they did that for him, but he took it on and made that work. Do you know what I mean?
Because he understands that's the way that he was going to be valuable and indispensable.
He's counting the numbers. He knows the number of infielders.
How about going back to last year, the way that Miguel Vargas credited somebody's adjustment, Ryan Fuller's adjustment with his hand placement, to making a difference in him as a major league hitter.
Totally different guy now.
How about Colson Montgomery going to Arizona, remaking his swing and becoming a power hitter as a shortstop? How about Hagen Smith?
I hope his back's okay.
Man, me too. I know you're worried.
I know.
But Hagen Smith makes a little tweak in his delivery. Brian Bannister sees it. They change it. He is now back. He's on his way to Chicago, essentially sooner rather than later. My point is that these are isolated examples. They're winning.
One other one I want to make.
Which one?
Who was the opening day starter?
Shane Smith. Yes.
When's the last time you even heard his name mentioned?
Right.
So the idea that you could have someone that you thought enough of to be your opening day starter, it doesn't work out, and then he gets hurt down in Charlotte, and it doesn't matter?
Well, he was replaced by a guy who you helped develop as well, Noah Schultz.
Yes.
Noah Schultz's development is also a credit to the White Sox pitching infrastructure. The point being is that when you have, Ozzie Guillen alluded to this at one point, former players, you have Brian Bannister and Josh Barfield in the front office.
Yes.
Chris Getz is the general manager. These guys know what they're looking at. They know how to fix what's broken. And I think they have a good staff in place. And so player development is a big asset and reason why the Sox are where they are.
312-644-6767. They're in first place. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs fans, Pat and Ron are your boys of summer on The Score.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone.
These guys are on a roll. Pat Hughes, they had fun yesterday, and I don't know if you're going to be able to find it on TV. All I know is 104.3 The Score. Pat, Coon, and Zach.
The boys of summer, your sound of summer.
Can you believe it? Listen to Wrigley.
In crystal clear FM quality on 104.3 The Score.
I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach, and at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center fielder, like a deep safety, and that's where all those interceptions came back in his freshman season 3 years ago. And year by year, his role continued to be tweaked and adjusted. Second season at Purdue, sometime at strong safety, sometime in the box. Here at Oregon, this past season, he was utilized in that Dan Lanning defense, Toss LaPoy's defensive coordinator, but it's Dan Lanning's defensive scheme that they were running, and he was moving around quite a bit. He spent some time at the second level, spent some time deep, did a lot more stem and disguise than we had seen at either point in his previous seasons of his college football career, and also a player that, being only 3 years removed from high school, you can just tell he's learned more and more about the sport of football, more and more how to play defense at the major college level every year he's been doing it. I actually comp him with Kevin Byard, the player who the Bears just moved on from because he's on the other side of 30, but no player in the National Football League has had more interceptions than Kevin Byard during the time he's been here. He was such a key cog in the Bears' success that they had last season. When you look at Dylan Thieneman, he's 6 foot, he's over 200 pounds, he's versatile, he's a sure tackler. He's not the thumper that some of the other safeties in this draft cycle are, but he is a physical football player. He tackles with urgency, which I really like to see that. He will continue, I think, to get even more formidable with the way that he's able to run the alley and attack the line of scrimmage. So his style of play, not only does he have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks, but he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school. And the testing numbers being off the charts, it just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thieneman has shown he can do. He can be a guy, if you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes to pick off. He can do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
They were 15-5 over a 20-game span. That's all with Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson. 15-5 over a 20-game span. And then things fell off the table and they lost 9 of 10. But Trevor Lawrence can win games and put up points and also knows just how to do whatever he has to do as a quarterback to win games. And he was really, really good last week. So I understand your fear, Lawrence, big time.
I'll keep crunching the numbers and see if I can come up with a Bears win on this one, but it needed to at least be said. So, okay, now that we've done some game prep and everything else, what was your favorite thing that you remembered about that trip? Because I didn't ask you that. We asked you about how the whole thing, but what was your favorite part? What would you recommend to a Bear if they were like, hey, Grote, Bears, where should I go and hang out? What should I do?
Guys, I swear to God, I did not hear anything that happened the last 30 seconds.
Dave
did it again. I'm not playing radio here.
That's
This
better.
cat just did it.
That's better.
This cat just did it. Come here, you. Come here, Dave. You want to be on Twitch? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, bring him up.
The evidence.
Let people see
Here he
Dave
is.
the cat.
There's DTC right there.
There
You're
he
a bad
is.
boy.
Every
You're
time,
a bad boy.
Every time you say DTC, I think of ITC and Inside the Clubhouse, and I'm insulted for them. You know what I mean?
think of OPP.
Oh, but are you down with that?
Yeah, you know me.
Shane's down with it. Yeah. Should
So
we ask
that's
Bruce
the-
who he has
that's what
on?
the streets
Inside
say.
the- Bruce, who do you have? Who will you have this week on Inside the Clubhouse? Have you?
What have
you?
ye
What did you ask,
today?
Lawrence? I'm sorry.
No,
man.
it doesn't matter. We run out of
I
time.
thought you really-
We asked about Dave the cat.
Yeah, DTC did it again, didn't you, Dave? So now I do think Dave knows what he's doing. Yeah, he does know what he's doing.
He's crafty like that.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and like I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Well, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on the score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question? Scale of 1 to 10. He just asked you 2 really good questions.
Presented
What
to
do
you
you
in
think?
part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
The Score Update Studio, it's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. After reaching a high mark of 27-12 back on May 8th, the Cubs wake up this morning a 500 team following a second walk-off loss to the Rockies out in Arizona. They're 34-34 overall. They will be back here on The Score this afternoon on 1:35 pregame with Zach Zaidman. Edward Cabrera throws as the Cubs look to avoid being swept by the Rockies. No Matthew Boyd this weekend in San Francisco, suffering shoulder soreness. The Cubs hoping that it will just be one and done, and he'll be back in the rotation soon. The White Sox wake up in first place this morning following a 2-1 win against Chris Sale and the Braves. Davis Martin throws 6 scoreless innings for his 9th win. White Sox 36-31, good for a half-game lead in the division over the Guardians. They host the Braves tonight, looking for the sweep. Anthony Kay throws. NBA Finals saw the Knicks come back from down 29 to win on a tip-in by OG Obanovy, and they win it 107-106. They were down 27 at the half were the Knicks. They are now up 3-1 on the Spurs. Game 5 back in San Antonio Saturday, 7:30 tip on ABC. Tonight on ABC, the puck will drop between the Hurricanes and the Knights from Las Vegas. The game's in Raleigh. The series is tied at 2-2. It's a best of 3 now. For the winner, the Lord Stanley Cup awaits. Bears have their third day of 3-day mandatory minicamp up at Hallis Hall, so just one practice left today before a 6-week break. Game 1 of the World Cup this afternoon. Mexico playing in that one. Then Friday night, Team USA's first game out in L.A. against Paraguay. The Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune.
So Matt came out of his start in Iowa with a little bit of soreness. So we're just going to back off him a couple days. So he is not going to start in San Francisco. Hoping that it's minor and we can get back on the mound quickly. But he's not. He threw his bullpen, and he just wasn't he just hadn't recovered the way that he needs to recover. So we're going to have to take some time.
Was the bullpen?
Yesterday.
So you said a specific spot?
It's his shoulder. He just has some lingering soreness from his start, and we got to, by your bullpen day, you're kind of, how you're supposed to feel, and he just didn't feel normal. So, we hope to be. We think this is minor. And that's the hope, and we can get back on a mound pretty quickly and not lose a lot of time here. But it's the start for this weekend is not going to happen.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That's the voice of Craig Counsell. That was before the game where he revealed that Matthew Boyd's comeback from that knee surgery is now hampered by shoulder soreness from his start.
But this time he was injured pitching.
This is not good.
No, this is more concerning than just the meniscus he tore playing with his children.
He had that fixed, and then he started trying to get back, and they were planning on
now
using
we're back
him.
to traditional pitching injuries for a 35-year-old starter.
You don't want that.
You don't want that. I'm going to be perfectly honest here, though. Until Craig Counsell addressed it, I had almost forgotten that Matthew Boyd was injured, or kind of blocked it out.
You had forgotten he was coming back,
or coming back, or what? Yeah, he's made 5 starts this year. I think when he went down with the meniscus thing, I think I wrote him off until he was back and wake me when it's over type of thing. I don't want to be dismissive of it, but it was very frustrating when the injury the first time, and you haven't been able to count on him this year.
Do you feel the same way about Justin Steele?
Yeah.
Just being honest about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's going to come back at some point, right? That's the belief, but he's
frustrating.
Okay.
It's very frustrating. You get over you deal with the body blow of Cade Horton.
Yes.
And then you don't want to play this hope game.
But you hoped that Justin Steele would come back and replace him at some point, right?
You're going to hope your life away, your season away, if you keep on in that mode. So, yeah, Justin Steele, I don't know. I thought at one point June 1st, now July 1st, now I don't know when. Matthew Boyd, shoulder? Really?
Listen,
so now
that's bad news.
What's realistic for him to contribute this year? All-Star break?
I think, okay, and these are good questions for Tommy Houdovy. But I think that we know that they've already revealed that Jamison Taillon is now All-Star break.
Hamstring.
That's pretty far out, right?
Hamstring.
And I don't mean cool.
No, they're hamstrung by the hamstring. Dustin, why are all the faces?
One. Well, because that's what I do. I make faces. One, he misses us. He's not going to make. I think he's right back. He'll take a couple bareback bodies.
Who's this?
Matthew Boyd.
Okay.
He just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, like
you
did and I did this morning.
Yeah.
You're dismissing this as waking up on the wrong side of the bed?
This is just a one. That's what I'm hoping. Okay, I'm not a doctor.
Didn't you just hear him say you're not supposed to hope?
What else can Cub fans do right
Javier Assad is going to start probably Saturday, yeah?
Yeah.
Because you got
TBD right now on the websites. But
everything, I mean, both teams are TBD. I think the White Sox are all TBD. I think TBD is the name of your starting pitcher these days.
Well, TCB.
Add the Y. It's pretty.
Did you just go Elvis on me?
Yes, I did.
Take care of business?
Just take care of business, man. I am really at this point.
I need a peanut butter sandwich.
I just don't really know who you can count on.
Peanut butter and banana
you have
sandwich.
the trust circle. It's a semicircle. I don't even know.
It's Ben Brown's circle.
Ben Brown.
Okay.
And whatever the radius of his reach
Shota
is.
maybe after last night.
Shaky. I'm shaky with Shota. You know that.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I'm wildly
in the thin air last night.
I am wildly.
Give up a home run in Colorado. Come on.
I get it. So I'm back in. I'm wildly inconsistent with my belief in Shota, and I am acknowledging that flaw because I don't know whether to believe in him or not. And just when I say yes to you guys, I'll say, yeah, you know what, Shota, that was a great start. It's a good building block. Next time out, he could give up 3 homers by the 5th inning.
It ain't Shota. He's the only projected starter that is still in the rotation. from when you started? Well, I guess Cabrera's
He's the only
back.
one that's not been injured.
Cabrera's back. He had to take a couple days off with the blister.
He had an owie. Yeah, he had a blister.
He had a blister.
So I think that's good for his durability. Shota has been the guy that posts, as they say. He's taken the ball every fifth day. He's been dependable in that regard, but inconsistent in other ways that are frustrating. I want to believe that Matthew Boyd's only going to be one star or whatever, but why?
Why would you believe that?
Yeah.
Because if it isn't, then...
I thought he was coming back,
Although, Assad came in for Jamison Tyon and went, 6 1/3 or something?
I loved
pitched
Javier
well.
Assad the other night. He was terrific. He was not expected to pitch that long. He was saved for a situation like that, and he responded well. That was a tremendous moment for him, and I have confidence in him. But who thought that you'd be in the middle of June and your highest confidence level would be in Ben Brown and Javier Assad as your best starters? Maybe Shota, but they're holding things together. They're trying to weather the storm, if you will, and get the offense back on track, the bullpen being more reliable, and your starting pitchers more dependable than they've been.
We have a caller here. Mitch is in Byron. Is that right, Mitch?
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Why
better.
aren't we hearing any Why aren't we hearing any updates about Jackson Wiggins? I mean, we're so desperate. We're turning over rocks, in our starting rotation right now with injuries. We need an infusion of something. Where's an update about Jackson Wiggins?
It's good. It's a good question. It's a very good question.
We have Tommy Hadavy at 9:00. Maybe we can get one from him. Didn't he try to pitch in Iowa? Wasn't he not I mean, he did like some sort of a slow comeback type deal.
We thought he was pitching
injured.
another bullpen.
Yeah.
Jackson Wiggins is AAA. He has been the guy that we thought hoped would be contributing by now.
Right.
Hoped that he would be in the majors by now. Hoped that he would be a guy that'd be a reliable piece of the bullpen by now.
So you must be a little bit triggered by Dustin's belief that Matthew Boyd's only missing a couple of days.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I hope he's only one. And the reaction to him by what I was saying is like, when's relying on the best case scenario been the way to go when it comes to Cubs pitching?
Well, Counsell said we're going to lose a few days for sure. Few. So in my mind, few is a week.
Managers always are accurate.
Few is 3, isn't it, generally speaking?
Is that the Associated Press definition of 3?
But several.
But if it's...
He's going to miss one more turn in the rotation. That's one more turn in the rotation.
Okay.
Says you.
Yeah. No. Says Craig.
Says your projected vision of what he was saying.
I don't necessarily...
I'm not misquoting him. I'm reading
I never
the quote.
said you misquoted him. I'm saying you're
lose a
hearing
few
what you
days.
want to hear.
Well, how would you... Okay, well, rewind it. How do you interpret that?
He's not ready to go.
He's not ready to go. He's not ready to go, and this is an unexpected delay, and it's another injury to Matthew Boyd, who has had his share this year.
It's been a tough year for him.
It's been a tough year because then you look at the game log, he hasn't pitched since May 3rd, and that was his 5th start of the season. And he's only really been the Matthew Boyd that he was in 2025 for 3 of those 5 starts. This has been a tough slog so far for somebody that was at – last year we were debating whether or not he was the ace, and he was the best pitcher they had at Wrigley Field, where he pitched quite well. This year, not so much.
I believe he was the opening day starter.
For a reason, because of how well he pitched at Wrigley Field.
Yes.
And he had earned that designation. And now we're waiting, just small setback.
See, well, like you say that like you don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
Okay.
I don't believe it. Because at one point, didn't we believe that Justin Steele was going to be back in the middle of May?
Yes, we did. We were always a little cautious about that, though, because those are tough injuries to come back from, and we didn't know what condition he would be back. Just being honest about guys coming off arm injuries. It's kind of like, you want to say, well, Cade Horton was hurt early enough that he'll be ready to go next year. He'll have plenty of time to recover and to get back, and you can start next season. But the reality is sometimes it takes a guy a year to get over the surgery.
Yeah, I know. And I should have that should have been the first. That was such a devastating blow. And I know they won after that. And they went 20-3 without him and all those things.
Right.
But really, this pitching staff has had its share of injuries. That's not an excuse. That's just part of the explanation for why they are where they are. And I'm trying to find out information on Jackson Wiggins, and it just doesn't seem very.
Doesn't seem like there's been a lot reported.
Been a lot reported on that.
Right.
We're doing the best we can. We'll talk to Tommy Hotovy at 9:00.
Yeah.
But I don't think, again, one guy, even if it's Matthew Boyd or Jackson Wiggins, one guy is not going to change the way that this is going to go. You need a collective effort. You need your offense to respond and your pitching to become more consistent, especially in the bullpen.
It's difficult because, you've already kind of tapped into the emergency starters. That's Colin Ray and Ben Brown. And really, Ben Brown's been terrific. Colin Ray has been pretty good, but he struggled a little bit too. So I think it's just, when you look at your rotation at this point, you don't really see who the ace of the staff is. And in fact, it may well be Shota, who you won't even acknowledge exists.
I'm acknowledging his existence. I do.
You are very far from the throwing philosopher.
My philosophy is to just expect little and celebrate a lot when good things happen. And with Shota, the best way to deal with Shota Imanaga, in my experience now, is that when your expectations have been lowered, you end up being more fulfilled because he ends up pitching better.
Let's get to Frank. Frank is in Western Springs. He's got a suggestion. Hey,
hello, Frank.
Hey, guys. How are you? First things first, and then I'll get to why I called.
Okay.
We took a gamble, held out the rain, and it was a great game last night at Comiskey, as I say it. So that being said, I this whole Bears thing with the stadium and this, that I take a different look on it, and I could be completely wrong, but listen, it's my opinion. When it comes to ownership, and I think it's a little selfishness on the Bears ownership, where if it's about money, now we're talking about rich people problems here. If you're haggling and worried about tax dollars and this and that, sell the team. Now, let me finish first. And I know this isn't going to happen. It's my opinion. Sell the team to a young billionaire that doesn't care about tax problems, and give the Chicago and Illinois people what they deserve, is the most historic franchise in football, taking a risk of leaving the state of Illinois. As much as I want them to stay in Chicago, Illinois is still fine. Taking the risk of going to Indiana because our owners, who are probably, when it comes to rich people problems, the least wealth of any NFL owner, the fans should not have to be subject to that because, listen, people diehard Bears fans, I'm not taking it that personal, but really are going to be affected if they move to Indiana.
Frank, thank you for the phone call. Look, you appreciate your passion. You make some very valid points that I'm sure you feel very convicted about. But any argument that starts with the Bears need to sell the team, as much as we understand the sentiment, as much as we can relate to the frustration and all the things, is just not realistic. It's a non-starter, and it's not going to get you anywhere in terms of the conversation.
Can I, just in terms of this conversation, can I just ask a question? If the Bears go to Indiana, which they are, I believe, our guy Mark Gannis was on Channel 11 yesterday, believes it's 80% that they will go, 80-20.
He's well connected with the owners in the league.
Just saying.
That may be something that the owners in the league want us to believe, but you're right. Yes.
Yeah, it may just be something that people want to. But let's just say that they're only going for the 40 years. It's not like they're going forever. Could there be a change of ownership in that 40 years?
Well, if you're asking me to predict the future, 40 years out.
I'm making a joke.
I know.
It's 40 years.
I know. Yeah, that's very funny. I don't. The questions that begin with, or the calls that begin with, the Bears need to sell the team, have been coming for 40 years.
Yeah, there you go.
They have been there, and that sentiment and belief and wish and desire and complaint has been there for 40 years.
Right.
And what do we hear from George McCaskey whenever that's broached? They're never going to sell the team. They're going to be their owners till the end of time. And they may rankle some people in his own family.
But
that to me, says they're not going to do it.
The idea is to be owners in their own time, right? Because I don't know if that will go on beyond that generation. But in 40 years, I would imagine that there will be a good chance that things change.
But I would like to thank Frank for creating a diversion from the Cubs pitching crisis and having us take a phone call on the Bears.
And steering us to what we're going to talk about
Thank you, Frank.
Next. We're going to bring in our guy, Clay Harbor. You see him on CHSN. Shout out again to CHSN and all those viewing us. And stay tuned. You'll see one of the best-looking dudes in town talking about your favorite team, the Clay Harbor segment about the Bears. Clay was out there yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Had some really good tweets about it, and I look forward to getting his take on some of particularly the defensive players, the defensive linemen that he was looking at. Listen, I understand a lot of this doesn't resonate because they're not in pads, but it's still fascinating to get a chance to kind of look at some people and make some projections, etc. We'll bring in Clay Harbor next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Yeah, let's do a pose out there. You used to go against Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do it now.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all states.
10. Both great.
Yeah! Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us to even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. Like, that's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Like, the fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. Like, how does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post-game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
off?
nailed it. I had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband Giddey, like, the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband
I was gonna
Giddey.
say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in Oklahoma City he did a headband
we
thing.
might have had that.
It would be. Would he do like the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
minds.
like I said, like, I'm a long-haired hooper. Like, people call me the Giddey on a pickup court. Like, when I play, like, I have to have the hairband or else, like, it's just in my eyes and I can't see.
Let's flash back to the fateful day where Robbie got to interview Josh Giddey. And Robbie said, "What's up, King?" And then he proceeded to ask him about being a long-haired hooper and how Giddey keeps his hair out of his face while he's able to ball. And apparently Giddey said that this is a common topic that comes up, but his sister is the one who helps him out with the hair product. Well, the Bulls heard your question, Robbie.
Heard.
And they have something for you. This is courtesy of Josh Giddey, his sister, and the Bulls.
What is this?
Whoa.
What do we have here?
What do
oh
ye
my
have?
God.
What do ye have for us today?
No way. I got the hair product. Let's go. I'm running out too, so hell yeah.
Is there a note? Is there a note?
Read the note hold it up for the camera.
There's
right
a
here,
note.
Robbie.
There's a note.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, here's a note. No way.
Oh, boy.
Robbie, for keeping the flow fresh this season, Josh Giddey and the Bulls. Hell
Whoa.
yeah.
Oh,
Josh
they
Giddey,
gave
that's
you a
why you're
card?
absolutely the
Hold on,
best.
I'm going to go down there and see Robbie right now. He might be overwhelmed. I'll be right back.
You're going to go
faint.
check on him? Throw that headset, Hawk. Go get out there.
Josh Giddey, this is why you're the best, and because of this hair, that's why he's averaging a triple-double and will be averaging, and that's why he will be an all-NBA player by the end of the year and an all-star.
Robbie, you doing okay?
What is the product? Can you tell us what the product is?
Yeah, what's the product called?
Oh,
This is called
he's gotten a hug from Mark
Muck.
Grote.
MUK, Raw Muck Styling Mud. I got to take a whiff of this. Hold on real quick.
Is it Australian?
It's got to be.
What? Spell it again, Robbie?
MUK.
MUK, Raw Muck.
That doesn't sound like a hair product.
They
but
won't
I
let me
believe
open
him.
it. Oh, God, this is expensive if they won't let me open it.
I love it.
Robbie is opening the hair product that Josh
my
Giddey and the
God.
Bulls gave
Take a
him.
whiff of that.
What does it smell like?
Smells Australian is what it smells.
Smells like a triple-double.
Like a kangaroo.
Yeah, this is fancy smelling right here.
Well, I guess I have to put it in my hair
Does
then.
it smell like something else? Is it eucalyptus scented? If we're speaking of Australia, like what is it?
I can't put my finger on it. We're gonna pass it around, and everyone can describe it for themselves.
Take a little dab. Put a little bit in your beard. Let's see how it looks, Ray. Yeah,
We're all
put a little
gonna
bit
get
in
a
there.
whiff of the Josh Giddey hair product. So
Yeah.
how kind of the Bulls and Josh Giddey to
Thanks,
give you this
Bulls.
hair product that Josh Giddey uses. That was not the goal of the interview. Robbie was not trying to get this hair
Well.
product. He's applying the product now through his hair with his fingers.
It looks like a.
How does it feel?
A thing of ranch dressing.
Now, this thing is thick, and I understand now why his
That's
hair is
what-
so firm, because, oh my God, this stuff
it's
is
like
really
a
thick.
citrusy smell.
It smells unbelievable.
I'm gonna pass this to Marshall. To see
Thank
what
you
he
to the Chicago Bulls. Thank you, Josh Giddey. You gained a fan for life.
Freddie Gibbs is joining us here on The Score. Freddie, thank you so much for blessing the show by coming through, man. We appreciate it.
Bear down, bro. Bear down. That's all I can say. That's all I got to say.
How about it? How about it? So, how much fun are you having with this team and this season? It's like it's emotional and psychological, healthy to live this thing, isn't it?
I mean, it's just an emotional thing being a Bears fan, and we've been going through so many dog years, man. I was so frustrated with the team. The past 3 years with Eberflus, I just felt like we wasn't making any strides to get where we needed to be. And I'm so thankful for Ben Johnson, man, because he has a mentality, not only the game planning, but just the mentality that we need. Like, he hate the Packers like we hate them. We love Ben Johnson.
It's funny that you say that because we were actually talking about that in the last segment, that the other coaches that have come through since Ditka, they all were saying like, hey, we want to beat the Packers, but there's a difference between I want to beat the Packers and F the Packers. And that's
No, you can't you have to hate the Packers to be with us. You can't, like, I seen a picture of Eberflus at a basketball game with Matt LaFleur. You can't do that. That's why I said we had to get him out. I'm so glad he's gone. And now Dallas let him go. Just let you know, man. We just needed a change of, scenery around here, and I love Coach Johnson, man. Love him to death, man.
Yeah, they were sitting next to each other at a Marquette basketball game. Looked like both of them had like a vodka tonic or something with a lime and a straw in it.
a lot of keying going on there on the sideline.
Get him out of here, man.
Yeah, there's no way in hell Ben would spit in that drink and walk away. And it's football.
Yes.
We need that in our lives. So who were you with? Who were you with on Saturday? Paint us a picture. You went with our friend Spice Adams. Is that correct?
I went with one of my good friend, Anthony Adams. That is my dog. Shout out to Spice. I love you, Spice. That's one of my close friends. He always comes support me. So, we share this mutual love for the Bears. So we definitely can go to the game. I'll be there Sunday too.
Oh, that's outstanding. And then there was a picture with you and Spike Lee together on the sidelines. Did we see that?
You know what? I said, you know what? This is how I know that the Bears, we are America's team now, because we have Spike Lee at our game. I said, Spike, I looked at Spike. I said, why are you here? And I love Spike Lee. I made some jokes about him a long time ago. It was just funny, but we love Spike Lee. One of the probably be
Time for
Clay Harbor,
handle it with poise and class befitting a veteran.
football analyst for Chicago Sports Network, former NFL player.
Not a quarterback, I'm a tight end, but I've watched a lot of tape. I've been in meeting rooms with Tom Brady. I've been in meeting rooms with Drew Brees. I've been in meeting rooms with Michael Vick. Quarterbacks know what they can do and what they can't do, and I know what a quarterback can and can't do and when you're supposed to expect them to be able to be successful.
Clay Harbor with Mully and Haugh. on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score, always fun. Mr. David on the Pro Football Show, and he's here with us now. Clay, just an absolute pleasure. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Been spending the week up at Hallis Hall.
Yeah.
Taking me back. We're in the midst of a mini camp. Ben's working these guys hard. They're getting a lot of good work done. Obviously, they're in shorts and T-shirts, David, but you still can see a lot.
You can, and you've made some really good observations. I just wonder collectively, when you look at where they are defensively, have you been impressed? Have you been surprised? What has stood out?
What has stood out to me is I think there's a noticeable difference in the versatility of the Bears. And that starts with the defensive backfield because now, and even with the linebackers, now when you got a guy like Devin Bush, who he's a little bit undersized, but you just see his lateral quickness. Like this guy can guard a tight end. You go back to Kobe Bryant, had a big interception yesterday, stepping in front of Jade Walker. You can see how he can go from deep safety all the way up to a box safety. He's a former cornerback. You see those skills. He can cover. Dylan Thieneman, he's still getting his feet under him, but you can just see the speed and the range that these guys have. So this versatility, even without Kyler Gordon out there, I think it shows. And you see Dennis Allen sending some blitzes that maybe he wouldn't have last year because of different skill set. Kobe Bryant's a guy, like you said, he played slot corner, he played corner. He can match up on a guy one-on-one. Devin Bush is a linebacker. You go back to his combine, he ran a 4.39. He can guard a tight end. He could probably even stick with a slot receiver for long enough to send a zero blitz. So instead of having some of these bigger guys, these lumbering guys, some of these guys made plays. But it just changes the structure of your defense, what you're able to do, and it opens up your call sheet now because you have guys that can cover for longer. You're not scared about matchups. If it goes in motion, the slot receiver to the left side, like, oh man, now he's going on our safety or our linebacker. You're not as worried. So that opens up the book, and I think we'll see a more creative Dennis Allen because of it.
I was really amused by Kobe Bryant talking about Thieneman. You know, he's saying the guy's going like 100 miles an hour. And he said,
slow down.
He's telling him to slow down because it's a long year. And he said, I'm 27, he's 21. Like, let's just slow down a little bit here. We gotta be ready for the long haul. It was really amusing because you've seen that 1,000 times at every camp you've ever been to.
And especially with rookies. But that's what you like. You like these guys coming in there, like Dylan Thieneman. They're playing every rep like it's a game rep. And obviously Kobe Bryant, he's coming off the Super Bowl. This guy won a Super Bowl. He was playing later than anybody else in the entire NFL. Okay, so he's probably like, okay, this is OTAs. Let me ramp up my body. Thieneman's out there playing hard. Xavier Thomas. You obviously see a lot of the other rookies. Sam Roush playing hard. These guys are moving 1,000 miles an hour, and some of it's because you're not as confident in what you're doing. So you're just moving a little bit faster, and obviously with Kobe Bryant, he's a little bit more of a veteran, so he can be a little more comfortable and kind of pick his spots to where he needs a trigger or not. But I think they're going to be a good safety duo because the speed and the range that they both have is special.
How much is Jalen Johnson gaining from participating in this? And then likewise, on the other end of the spectrum, how much is Kyler Gordon missing from not?
I think it's big, especially for defensive backs. So if you're an edge rusher, a defensive tackle, an interior offensive lineman, it does give you something to be out there. You're running through the drill work. You're on the field. You're getting in the huddle. You're able to take the play to the line of scrimmage and go through your process as if you're in a game, as if you're in training camp. And that's something that's good no matter what. Even when I was playing OTAs after they changed the rules, there were some rules before where you're basically playing football on the football field with no pads on during OTAs.
Right.
Even after they changed that, you're able to take the play, you're able to see the front, and it helps you because it prepares you for training camp and makes sure your body's right and the drill work is cool. As far as cornerbacks is concerned, Jalen Johnson coming off an injury, they're playing football. These receivers are running to win routes. They're doing their zone coverage, their man coverage. You're getting all the calls. The Dennis Allen calls, everything he wants, and you are playing football full speed out there on the edges. Caleb's trying to throw a touchdown pass. Xavier Thomas is trying to run past you. Khalif Raymond, they're trying to run past you. You're getting a bunch of different receivers with different skill sets. So it's huge for his trust in his body, especially coming off of an injury. When you come off an injury and you have the OTAs, now you're coming in training camp saying, I can do this. I'm not going out to training camp thinking, okay, will my body hold up? Will I be healthy, be able to make the moves, the cuts that I used to be able to make? No, you've handled that in these OTAs and these mini camps. So I think it's big for that way. It's not necessarily the contact, the coming downhill and showing the edge closing ability for a cornerback making a tackle, but coverage, but everything else there, your footwork, your mirroring, the triggering, everything there is very important.
It's fascinating, really, when you think about the way they have changed as the team, right? They've moved beyond certain guys in the secondary. They're hanging on to a couple of guys, but it's different. Is there a position group that catches your eye as, wow, that group looks significantly better?
In the secondary?
Not just in the secondary. I'm saying, is there a position group? It might be the tight ends, and you're drawn to that anyway, but they look bigger, faster, stronger. I think that you mentioned the linebackers. They're probably a lot faster than they've been. You talk about the safeties. They're younger and they're faster. They're a different team. I'm just wondering if there's a position group, because you can't tell until you play football.
Yeah.
But just when you look at the group of them, does it occur to you like, wow, those guys are bigger, faster, stronger?
I'll say this. There was a couple position groups I was worried about before going out there in OTAs and minicamp. One of them was wide receiver. Okay, DJ Moore's gone. You hear the thing with Rome with his foot, and I'm going, man, like, if one of these guys go down, Khalif Raymond might be your two, or are these guys all healthy? Xavier Thomas is a rookie. The two guys that have impressed me the most so far in OTAs and minicamp, Khalif Raymond and Xavier Thomas. Khalif Raymond, I know he doesn't have the best stats in the world, but this guy moves. It was funny. Ben has his press conference. He's talking about Khalif Raymond, and we've seen some stuff. The next day, Khalif Raymond goes out there and catches 10 footballs. He's routing guys up. He's extremely twitchy, extremely quick, very natural hands. This guy catches everything. Xavier Thomas. My scouting report, without really just looking at his college, I go, he's probably going to be a gadget guy, maybe some backfield throws, some quick throws. This guy's running routes. This guy's got excellent ball skills. His hands, he's got natural hands. That's something you see right away. You're in a tight end room, you bring in some rookies or some new players, you'll see if the guy's fighting the ball, if he's trying to catch, he's catching with his body. No, these guys are just smooth, catching everything with their hands. Even the punt drill I'm watching, I go, there's not one there's Luther Burden, Xavier Thomas, Khalif Raymond out there. Not one ball did any of them struggle with. They could judge the ball so well. Like, these guys can all catch punts like so well. So for me, receiver, Luther looks like he took a step. Rome looks good. He looks fine. I would like to see him make some more plays. I mean, I don't think there's a noticeable difference after the scare we had with the foot thing. I would like to see him. That's why I told David on the Big Pro Football Show, like, what would you want to see tomorrow? I want to see Rome make some plays. I've seen Colson. I've seen Luther. I've seen Xavier Thomas. I've seen Khalif Raymond.
Scotty Miller.
Scotty Miller even made a big play yesterday. Case Keenum threw a deep pass to the right sideline, touchdown. I mean, he's fighting for a roster spot. So I'd like to see Rome do some more. Not like he's looking bad, but you're the top 10 pick. It's time to start playing like one.
But I think even though I respect where you're coming from, Xavier Thomas has looked really as fast as advertised and better hands than maybe we thought. And Raymond is a Ben Johnson guy. But I still wonder if going into the season, they're going to have enough at that position, given how much they are going to rely on the passing game for in the clutch, and they're going to be missing one of their biggest clutch receivers from last year. I do wonder if they're a veteran short of having a wide receiver room they feel good about.
If you look at the receiver room, just as a receiver room, I think you're absolutely right, David. But when you look at Colson Loveland, and obviously here's my typical Colston Loveland rant. I think that he has taken another step. He looks bigger. He looks super smooth in his routes. The thing I love about Loveland, I didn't mean to say that, but I honestly didn't mean to say that, no pun intended. They are moving this guy around so much. So sometimes we got a tight end, Mully. He's just going to be on the right side, the left side of the line. It's easy to match up a guy. Let's put a safety over the top or a cornerback over the top. He's starting in the backfield as a running back. He's moving out to the left. He's starting in the backfield. He's moving out wide. He's starting out wide. He's moving to the opposite slot. Firstly, that's tough to do because that's difficult to pick up those motions and shifts. Like, trust me, I've been a guy that's had to play those positions. I mean, you have to study so much just to know like that. All right, shift to this, and then you got the play, and then you gotta go through your reads. Okay, what's the coverage? Colson Loveland is a guy, they're moving all over the place. The defense will not be able to get a beat on him. So we got to start thinking about him. Yes, he's a tight end, but he's a weapon. He's playing outside.
That's a good point.
And he can run like a receiver.
Yeah.
I don't see it much. I've talked about when you see tight ends running routes. Say he's just running a 15-yard dig. Most of these tight ends, you got to break down for 3 steps before you come out of your break. He's doing a receiver one-step cut flat down the line and catching a football.
Wow.
I mean, he's got a different skill set than I've seen, and we're not even talking about the type of blocker this guy was last year coming off of shoulder surgery. Yeah. Now he's looking bigger. He's definitely been doing some curls. I think he saw my gym routine or something, and this guy's just looking big, looking strong, and I'm looking forward to seeing how much better of a blocker he is this year at training camp.
Admit it, you've already worked out today.
I didn't work out
no?
today. Yesterday I had the 5 a.m. club today.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm just prepping for the score today, this morning.
I think that's really interesting with Loveland. And I think what's really fascinating is we had a question earlier where we talked about some of the defensive guys and what they were saying about Ben Johnson. And like basically the tough guy, the motivator, the leader of men element, but he's also like this incredible wizard, genius, offensive guy, little trinket kind of movement, getting this, that combination. We are so blessed to have this guy leading this football team. If he can be as intense and hard-nosed as he is, and also able to take whatever weapon there is and create some more movement or hide something, or like the sky's the limit.
I loved his press conference when a member of the media asked him, like, are you scared that your offense is going to be getting figured out this year in your second year? And he's like, no, we're so multiple. There's so many. We got one bullet in the gun. We shoot that bullet. We're on to the next. We got so many options here. And then he said, like, his job isn't a playbook. It's to get his playmakers the ball in space. And that's what you want a coach to do. And I thought this was fascinating. Stacey Dales was up a couple days ago, 2 days ago at the Bears minicamp. And I listened to her interview with Cole Kmet. And Cole Kmet said something that was very, very fascinating to me because I've never experienced this. And he goes, and Cole said the same thing. He goes, in my career as an NFL tight end, Cole's 8-9 year guy. He's been there for a while. I've never had a head coach or a play caller do the run install. Usually it's the offensive line coach, the run game coordinator. It's somebody's doing the run install. Obviously, the head coach signs off on everything. Ben goes through every play of the run install, the pass install, obviously as well. He's doing that. That's something that's uncommon. 9 years, Andy Reid, obviously Bill Belichick's defensive guy, but Sean Payton, none of these guys are doing the run install. People think Ben Johnson's thing is these cute, fun plays, these passes. Look back at his last 4 years as a run game. His first year in Detroit, 10th. His first year in Detroit, 10th. Second year in Detroit, 5th. Third year in Detroit, 5th. Last year with the Bears, 3rd. A physical, detailed run game is this guy's identity. And then obviously the pass comes off of that.
Yeah.
So that's something that's going to be here to stay. And the physicality, what he put into the offensive line, why center was so important for him, why bringing these offensive line was so important for him. And that's the type of coach you want that wants to pound the rock. We're going to play action off of that, and we're going to figure out a way to run the ball, and everything on offense comes off of that. And then, like you said, Mully, the motivator. Montez Sweat asked him one reason why the Bears were successful last year. He goes, Ben.
Yeah, that was a great answer.
Good answer.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to keep Clay here with us. We'll find out what he thought when he saw Dayo Adengbo actually running around on the field. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
This is why, like, whenever people talk to me about Indiana, I'm like, you get that there's stuff that still needs to be done, right? Like if we were just starting from scratch and there was no politics at all. Hey, do you have the land? Yeah, we have a big parcel of land that will fit exactly what it is that we want out in Arlington Heights. Okay, well, what about Indiana? No, we haven't picked a particular place yet, and we don't own the land at all.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score.
Greatest black director of all time, but why he was at a Bears game still boggles me. But that lets me know that we are America's team now. We're taking it over. Roger Goodell was there. You know, I was like, all right, you know, we in there. We in there. When Spike come to the games, then it's America's team.
Well, Spike was there because the Giants and the Jets suck. That's why.
For sure. Definitely. What they get, like 6 wins combined this year? Or?
Not even.
He was definitely trying to catch the vibe. Like, there's no doubt about it.
I tell people we got room on this bandwagon. We not tripping. If y'all want to jump on the bandwagon and push the Bears, it's all good. You know what I mean? We America's team now.
I love hearing you say that. You were rocking the Peyton jersey on the sideline. Is that a McKinnon that you're rocking now?
Nah, this is a Gibbs jersey. I made this. This got my name on it.
That's what I like. Well, how many classic jerseys do you have?
I probably have at least 45 Bears jerseys alone.
Whoa!
I'm about to go buy a DJ. I need a DJ Moore. I need a Caleb for sure. I'm about to hopefully I get a Caleb jersey and I can frame it. I love Caleb. Caleb 18. We got the guy. He's gonna be one of the GOATs, one of the greatest of all time. I love him. He just followed me back on Instagram. I'm definitely gonna rock with Caleb. I love Caleb. I'm gonna make a shrine to Caleb in my new house that I'm building. 18, baby. 18.
Walk me
18
through.
is the one.
Walk me through all the jerseys. Like who you got? Who were the people you were like, I have to have this jersey. I have to get the Devin Hester jersey. I gotta get the Urlacher jersey. Which are the ones that
Definitely
you had
got
to
a
have?
Devin Hester, Mike Singletary. I got probably like 8 or 9 Walter Payton jerseys. But you know who else jersey? I got a Brandon Marshall jersey from back in the day. David Terrell. Like, man, I'm a real Bear, man. I really do this.
Clearly, we're with Freddie Gibbs on Spiegel and Holmes.
Jerry Azuma. Shout out to Jerry Azuma. That's the homeboy, too.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
It's good
Spice,
poker player.
of course.
Charles Tillman was with you guys on the sidelines.
Peanut is the man. I do have a Peanut jersey as well. I got one of those. I got a Matt Forte. Hey, man, I got like 50 Bears jerseys.
I'm glad that you like Caleb. Like, I wondered whether Caleb's personality or some of the baggage that Caleb came here with had been an issue with, like, people you know, with friends you know, or whatever. Like, I think
that's what I like about him. You know what I mean? I feel like he like me in a way. Like, he's a rebel. He do what he want to do. They can say what they want. His nails. I just got my nails done, too. Hey, Caleb, check it out. We both rocking. I'm rocking with 18.
Did you see Lil Wayne?
You know why 18? Because girls like your nails clean, man. Don't let them deter you, man.
Hey, Freddie,
and I'm not gonna lie, brother. I loved Justin Fields. That was my guy. I rocked with him. But Caleb is the one. Caleb is the savior of the Soldier Field, and he's gonna get it done, man. That's what I'm saying, man. We rocking with Caleb. You know what I mean? I'm so glad that we got him. I love Caleb at USC. When he was at USC, my good friend Mike Williams, shout out to Mike Williams, big Mike Williams at USC. I was going to see Caleb then. So I was like, man, if we can get a guy like that, a magician, a escape artist like that on the Bears, then shout out to the Carolina Panthers. When we get to where we go, we owe a lot to y'all. That trade solidified everything. We got DJ, we got Caleb. Hey, man. Thank y'all. Appreciate that.
Did you see that Lil Wayne took a shot at Caleb with the nails on social media, and then Caleb shot back at him? I'm
glad he did. But diss him. If you need some bars, I'll give it to you.
Well, I actually kind of like the bar that Caleb is already throwing at haters on that. He simply is like, your girl love it though.
Come on, 18, baby. We got it. I just came from the nail shop. We gotta keep our nails done.
Luke Getsy interviewed for a head coaching job this past cycle. He's doing a great job clearly with Justin Fields. I am worried, Boomer, about Getsy taking a head coaching job. So much so that yesterday I suggested I would fire Eberflus to keep Getsy for continuity for Fields. People hated that.
Yeah,
they hated that take.
That didn't go well for
I
him.
hate that too, Danny.
Yeah.
I hate that too. That's a Narpian take, just so you know.
Narpian?
Yes, non-athletic regular person.
Yeah, well, that's exactly who I am. That's exactly
That's
what I am.
good. I've been calling him. He's also an anti-defensive coachite. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't.
Narpian rolls better off the tongue, though.
Sure, maybe, but he can be both. But like he doesn't. He didn't give Pete Carroll any credit before or now. Really, it's all about Geno Smith.
Bill Belichick's a defensive coach.
Yeah, look what he's doing without Brady.
See?
Gee, I don't know. He just passed Papa Bear Hallis for second all time. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's fine.
Narpian is outstanding. That's just.
Look
I
at
call
Tom
my
without
guys that I work
Roethlisberger.
with in the morning. I call my guys in the morning that I work with a bunch of narps. And sometimes their take on things like Danny's is Narpian. So, and I think that's a very Narpian take on your behalf there, Danny.
All right, well, Dave, I think that you're soft pedaling the Chase Claypool situation a little bit. You said call Whitey.
Yes.
We did. Whitey.
Don't tell me. Do not tell me. Don't.
Whitey, what's the real story on Chase Claypool? What do real Yinzers think of Claypool?
I thought that he underachieved here in Pittsburgh. I think that the problem wasn't him. I think it's the offensive coordinator's play calling. I think he's a talented guy. I haven't heard. I saw some things that people are saying that he was a distraction. I'd never heard anybody say anything about that before until he got traded. And I think he's very, very good.
Really a bonus for us. We weren't quite sure when we started the offseason program that we would get him for any length of time, but the fact that he's on the field, he wants to be out there, it's just another step forward in terms of him gaining confidence again and how he's moving. He's done a great job being attentive in meetings, and so I know he was really itching to get back out there with his teammates, and so it's a step in the right direction for sure.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That, of course, the voice of Ben Johnson. We're delighted to have Clay Harbor with us. He's been out there and watching these things, and I just hearing that he was on the field kind of blew my mind, because they keep talking about him like he's coming back from minor surgery or something. The guy blew out his Achilles, and it wasn't the first time
First week
happened.
in November, he did that.
That is a full year injury, but he's already on the field at minicamp, and I just couldn't believe it. How did he look to you?
I mean, is this guy Wolverine from the X-Men? Has that regenerative healing factor? Like, I've seen some ACL, some Achilles. A guy's back already. So to me, I know I've been a guy I'm not criticizing Dio like for himself. I'm kind of criticizing the signing of him. I go back, I look at last year with the Colts, last year with the Bears. 18 sacks, 1 sack in his last 18 games. You look at the film, he's not giving you much. Then he blows out his Achilles. And you're like, you're expecting this guy to come back and factor in this team? They did pay him 3 years, $48 million contract for a reason. He looked pretty good. I was there. I was standing right next to the defensive ends, as close as I am to you guys, watching the get-off drills, because that's all you can really see.
Right.
And Dio looked like he had some explosiveness. Austin Booker looked good. Montez Sweat looked like he was getting off the ball. Grady looked like his knee's feeling good. So maybe there is a world, if they're 29th in pressure rate last year, maybe there is a world where this defensive line picks it up, and maybe they're a top half of the team, top half of the league type group, but I'm still skeptical about it.
You also were watching Javon Dexter and Vandenberg, the rookie.
Yes.
And what was your impression of Jordan Vandenberg, the rookie who was a 6th rounder, I believe, and Dexter?
During team drills, I feel like he's a little bit late getting off the ball still. That's something that'll happen. You're not comfortable with the snap count. These NFL groups, they switch it up and vary it so much. It's a little bit harder. But in the individuals, I mean, this guy's got really good hips. He's got athleticism. You can see his power. He can run the hoop. If you guys know what the hoop is, he can just get around that circle, unlike a defensive tackle is supposed to be. But this guy was a linebacker, moved to DN, moved to D tackle. You can see that athleticism. And Gervon Dexter, I know the last 3 years, people like Clay have been saying this guy's going to have a breakout year, like since he's got here. When I go on the field and I look at this dude, I mean, Tarzan, I go, this guy's massive. He's got long arms. He can move. He's quick. He is a little bit late off the ball. That's one of the things you see with him. But I'm not sold that he can. I've seen this happen before. 3 years, guess what? Contract year's up. All of a sudden, this guy comes an 8-9 sack guy, disruptive, taking on double teams. I'm not ready to count out Gervon Dexter being right next to him on the field. I mean, this is a behemoth of a man who is an uncommon athlete with length. So if he can figure it out, if he's locked in like you hear that he is, there's a possibility it could be a big year from him too.
I think that's encouraging because we've been waiting for that. The other one, Jedrick Wills, yesterday, you made an observation about him. I think that was very interesting.
Yeah, so he missed 2 days ago, but then yesterday he comes back on the field, and I made a point to go, let me look at Jedrick Wills. Let me see what this guy does, how he looks. And he looks quick. He looks like he's taking good steps. He's athletic. He's not favoring any part of his body. So I go, he's hitting guys with his hands. Obviously, it's not full go, but I think he's a guy that could factor into this competition if he stays healthy. You can see the athleticism. You see the first-round pedigree. So I think he could be a guy. I'm not saying he's a favorite, but could be a guy that could factor into the competition.
Clay. Thanks a ton, Clay. A lot of fun. Really appreciate it.
5 o'clock tonight, Big Pro Football Show.
Yeah, we'll see you there after my road trip to Haugh.
Oh, that'll be fun. All right.
Tons of fun.
We're going to have Tommy Hotovy next, the Cubs pitching coach. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Bears fans, it's the dog days of summer, but there's no offseason when it comes to Bears talk on The Score.
It's like Ben Johnson is the cooler. Oh, you're on the cover of Madden? Don't care. Tell me about ball placement. Is Caleb Williams a top 5 quarterback in this league? Don't care. I want to know if he orchestrates the huddle better. Ben Johnson is always going to be that cooler for this guy who's a superstar, whose public image is only going to go up.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, if you're
a tremendous athlete, I think he'll do well in Chicago because he played at Notre Dame. He'll have some hometown feeling. And the reason guys are making one-handed catches, Dave, is because the defensive backs are holding their other arm. That's the simple fact.
Whitey likes offense. I like this guy.
Whitey, are you drinking Iron City Mango or are you drinking Iron City Light? That's all I really want to know. I don't want to hear about what your opinion of a receiver is. I want to know what you're drinking.
You know what? I do have mango, but no Iron City Light.
I know you're an Iron City guy, hardcore. I get it.
Whitey, did Chase Claypool? Did he try hard every play, every game, every quarter? Did he try hard all the time, Chase Claypool?
I would say no.
No, you don't have to say anything. Your hesitation answered the question, Whitey.
Said no.
Next question, Spigs. Next question. You guys are sick. I'll tell you what.
Dave Wanstead's friend. Whitey.
My feelings are hurt. You would resort to Whitey's opinion over mine. I'll tell you what.
Not over. We like to get multiple sources. We need multiple Yinzers on the show, Dave. People want Whitey and Wani to be a show, which I think is
no, because I didn't like how he responded to that.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, well, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them like severely tips something this way and the other is just like kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, still on act 1. He goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
You know what he did? He played defense.
Yes. He played better defense than Austin Rivers. I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you crossed the line and you are mad disrespectful for whatever reason. You've been around too long. We both were drafted in the same class. The fact that you don't have the wherewithal to do your due diligence and actually understand, I was being highly complimentary of you on the Dan Patrick Show, but it's you, and I shouldn't be surprised. You always act irrationally, emotionally immature, and your anger always puts you in hot water. So here I am having to address a video of you belittling my career. First off, Draymond, we weren't the same players in high school. I don't care about our numbers being similar. I did it at the national level, at the top level. Hence why I got the Naismith Award, and I got pretty much every award you could think of in high school. I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know. So cut it out. Next. College, you actually were you were actually a really good college basketball player, but it's hard to compare because I was only there for 6 months. Something you could never do. Talk about I was, one of the featured guys. No, I was the guy. I led my team in scoring. I was first team All-ACC, freshman player of the year, lottery pick. Stop. Next. The NBA, hey, man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, but 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that credit. All right? You got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherewithal, the irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with the Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps the top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up, it's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you. There are hours and hours and hours of film of just you being left wide open. In fact, anybody can just YouTube or Google or watch any Draymond game ever, and he's open all game. There are clips of you getting a rebound and just driving in a straight line and just getting a wide open layup because everyone's fanning out to guard the actual talent on the team. Talking about Steve Kerr ended your career. Bro, Steve Kerr made your career. How dare you? Coming at me? Are you kidding me? I wish I could give my son $200 million if I was a coach. Yo, the NBA doesn't give coaching jobs to guys who may or may not sucker punch one of the players and staff. You need to fall back, Dre. Let's just be frenemies.
Let's just be frenemies. Backpack jumper is what really just woof.
Because imitate yourself trying to shoot a jumper with a backpack on.
Austin Rivers told.
This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune. The Hour brought to you by Menards. You save big money at Menards.
Pitching coach Tommy Haugh of the Cubs wearing the blue pullover.
Tommy Haugh, pitching coach for the Chicago Cubs.
You're transitioning from being a player to kind of getting into baseball. You take an online class, was it at Boston U, Sabermetrics 101?
Yeah. I was a finance major in college, and I had an economics minor. A lot of it was I'm going to refresh all my econ knowledge, and I'm going to do it in a baseball course. It's like one of the best things ever.
There's just a lot of trust there with Tommy. We know he's such a hard worker. He puts in all the hours and really, really knows what he's talking about when it comes to pitching.
Tommy Haugh, breaking down the starting rotation and bullpen on the north side with Mully and Haugh.
I'm here for one reason. I want to help these guys get better, and we want to win baseball games.
Tommy Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Tommy! Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to catch up with Tommy Haugh, Cubs' excellent pitching coach, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Tommy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Well, we always love getting a chance to talk to you. Another rough one last night. I thought Shota pitched really well, and it was great to see. But again, kind of no run support at all. Didn't seem to bother him or his performance, but that's got to be tough.
Well, I think when you're going through a stretch kind of like what we're going through, I think it's really important to focus on what we can control. And I think for Shota, one thing I was really proud of is he's been working. He's been obviously giving up some homers, but he's also been getting a ton of swing and miss like throughout that process. So trying to evaluate when that happens, how he can avoid some of those situations. And I thought last night he did a great job of mixing a lot better than he has in the last few games. I think I think he threw 90 total pitches, but I think it was 72 pitches to righties. I think he mixed in 10 breaking balls through that process. So, more than 11% usage there from where we had been earlier in the year. And he really stuck to his plan of just getting the fastball to the top of the strike zone and chasing the split down. And he did a good job of executing there. And I think one thing for us and as our starters, especially, like we haven't done a good job of putting up zeros early in the game to give our team a chance to compete and grind out some at bats and score some runs. And that's something we've definitely talked about and focused on. It's a goal of ours to make sure that we do that, and Shirley did a great job of that yesterday.
So, Tommy, it's been a long month. I don't need to tell you that, and you are right in the middle of everything. And I just wonder, when you go through a tough stretch like this in the schedule, for you to cope and to do your job as well as you can, what is your frame of reference to get through times like this? How difficult is it to stay positive and maintain your composure through some very difficult stretches?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's no one wants to go through stretches where you're losing games, and I talk about it this way. I said this the other day: when you're winning, when you have 2 10-game winning streaks and you're winning all the time, you're probably not as good as you think you are in that moment. And when you're going through a month like we've had, you're definitely not as bad as you are in that moment. So I think when we think about it that way, it definitely pulls you kind of back to this neutral. Like when things are going great, there's always things to work on, no matter how good things are going. And when things are going bad, there's always things you're doing well. You just need to stay on that course. So for me, it's more just trying to evaluate what's working, what isn't, what can we do better. Each of our guys takes that approach and is always just constantly working on something to continue to improve. So, it's easy to want to get outside your lane, to want to jump into, like the hitting side, or the hitters wanting to get into what pitches we're throwing, because everybody, it's just hyper-focused on winning ball games right now. And I think it's just important for us to continue to trust what gets us, what's gotten us to the point where we have had success, but also evaluating where we can make improvements. And it's really no different, whether you're winning or losing games.
What went wrong for him, and how difficult is it to have something like that happen when you're in the state you guys are right now?
Yeah. I mean, I think you never want to have a leadoff walk. It's one thing we preach a ton, is like just getting a leadoff hitter out. It's just how often that changes the inning. And so, a leadoff walk in a tie ball game is going to be tough. The next hitter, he was 0-2 on the foul balls, and then he battled. I think it was Stolben. He battled and then hit that single. I think that was even a bigger at bat, because you go from 0-2 runner on first to first and third, no outs. It's a really, really tough situation there. My thing with Danny, and one thing that we haven't had a lot of save opportunities for Dan. So the last week, we've been trying to get him into more games just to keep him sharp and keep him ready, because it's hard not to pitch and then you put in the highest leverage situation of the day.
Right.
When you're as good as Danny is. So, one thing for me with Danny yesterday, I think when you come to Coors, everybody's always interested in how their stuff moves, right? It moves differently. You see different pitch data. We put the track and stuff up for guys to throw on before the game, so you can get a gauge of how things change. And one thing though that altitude doesn't really affect is velocity. And I do think Danny was tossing really high velos from him yesterday. And obviously his command suffered a little bit there. So, well, obviously a learning experience for him. You don't want to lose a game there in that situation, but obviously he's done really well in the opportunities he's gotten.
Tommy, what's realistic to expect from Matthew Boyd's return? It was another setback this time. It wasn't related to his knee necessarily. I don't know if one thing caused another, but he has not pitched since May 3rd, and he's somebody that obviously means a lot to this rotation and this season. What's the timetable and the best case scenario?
Yeah, I mean, I think best case scenario, he's playing catch and we're looking at a bullpen by the end of the week. I think this is much more just a lack of recovery from the last outing in Iowa, and the last thing we want to do is put a guy in a situation where he's just feeling a little fatigued, not quite as fresh, and then you want to activate him and get him back. Like, we all want to get Matt Boyd back as soon as possible, but you want to make sure you're doing it the right way and setting him up for success. He pitched Saturday, came in Sunday, played catch, was feeling pretty good after the outing. Then we had the off day here, and you're looking at a bullpen in Colorado. I do think some of the recovery could be from, travel and obviously coming on the road here to higher altitude too. So, I'm hopelessly optimistic about where he is. I do think this is probably more a recovery thing than like an acute injury, and we'll probably know more about that over the next few days.
Yeah, Craig Counsell, we heard from him yesterday, and he said that he didn't name anyone, but he said that that Javier Assad is going to be a part of the mix, and we're just looking at it like obviously there's a lot of TBD listed these days, but I would imagine that it just looking at it looks like maybe Saturday in San Francisco. Do you have any idea how you line it up, or are you just going to wait and see how people are doing on an individual day?
Yeah, I think TBD's war for us has got to be pretty high. We need a lot these days. I think, look, for Javi, I mean, and a hat tip to Javi too, just doing what Javi does. Like, any situation, all right, starter goes down, you need me to come in and pitch big innings. Like, he's always ready for anything. I think it's just important, like, again, to make sure that we're giving guys, proper rests, put them in spots to be successful. The plan for us, I think, would be to do kind of that, looking at that game for Friday, and then Ben Brown will be Saturday. So that's kind of where we're at right now with that.
Tommy, in your role, you've got to be really patient, and I think you have to have a lot of you have to be rational when you look at guys who come up from the minors, get opportunities, and they may disappoint you. They may go back down, and you have to rely on them again. And I'm asking this because of your injury situation. Jordan Wicks came up, didn't have it. Now he's back, and I wonder where he stands. And we also got a call again on Jackson Wiggins. Curious about his return. Is
he even? Where's he at in his rehab? We haven't even heard.
Is he in a position to maybe help at some point?
Yeah, so I'll hit on just Wicks real quick. Wicks pitched again last night in Iowa. It wasn't the best outing there for Wicks yesterday, and I think it's tough because we do need guys to step up, and we do need guys like Wicks to come up and pitch well. But he's at a point in his season where he needs to work on some stuff. He's got some things delivery wise he's trying to clean up, and some pitch stuff he's trying to clean up. So yes, there is a sense of urgency of getting guys back, but you also don't want to bring somebody up if they're not dialed in and in a really good place. So that's with Wicks. I mean, he's still working. He's still trying to get better every single day. As far as Wiggins, threw another live BP a couple days ago out in Arizona. Definitely trending in the right direction. Again, we're looking at a 2-inning live BP though, so he's still probably need to get him on a game progression here shortly. get him out in an affiliate to start, ramping back up again. But those are the decisions. When you talk about patience, is like, what's best for the player versus what's best for the team. That's something you're balancing every single day.
Edward Cabrera obviously had the blister, and now he's back. Had a rough outing, and you guys had a rough outing when he attempted to pitch for the first time. How is the blister healed? Is he okay? And how are things going with him?
Yeah, the blister is definitely better. It's something he's dealt with his whole career. So it's something that pops up quite often with him. The other thing that he was dealing with that was a cracked nail, which he hadn't had before. So these guys put so much pressure and so much force through the fingertips and the ball, and these types of things come up throughout the course of the year, and he's had it in the past. So definitely feel like we're in a much better place with the blister. And look, I felt really good about the work that Edward put in during this downtime. He took a lot of time to work on the lower half of his delivery. Didn't waste any time just because his finger was hurting. He put in the work, and we saw the results of that in his velocity. He touched 100 a few times and averaged, like, I think 97.5 in that game. But as we know, just because you have better stuff, better velo, that doesn't always necessarily guarantee success. And he had the right plan in that Adames at bat early in the game and just threw a heater down when he was trying to go up in the zone, and Adames hit a homer, and that kind of set the tone for the game. But, he's on the right path. I really trust the work that he's putting in and where he's at, and we just got to keep working, and excited to see him go today.
So what's going through your mind when Jameson Taillon is out there and he crouches and something's wrong with him, and you've been in these situations before, but it's got to be, he's like, oh boy, here we go again, and you guys can't seem to catch a break at the rotation, and he obviously means as much as anybody to the starters, and he's out there, and it sounds like it's only going to be not only a hamstring, but it could have been worse. What were you thinking, and what's the prognosis there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, in the moment you go right into problem-solving mode, and you're like, all right, who's up? Who are we going to use? Let's get Javi in there. How many pitches do we have? It's just like the puzzle, man. It's just like the puzzle of the season, the puzzle of the rotation and the pitching group, and how you're going to put all the pieces together. And then once you kind of come down from that, it's back to evaluation mode. Okay, what happened? Like, were we seeing things in the delivery that could have red flagged that this was coming? Or there things in our strength testing and HP testing that could have shown that? You go into evaluation mode, and I say evaluation because it feels like second guessing, but it's really you're just trying to evaluate if there's anything you missed or anything left off, and we do that with every injury that pops up, and 9 times out of 10, it's like, okay, things were in a good place, and there's, you felt good about where guys were, and this is just one of those things. Again, it's just felt in one pitch. So, I feel good about where he is, but we really don't know until he starts ramping up and throwing again what it's going to look like, because lower body injuries, hamstring injuries on pitchers are always finicky because it depends on what leg it is, if it's drive leg versus plant leg. His in particular here is a plant leg, so it's going to take a lot of stretching to get over that front leg at delivery. So, again, we're just going to have to see as things progress. But, in the moment, you're trying to go right into crisis management mode for sure. And
I guess he's after the All-Star break, according to what Craig said, and we know that Justin Steele has that left flexor strain. We have no idea about his timetable. Is there any clarity on this stuff from your perspective? In other words, you've got general timetables out there, but do you have to just sort of somehow find some inner patience? I don't know how you go about doing it when you are dealing with this many injuries at one time.
Yeah, I think, for me, I have to work in 2-week timelines. That's kind of the way I look at it, because if you don't, you start looking too far down the road. You start anticipating things, and you start, I think you overlook things in the moment if you're looking at a timeline that's a month and a half, 2 months down the road. So I always work in 2-week timelines. So like, what are these guys doing in the next 2 weeks? What can we do this week to help them prepare for next week? In the case of Justin, we're going to get to see him out in Chicago this week when we get home. We're going to start kind of, I think, his official like plyo progression, throwing progression here soon. And, we're just going to get eyes on him and kind of see where we're at. And we're going to work in these like 2-week increments. We have general timelines of how long injuries take to recover and the process there. And that's something that we work as a framework. But I think for me, it's just really being able to evaluate what are we doing this week and what does that set us up for next week. That's the way I have to look at it.
Tommy, there are positives going on, and I think that when we talk about things that are easy to overlook in the midst of the skid that the Cubs are in right now, Rylan Rollison hasn't, I think, in his last 10 outings, he's given up a run. It's been 10 outings since he's given up that run. And so how surprising is his success, and what do you attribute it to?
Well, for Rollison, he's one of those guys that, the fact that we're in Colorado, he was the first rounder here. You get drafted in an organization, you have all these big expectations and bumps and bruises and things along the way. And I think getting him in another organization where he didn't have quite those same expectations, he's coming in with the freedom to just be himself. And we talked with him, about a few delivery things, about a few pitch additions and pitch shape stuff, and just kind of let him go be himself. And he's having success, and he's earned it. He's earned that. He's put in the work, and he's feeling really good about where he is. Everybody, it's just another good example of like everybody's journey is different, and no, Theo, that's what we always say, like no path to the big league is ever linear. Like nobody's path is ever the same, and credit to him and kudos to him for putting in the work, trusting some of the stuff that we gave him, and then going out there and doing it. That's the biggest thing. He's got real arm talent, and he's been able to showcase that over the last few weeks for sure.
Great stuff, Tommy. Appreciate your time and your candor.
Thanks,
really
Tommy.
do.
Really appreciate it.
Of course, guys. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
That is our guy, Tommy Haugh, the Cubs pitching coach. Boy, I mean,
one after another, the questions are about guys who may not be performing because of injury or whatever else, but he answers all the questions, and we went through the entire staff essentially, and that's all you can do, and you can hope for things to turn around. But he's got the right mindset. That's what these guys, I'm sure, as bad as it is right now, they've been through worse.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, things can change in a hurry. Okay, I mean, look at Michael Lorenzen. That's a guy that once threw a no-hitter in 2023 when he was with Philadelphia, and he was god awful all year long, and somehow he had a significantly better performance last night.
A good start last night.
Yeah, you'd never imagine.
When did he take up bodybuilding?
I don't know. That's a good. Could you think that works?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
that guy's jacked. I mean, is there a stronger starting pitcher in Major League Baseball than that guy?
Well, it depends on how you mean strong.
Well, he's got some arms on him, doesn't he?
Yeah. He did look. He looked better than he's been. I'll say that. But I mean, it was very disappointing. And that's the thing. You can't really talk about the Cubs pitching staff and where things have gone wrong when they've gotten no run support at all. And as we have talked about already, it's great to have accountability, but it'd be better if you got some runs.
Yeah, if we had Dustin Kelly, the hitting coach, on every week, we'd have to expand the segment to 45 minutes to get through all the Cub hitters that aren't performing.
All right. We'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh 104.3 The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for
Lies. He left no room for notes.
I was ranked #1. You were ranked, I don't know.
The pointing to the Naismith Trophy.
Yeah, it's in the background. So when he's talking about his high school career being different, he literally has the Naismith Trophy for top high school player in the country directly behind him and references it.
When did you get in?
Okay.
AKA, when did you get into spring training? Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer, take it away.
7th inning. Ron, I've been in Arizona now for a few days. I know you've been out here for a couple of weeks. But you always hear the similar questions when you first arrive. And it becomes kind of comical after a while. You anticipate hearing them, and then you just smile when you do. But it doesn't take long. Do you remember the 4 questions that we have informed our audience that you invariably will hear over and over and over again every single spring? You'll hear 4 questions. Do you remember what the first couple were?
Yeah, I remember them. Go ahead. No, I do. I know. This is.
Well, the first one, they see you.
Yeah.
Usually they've forgotten your name. That's A. And then B, when did you get in? Here's a ground ball to short. And the throw to first is going to be in time. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Bottom of the 8th inning gets underway. We were chuckling about the 4 questions that you hear when you arrive at spring training every year. The first one is, when'd you get in? And that's exactly the way you hear it many times, too, especially if the person hails from the southern portion of our great country. When'd you get in? So, in other words, when did you arrive? Then the next one, where are you staying? That one always kind of puzzles me. Where are you staying? Do you really care where anybody else in the entire traveling party is staying during the spring?
No, nor do I really care to share where I'm staying.
Exactly.
I'm in the state of Arizona. How's that?
Yeah. I sometimes think that question is put to you only so that they can then tell you where they are staying.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Yeah, we're staying over in Scottsdale. Real fancy place.
Well,
good for you.
Yeah.
I'm staying over in the Mud Flats.
Yeah. Oh, solid. The old Mud Flats.
Yeah, the Mud Flats section
of
the Valley of the Sun.
Glad I haven't been over there lately.
Nah, you wouldn't want to be. And then those of us that arrive in spring training, did you have a good winter? And I'll tell you why it confuses me. How much detail do you want? Here's the pitch on the way, a swing and a chop foul. Most of the time you just say, yeah, great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel like discussing things in detail.
Do you ever go into detail about your winter?
Well, our dog got sick and had to put a bandage patch on him for a while. The last one is always, well, have you lost some weight? You look good. Have you lost some weight? I like to say, no, but I've gotten a little taller. I have. I'm working with a trainer and some real good stretching, and as a result, I'm actually much taller than I was a year ago. Thanks for asking.
I didn't know at our age we could get taller.
But it's a lot of stretching.
Yeah, a lot of stretching.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I need to get one of those machines for the house. Very first day I got into camp, I wasn't thinking about your 4 questions, to be honest with you, but I got blasted with the first one really before I even got out of my car.
When'd you get in?
Right now.
Yeah.
Because I pulled into the lot, saw somebody in it. That was the first question. And I'm like, well, I still got stuff in the back if you want to help.
Sure.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
And next year I'll send you my itinerary, so you'll be waiting for me.
He's not wrong about the questions. It's
not at all.
Right?
Like, as somebody who's been to Arizona, those are generally, and they might be different variations of those 4 questions. That's great.
Oh, when'd you get in is the best. When'd you get in? And did you notice Pat tried to be formal about it the first time? He said, like, when did you get in? And I'm like, nah, Pat.
When did you get in?
But then it became, when'd you get in?
I don't necessarily ever remember it always being the Southern accent with the when did you get in part. I love that that's what it is because that really makes the whole bit. But I don't necessarily remember in my 3 years of coverage.
Let's go, Knicks! Let's go, Knicks! We outside.
No timeouts left. They have to get it in. Harper lobs it inside. Castle hasn't lost it. That's it. It's over. The greatest comeback in NBA playoff history. The Knicks pull off the miracle comeback.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That was the Wu-Tang Clan.
Yes.
They were performing,
Halftime.
and they called it Knicks in 5. And guess what? Wu-Tang's never wrong.
They're never wrong.
And
I don't think they're going to be wrong this time either.
No. And like Wu-Tang, I do like it raw.
Okay.
So that was about as...
And you're not wrong ever either.
I have been wrong in the past, but never about Wu-Tang.
Well, no, I think you and the Wu-Tang Clan have a lot of similarities there. When I think of...
Shimmy,
I thought of you when I was watching that halftime show.
Thank you, buddy.
I thought that. And then when they went Knicks in 5, I thought that's something you would appreciate.
I can't believe they were right.
Did the Knicks stage the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history, or did the Spurs make possible the biggest choke job in Finals history?
I think the Spurs
or both.
had a bigger choke job than the Knicks.
So
had
the Spurs
comeback.
lost that game more than the Knicks won it.
I'm being completely honest. I think that was more of a choke than it was.
You're not giving any credit to OMG and
no. I mean, the Knicks do what the Knicks have done. The Knicks have been absolutely tough as nails, fighting hard. But that when you lose a lead like that, there's no excuse.
We saw the dumbest basketball team in the history of civilization.
Oh, wow.
We saw they had a 25-point lead, took eight straight threes. Like, they thought to get, like, that was some of the most mismanaged, stupid basketball. Hey, when you blow a 29-point lead, the other team has to help you. The San Antonio Spurs helped the New York Knicks win this game by doing some of the stupid-ass stuff I've ever seen on a basketball court.
Yeah. I don't know if people are even aware, but when you say it's dumbest, that's spelled with a B.
I think people are aware. Yeah, I think most people know that. I don't disagree there. That's pretty strong criticism, but they earned it. All they had to do was dribble out the clock instead of try to make the layup, and that's where that wasn't the only bad, dumb play, if you will. That was just the most, I think, egregious and indelible one, because Fox had the ball, could dribble out the clock, you could get fouled, hit the free throws, game over. Game over, series tied. Game 5 would not be a clinching scenario like it is now, and you wonder now what happens in San Antonio. I think that the Spurs are scarred by this. They scored 76 points in the first half. 76 points in a half, and they lose.
That's unforgivable. Seriously,
they were up 29.
I know.
It's just unfathomable. It's one of those things that you just don't think should happen, and
comically absurd. Frankly.
So, are you happy for the Knicks if they win? I think I'm ready for the drought to be over. That's the direction.
I'm happy for the Knicks if they win.
That's the way I have viewed this series in these finals through that prism. Like, all right, it's their time. Wemby will have his. He'll have another shot. I don't know if this iteration of the Knicks. I don't know if the Knicks in the Eastern Conference are ever going to get back.
Did you see that the Game 3 ratings were the highest since the 98 Bulls?
Did not see that.
98 Bulls. It's the last game where more people watch Game 3 of the NBA Finals than
New York market?
That tuned. I think it's New York market. I think that it's the kind of circus atmosphere. I think it's mainly New York market because I don't know. Do they even count the people that were in the parks watching it? Because they had massive watch parties in every borough, for God's sake.
That's quite a distinction because there have been some really marquee matchups in the finals since '98.
Yeah.
You think that encompasses all the Lakers?
I think what I'm getting at I think that the Spurs have embarrassed themselves in front of everyone. They got to do something about it.
What are they going to do?
Well, they got to make a trade. Make sure.
Aren't you relieved a little bit though? So there's a lot of the big picture things, but from the Bulls' perspective, the local viewpoint, that they aren't about to hire Sean Sweeney now, because if they were going to bring somebody in who was on the bench during the worst loss and the biggest choke job in NBA Finals history, that would be a question at the press conference that I'm glad we can avoid. Because he's going to the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, we've never heard a question like that since I believe Matt Nagy was hired.
Well, he was hired after his collapse.
Horrible
in the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, well, we can avoid that now because Sean Sweeney's going to the Magic, and that's the Orlando media's problem. But as Dustin might say, he won't have to worry about the next coach won't have to have any of that San Antonio stink on him.
Correct. I wonder if you were running the Spurs, would you want to go make a trade for Giannis just because that way he doesn't end up at OKC? And
sure,
that's a team that probably needs him, but maybe this young team might need him more.
I would trade for Giannis if I'm the Spurs or any team that has that kind of roster that
is that close.
Reasonably say that they're that close. Yeah,
and they've got a lot of good players, but they've got Wemby, and clearly they're not ready yet. There's no other
and they're
way
not done yet. But I have a hard time seeing a team that blew that lead, winning 3 in a row.
Wu-Tang they're done.
They're done, but I don't know if it's going to be in 5. It could be in 6, but they're done.
There's no doubt about it. In fact, I think it might. I don't know what the fallout is from that. I don't know that they even make it back to New York. They may go home and just turtle up and see you bye. That was absolutely god awful. Now you look at the games; they've been relatively close. But to have lost in that with that lead, I don't know how you recover.
I don't know how you recover either.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you show your face on the Riverwalk.
And a 3-1 deficit, I don't know how you recover from that. They'll eat Tex-Mex. That's what you do when you're down there.
Yeah, I think that it's a fine city, San Antonio.
San Antonio is not a bad city. I mean, the Riverwalk, you're right, is kind of fun. Stayed at a great spot down there one time. You can have a good time there. I prefer
down there for Loyola.
I like Austin.
That's a magical place, right?
Yes, I actually stayed in Austin when I went down there for San Antonio, and we saw each other at that.
You stayed in Austin?
I did.
I don't remember that part.
Well, I was struggling to come in, and then it was kind of a last minute thing, and everybody had booked all the hotels. So I just went to the game, and then drove back to Austin, and then flew out of there.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't bad. It's easy to do, and I really like Austin.
Fond memories of San Antonio. I covered the Alamo Bowl there one year.
Yeah, how was that?
It was fun. A long time ago.
Yeah, I've been down there for basketball. As I mentioned, I took the crew down there. That was a ton of fun. We had a really good time. The Low Country went, kind of stayed at a couple good spots. It had
some tourist attractions there.
Unbelievable barbecue. No, it wasn't really. We were kind of just enjoying.
Do you remember the Alamo?
I've been to the Alamo. I remember the Alamo. The thing that stands out when you go to the Alamo is that it's like, no wonder they were wiped out. They couldn't get like a place with walls. It's so small, and like they all got completely murdered because the Mexican army was there and kind of wiped them all out. But David, have you ever been there? It's tiny.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Like I'm just saying, like if you stood up, you'd get your head shot off. I don't know how you ever thought you could survive there.
So that was something last night. That was the series continues, and tonight we're treated to the next game in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs and final,
which is very closely contested and very
it's even 2-2.
It's even at 2-2.
Golden Knights and Hurricanes.
And every game has been sensational.
Jordan Stahl took over the last game for the Canes, a couple goals. He has been very just impactful. And tonight, pivotal game 5. You can't say game 5 without saying a pivotal game 5.
Now, are you sticking with your predictions?
Yeah, I'm sticking with my predictions. I'm going with Golden Knights.
So you believe they'll win tonight?
I think they'll win tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they win tonight.
And then will they seal it back at home, or do they have to, or do you think
this could go 7? It absolutely
and they'll win
could go
even
7.
if it goes 7.
I think they'll win if it goes 7
because home ice isn't
it's just
as
that
important.
kind of year.
Yeah.
It's that guy.
Okay.
It won't matter. Marner will find a way. He is the guy who's going to win the Conn Smythe, and I think the Golden Knights will be able to hoist the cup again.
And when is the next Knicks game? Is it Friday?
Saturday.
Saturday, of course.
Saturday.
Back in San Antonio.
If it goes 7, though, Dustin will love this. I think if it goes 7, game 7 is on a Friday. Isn't that the case? I think game 7 is on a Friday.
Then you'll hear language.
Well, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, it'd be Friday.
No, game 7, if needed, would be on Tuesday, the 16th of June.
No.
No?
Mm-mm. Game 7, if necessary, Knicks and Spurs, June 19th.
What? I mean, explain that time frame.
I don't know.
Good God.
Well, it's only 3-1 now. There's 3 games left. There's 3 games left on the schedule. Saturday, Tuesday, Friday, I believe. So it's spread out.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go back and forth.
Game 6 is Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
That's what I was waiting for. Thank you. Game 7 will be Friday, the 19th.
That's horrible, too, because that's kind of a holiday. That's Juneteenth.
Exactly.
And it's Friday. People outside.
That's true.
Doesn't make any sense. It's not going to go 7, so it won't matter. It'll be a moot point.
Wouldn't you love to hear like Greg Popovich right now? Wouldn't you love to know? Because there's a report out there that he got on their plane before it took off, before they allowed takeoff. He, according to a report, lit that team up and then sat next to Wembanyama the whole way and then individually called guys like over to talk to him and Victor at the same time. I mean, could you imagine him in that bus, assuming that he was in the arena last night, took the bus ride back, and then, Victor Wembanyama was getting egged, literally got eggs thrown at him by Knicks fans outside the team hotel.
Well, I mean, at least they didn't beat him up and steal his jersey. They were doing that before. And honestly, with the Knicks fans, I don't have any problem with how passionate they are and their cheering and everything. But I kind of draw the line at violence. Like if you got to tear, depending on the situation. If you got to tear a jersey off someone and bloody his face, that might be a bit much.
Pop can pretty much do whatever he wants. He's Greg Popovich, and in that organization, nobody's going to tell him,
No one's going to tell him no?
No one's going to tell him no about anything, but is it at all confusing when you have an executive who in that role? It's a quasi role, isn't it? How involved is he on the regular operations? How healthy has he been?
Well, he hasn't been healthy enough, and that's why he
that's
gave
what I mean.
up.
Is that so? I mean, at what point do you get
I think do
you just tolerate that?
I think he's trying to do the right thing,
right,
from his perspective. And I think if you're Victor Wembanyama, you can appreciate that he has the right to kind of lay down the law, and he's bringing each guy to talk with you. I don't think that's a bad thing, but I mean, I've heard a lot of different stories about different guys and situations like that where it doesn't go over all that well.
Well, I think from the player's perspective,
yeah,
absolutely, it would be welcome, and I think you understand it.
But
if you're Mitch Johnson,
yeah, you would be a little bit like, I mean, but you're probably already a little bit like, man, I'm not much of a coach, am I?
I don't know.
I don't know how small he feels this morning.
He's in the NBA Finals,
but
he won the Western Conference.
Well, he just happened to be there and get the job when the best player was drafted.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not being mean to him.
That sounds pretty mean.
But he struggled quite a bit.
I'm not being mean to him, but I'm just going to discredit everything he's ever accomplished.
I'm just saying, not everything he's ever accomplished, everything he's accomplished with this team. I'll discredit that because it should be Pop.
Okay, but
I'd rather hear what Pop says. In fact, they're in a meeting, and if I'm Victor, I'm like, mon ami, wait a moment. Pop, have you something to say?
Is that Wembanyama?
That was my
I've
Wemby.
heard him interviewed.
I know.
I have never heard that deep of a voice from Victor.
I'm sorry. It was
from
just
Wemby.
that was my version of Wemby.
Definitely. Okay.
Mon chéri, come away with me to the cash bar.
No, I didn't hear that.
All right.
I'm just glad the Bulls aren't hiring Sean Sweeney now.
Look at you.
I'm
See,
just
you've
happy.
given up on Sweeney.
Yes.
I'd be happy if they hired him. How could a man named Mulligan say that a man named Sweeney had no chance? All right, we got I believe Marshall and Mark Grote today. So we'll talk to them next. It's Mully and Haugh. It is 104.3 The Score. And like Wu-Tang, I do like it raw. Oui.
Bears fans.
It's the dog days of summer, but there's no off season when it comes to Bears talk on the Score.
It was great to hear Caleb talking about it now, about how last year they couldn't even spit out a play, and now this year the starting point is just a completely different and elevated place. They meet every day, they laugh, they joke, but they also...
He yells at me.
He yells at me! The offensive-minded head coach and the quarterback are bonding.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Right now, you be the sixth caller to the Scores contest line. 312-54.
Training full-time, having an extra amount of Southern accents.
The underrated
Where'd you get in?
The underrated question in there was, how was your winter? And it's usually, how was your off season? But that's a big question that people ask when I haven't seen you since the postseason.
Yeah, the weight loss thing too is real.
I definitely ask about the off season.
See?
I ask how people's off season.
How was your off season?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you staying?
That's a safety concern. I don't know if I like that one. Huh?
Yeah, don't tell
I
him
think
what don't tell.
Coon was on to something. It's like, I really don't want to tell you.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly and 6heavenlythescore.com. I'm your host, Doug the Phone, up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
You get your legs back when you get up here. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bull in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching, okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
Yeah.
how did that make you feel?
Okay, Stephenville kid, whatever, his Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay.
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We're going to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
It was tremendous. And then telling stories. Mully, before the game, I think I could tell this. We're in the back of the green room, and he's talking with people when it came up with something about mascots. He says, "Did I ever tell you about the time when in 1982 when I wore a mask?" He was a mascot for NBC in one of his early assignments, and he pulled up this video and he was showing it to the group in the room and then he unveiled the like he was dressed up as a mascot.
Oh my God.
And it was Bob Costas underneath the mascot uniform because his point was how hot it was in there.
Oh yeah.
How difficult it could be to be the mascot. And he was showing this story from 1982 when he was a young lad working for NBC.
When my eldest daughter turned 1 year old, she was a huge fan of Elmo. So I went to a costume shop, and apparently if you rent an Elmo costume, it costs a lot of money.
Never done that.
They got to pay money for the name and everything.
Yeah.
This was called Big Red Monster. So I rented Big Red Monster, which was absolutely Elmo. And I had this giant costume that fit me. And I was covering the Bears. I was at Hallis Hall. I'm in the parking lot. And I'm in this, I was showing John Mullen, Moon Mullen, the costume, and I had the big head and I put it on and I was kind of dancing around the parking lot. All the players were coming out of practice, honking their horns. They thought it was hysterical. So anyway, I end up at this party and I'm Elmo and I'm dressed up and I'm dancing around. I lived in a townhouse at the time. My nephew tripped me. I went like arse over tea kettle down the stairs. The only thing that saved me was this big outfit I had on. That I got to tell you,
almost saved your life.
Almost saved me when I finally took the helmet off. About a bucket of water of sweat poured out of it. I was just like, how do you ever wear one of these things?
That was kind of his point.
Oh, he's so right.
I don't think he was ever Elmo.
Oh,
That's
my
quite
God.
a story.
Thank you, buddy. I'm here for you.
I mean,
when you love your kids, you do all sorts of dumb things.
Yeah, that's not a dumb thing.
You're not coming to Sesame Street anymore.
They threatened, did you see that thing? When Elmo said he hopes both teams have fun, he tweeted that out about the Knicks and the Spurs. All these New Yorkers went after him. Pick a side. And then they had
Elmo loves everybody.
The street thing, they showed the sign, they named a street Sesame Street. And they told him, this comes down if you don't take the Knicks.
Oh, come on. He loves everybody.
It's hysterical.
Little touchy there.
Don't mess with Elmo.
But coming out of the football season, I was kind of just talking about a few different things. We were here in commercial break at one point, and we started talking some baseball. And a discussion that really fascinated me with the two of you and the entire crew when I was on the afternoon show broke out, and I felt like it was worth revisiting.
I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grote?
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that, I think. I think that he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
Nope.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves in recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Yes, dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. I want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz, gets us up and twitching away in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Thursday, the 11th of June.
And thank you, God, for the World Cup. That's fantastic stuff. Can't wait for that to get going. Thanks to our executive producer, Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
I hope, David, you love it. It's called Cubs Are Hawful. Watching the Cubs in my man cave. Tomorrow on the radio, we're going to rant and rave. Can't score runs, hitting so bad. Only team homers, and I'm getting so mad. My love for the team is so infernal. Jumping in my car, going to visit the Colonel. Drown my sorrows in the bucket of extra crispy. Wash it all down with peanut butter whiskey.
There was a tribute.
That was
Mr.
quite a
David.
song.
It was beautiful.
Quite a
Thank
ditty.
you, Brandon Fryer, for that.
First place White Sox. What I mean,
I'm so on board with Ron. That's great stuff. Marshall Harris right here. I can see you.
What up, fellas? Happy Hump Day. Everybody
Granny
knows. What's happening, fellas?
It's really interesting because what's more likely to happen? The White Sox to sweep the best team in baseball, or the Cubs to be swept by the worst team in baseball?
Well, which would be more unlikely?
The White Sox sweeping.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
And what
Cubs losing to the Rockies?
It's hard to
It's already
sweep.
happened twice.
It's hard to sweep a really good team.
I think the Sox are in a good position to sweep this series.
I
Even
like
with the
it.
rain, the rain kind of gives me pause because we don't know how that's going to shake out
Yes.
with their bullpen and everything else. That's one of the things they need to get better at. Is
I
the
see
bullpen.
sunshine.
Yeah,
you do.
guess what? You won't later.
On a cloudy day.
Maybe they'll kill sports tonight in the old newscast.
Well, Anthony K. Day today for the White Sox, going for the sweep. You know what? It sounds even worse for the Cubs than getting swept by Colorado, which, of course, is plausible, is if they lose, they'd be under 500. That
Yeah.
just sounds, and if you look at it, just looks awful.
If
all
they
things
fall below
considered.
500, yes, it will be a dark day.
It really dark
Even
day.
if it looks like this outside.
It
Yes.
won't look like this outside.
A sun-kissed day, the sun beaming over Michigan Avenue right now. As
It
Mully
doesn't
and Haugh.
feel like the sun is shining for Cub fans, Grote. This is a gloomy day.
They were 27-12 at one point in their collective lives.
It's a long time ago.
27-12.
What are they since? 12 and 27.
Yeah,
something like that.
Just something really awful, and yeah, it felt good when they tied it last night. But you kind of knew that. You knew TJ Rumfield would hit a 2-run homer off Jacob Webb. You just knew it.
What are you doing now? How do you handle your life with all this?
I don't know. We're looking for advice. We're going to take calls. How should we handle this? No, we are going to talk. We are going to begin the show talking about the first place Chicago White Sox.
Nice.
We will then talk about the Cubs and is there any salvation coming for the Cubs? And I'm getting a no over here. We'll get to that later. We've got some Bears at 11 and some great stuff from Montez Sweat. Yes. NBA Finals talk with Nick Friedel at 12:25. 5 on it at noon like we do.
Shorty.
We got a Shorty today. What's up, Shorty? 1 o'clock, Patrick Finley will join us live from Hallis Hall to talk about the Bears mandatory minicamp.
Have a great show.
Awful.
Hey, it's David Haugh. You know Verizon has America's best net.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nick.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of $1.
I
and
think
that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make
answer
a bet?
is yes. Yes.
Okay, then I owe you
there
$1.
was Tyler Buterbaum put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you if we
Ray.
were never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his wallet.
You walking the streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because
Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. Because I need the ID just to get where I need passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have $1. I don't have $1.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the back of your
didn't.
neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile,
something was going on.
She's digging through folders looking for $1.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, this is
Yo,
guy
you and your
paying me
streak-
off.
Is there a
for
slice
these
of pizza
bets
in there
I made.
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Horner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
That was
3
right
weeks
after
ago.
Well, actually, it was right after the Bregman trade. That's what kind of spurred the conversation because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs, and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, "There's no way anybody's trading Nico," and you were like, "Yeah, they're gonna trade Nico." And I was like, "No, they're not gonna trade Nico." And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So
Yeah,
that's probably
fine. That's
what
fine.
It wasn't when
the
he
time
said
I
the Bulls were going to win 45
I knew it was a long
games.
time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now.
Yeah.
But until then, I was very much, they might trade Nico.
What
Because
show was it with the "Give me my $2"? Was that that was
I
like
want
a,
my $2.
Yeah, was that
Better
a
Off
Cusack
Dead.
movie, right? Better Off Dead. There we go. Yeah.
I'll have
Wait
your
a sec-
$1 the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't
Better
find my
run
wallet,
that- better run that dollar.
I might be in trouble. Because
Run that dollar, Marshall.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
Hey.
the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay. Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. You know, they benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
His now opportunity to compete for a starting job in Dallas, they let Eric Kendricks go. And now there's an opening, so he will either he'll play a similar role he did here.
Hey, dealers, this is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour being brought to you by The Great Escape.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
Trying to balance watching baseball last night. I'm watching the Sox game that started earlier. I flip over to the Cubs game during a commercial break, and it's 5-0, and I'm like, ah!
Turn his TV off, turn his TV off, turn his TV off, turn his TV off.
I mean, at what point do you have to say, what we're doing as a team is not working.
All right, you know what? This is not working. If you're gonna learn to drive, you're gonna have to practice first. Here, play Grand Theft Auto for 8 hours, and then we'll give it another try.
Amazing, though, that I have gotten to the point, this is not the point at which any fan should be, and that is, at least you got something out of it. At least you scored a run in that situation. You needed a lot more, but you didn't get skunked, and that's where it is for the Cubs. It's painful to watch, and it doesn't feel like there's a way out, even though there should eventually be a way out.
There's no way out. There's no way out. We're doomed. Doomed.
I mean, that's it. Do we have to adjust our expectations because I just told you about this 28-game series that they've had?
Thanks, Cubs.
I'm going to say this, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this about the Chicago Cubs. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Does anybody really know? Because if there wasn't the evidence of the 2 10-game winning streaks, then we probably would know. Then we would know. Like if it was a 2 5-game winning streaks, then we would know. I still don't know if this, like, I know that they're not this bad, but I also don't know at this moment if the Cubs are a competitive playoff team by the end of the year.
Just sit here and be quiet. And if you have a question, just raise your hand. But I'm going to save you some time, sweetie, and give you the answer now. I don't know.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Yeah, see, Kevin from The Office made it okay for me to not know, to be baffled and miffed by the Chicago Cubs as we welcome you into Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, along with Marshall Harris today. I am Mark Grote. Ugh.
What up, Mark?
Hi, Marshall. What's going on with you, buddy boy?
Oh, I'm just over here basking in the glow of a first-place White Sox team. That's all.
You should be.
That's all.
You have earned that, and so have White Sox fans. 36-31, first place Chicago White Sox. Cleveland, the Guardians have lost 4 in a row, so life is good. Good. LG for the White Sox. Heck, W7. They've won 7 straight games at home. They actually sound like the new Cubs. That's what they are. They're streaking. They're winning at home. Remember that nice long winning streak the Cubs had at Wrigley Field?
15.
The White Sox are the new Cubs of this season.
Now, their home winning streak is only 7 games, so it's modest compared to the 15, but they haven't lost 10 games in a row all season. I can tell you that about the White Sox. The other thing I can tell you is they should rename the rate to the rake, because that's all they do at that ballpark is rake. They've won 18 of their last 21 games at home. They've won 7 straight home series. And yes, they are in first place above the Guardians. And I don't say this lightly, but after watching the last 2 games against the team with the best record in all of baseball to start off this June, and without Munetaka Murakami and without Colson Montgomery, they are for real. They should have very specific aspirations of winning their division and securing a bye, not even playing the wild card round, a bye in the American League playoffs. That's what the White Sox should be doing now that I've seen what I've seen over the more than a third of a season.
So I wonder if, because it sounds to me like you have graduated. I've asked this question multiple times and brought this up multiple times as it pertains to the White Sox, and that is, had they moved from, I'll ask it again, from a fun team, a fun story, because that is the adjective I hear most when people talk about the White Sox, because nobody really wants to commit to this is a playoff team and they could do damage in the playoffs. It's much easier to say about a team that in the previous 3 years lost 100 games, this is fun, I'll take it, this is enjoyable, this is interesting. But yesterday, after the White Sox beat the Braves 2-1, the Atlanta Braves, one of the best teams in Major League Baseball, a team that is expected to contend to win the World Series this year. White Sox beat the Braves 2-1. Davis Martin, just a touch better than Chris Sale. Chris Sale can't hurt you anymore, White Sox fans.
He really can't.
Garrett Crochet can't hurt you anymore.
Oh, he's helped.
He's actually hurt himself, and he has helped. Isn't that a nice benefit? See, the benefits start to come with all these things. The people and teams even that maybe used to haunt you aren't haunting you and hurting you as much. But I agree with you, and I think what you're saying is
For me, last night, I think it officially went. The clock struck midnight for me.
Yes.
In that it is fun to watch the White Sox, but I think it's okay to take it to dare yourself to take it beyond. It's just in fun. Enjoy the ride. Don't look too far ahead, because the number one thing that I worried about is that this is going to be development with winning, and trying to mix that can be difficult. But the majority of the guys that they are developing have contributed to the White Sox this year. And I know some have struggled. David Sandlin just got sent down. Noah Schultz hurt. The jury's still out on those guys. But there he was again last night, Colson Montgomery, with another 2 doubles, including one of those off of Chris Sale.
Well, not Colson, but Braden, but you were close.
I knew I was going to do this.
There's 2 Montgomerys.
I am.
But there's only one Montgomery right now because Colson's hurt. He's dealing with a back issue.
And there's a Colson with the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
And his name is Loveland. Bears.
Yes.
Lots of Bears talk later on today.
Yes, we got Bears. Yeah. Look. I want the people to let us know, and this goes for White Sox fans and Cubs fans, because I know they're feeling very different emotions right now. But 312-644-6767 on the text line, but also call us. We're taking calls today because I feel like both these teams are headed in very different directions since they played each other, right? And one of the reasons why I believe in this White Sox team and that they are for real, it isn't just their success at home. Did you know they're a Major League best tying 14-6 in one-run games? And there is a belief that when they're in a tight game, they will find a way to get it done. And that's what we've seen the first 2 games of this series with Braden Montgomery. And I don't think it can be understated the importance of Davis Martin, who got an extra day off between his starts, the importance of him going out there and not just out-dueling Chris Sale, the old guard, if you will, but throwing zeros. That's how you win against really good teams, is by having a guy who can go out and throw zeros. He did that for 6 innings. He scattered 6 hits. He walked absolutely no one, and he struck out 6. And he's headed to the All-Star game, and he'll have some friends, teammates with him when he makes that trip. And you have to believe right now that this team is set up for success, not just in the short term, but also the long term. And I think that's what puts the biggest smile on White Sox fans' faces across the area.
Yep, there's a legitimacy to what they're doing. I mean, the Sox fans, and like us, we're right with you. We're watching all of these games, and you know when stuff is flukish, and you know when guys are getting lucky, and there's a degree of luck in everything in sports. But you can watch this, and if you know, this is sustainable, I think is what I'm trying to say here. But yeah, Davis Martin was great, got out of bases loaded jam in the 2nd inning. Chris Sale was very good too, 5 2/3, 2 runs, allowed 6 hits, struck out 6, 1 walk, 103 pitches for him. His ERA is 2.30. Davis Martin's is at 2.41 right now. Shout out to the bullpen work, though, by the White Sox last night. And
who?
He was very good. No, he didn't have to use him. It was Brian Hudson.
That's the point. You don't even need Grant Taylor to win a 1-run game against the Braves.
Right. He had gone 2 innings the night before. Shout out to Sean Newcomb, because it was on his watch that Miguel Vargas made that weird error. Yeah, Vargas made a costly error, allows a run, but then Newcomb pitched out of it. Your guy, my guy, our guy, Sir Anthony Dominguez was very good. And then, as you mentioned at the end, Brian Hudson. And then there's that Derek guy again. Hello there, Derek. Derek Hill with an RBI hit, scoring the very speedy Luis Angel Acuna.
Can I just tell you the best part about the bullpen? It's the fact that you probably didn't even realize this. Sir Anthony Dominguez has now gone 8 straight scoreless appearances. And if Sir Anthony Dominguez is giving you that kind of work out of your pen, when you know you have Grant Taylor and you know how good Brian Hudson's been, he got his 3rd career save last night, the possibilities start to extend beyond hanging on for dear life. And if the trade deadline comes and the Sox are in this position they're in right now, they go out, they get some more arms and bolster the bullpen rotation, however you want to look at it. But the hitting is the hitting. And without Munetaka Murakami, this team has still averaged over 5 runs a game. They're still one of the best offenses in all of baseball. Braden Montgomery, he's the 12th player to be called up and make his Major League debut for the White Sox, more than any other team in baseball. In fact, since the start of last year, 23 players have now come up and made their Major League debut in a White Sox uniform over the last 2 seasons. And if you look at the starting lineup from last night, going back to last year, like over half the lineup was guys who weren't in Major League Baseball in 2024. That tells you how far they've come, and they're scary. Braden Montgomery's only played 2 games. I get it. Historic with the walk-off home run in his Major League debut, but to have 3 extra base hits, a home run and 2 doubles, and be 4 for 9 out the bat, and Chris Sale is one of the guys you got an extra base hit against, you got to feel good about it. It's hard for you to bring me down from where I am right now, Mark.
Well, he contributed in a real way. No matter what he does, he is already. Even if Braden Montgomery goes into some awful slump, he has helped the White Sox win 2 big games, 2 really big games against the Atlanta Braves. This is a good time to hear from Braden Montgomery because he met up with Brooke Fletcher on the field yesterday after the White Sox 2-1 win over the Braves.
Braden, a couple doubles for you tonight, but your first one came off Chris Sale. What makes that one special for you?
I mean, it's obvious that guy is a Hall of Famer, and so it's cool to be able to see him on this side of the TV.
You started the rally there in the 4th. You had the walk-off homer last night. What's it mean just to come in and contribute with this team so quickly?
It means everything. I mean, it's what I've been envisioning for my whole life, and to see it start off like this is really encouraging. So I love being here.
You're the 12th player to make his debut with this group. How has just having the other guys share that same experience allowed you just to settle in?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it helps you to take some of that edge off and see guys around you that have been in that same spot. And so they welcome you that much more. So.
With this win here tonight, you're taking down one of the best teams in baseball, and also you guys are in first place in the AL Central. What is it about this group that stands out to you, and what does it say?
I feel like it's just a group that enjoys being around each other. I mean, being received in the clubhouse after the walk-off last night was really, really special. I mean, it's something I'll think about forever. They could easily just be excited on the field and then move on from it, but they really celebrated me and made me feel special, so it was awesome.
I got to ask you, lastly, you got a standing ovation last night in your first at-bat. Just what do you make of just how this fan base has really embraced you so far?
It's made me feel so special. Being able to be embraced like that, and then after the game being able to embrace them right back it's the introduction to the big leagues. And so this has been such an unforgettable experience.
It is Braden Montgomery with Brooke Fletcher on CHSN yesterday. Why does he sound like he's about 35 years old and he's been playing Major League Baseball for 11 years?
He's an experienced baseball guy. He played college baseball at Texas A&M. He has known what his pedigree was. He knows what the expectations are of him. I got to say, though, when he said, great to see him on the other side of the TV, because he's watching Chris Sale on TV like the rest of us, and now he's a Major League Baseball player. The man is 2-0 as a major leaguer against the team with the best record in baseball. Cloud 9 probably doesn't begin to describe how he and the rest of those young guys feel. And part of it is I don't even think they know this iteration, what exactly they are incapable of, if that makes sense. So you don't know, like, what you're not supposed to be able to do. I think that's part of the factor here to his success. He comes up, he gets a hit, then he gets a home run to win the game. Then the next day he's like, all right, well, I already hit a game-winning home run. Chris Sale, I'll just do my thing from whether it's the left or the right side of the plate.
I don't know if Will Venable knows what his White Sox players are. I don't know if he has full tilt trust in these guys with the amount. And hey, man, again, I'm a child of the 80s. I love that. I love the good bunt. Hey, you don't have to go back to that. You can go back to the White Sox of 2005. Scott Podsednik gets on base to start the game. Tadahito steals second. Tadahito Iguchi, a ground ball to second, moves him over to the third. And then Paulie and Jermaine Dye and the boys are bringing him in. I don't mind that style of baseball, but he really leans into it, man.
I think one thing that the manager, Will Venable, has realized is my guys aren't as good at bunting as I thought they were.
Well, there's that.
I think that's something when you say, what are they incapable of? I don't think they're quite as capable of putting down a bunt as Will Venable had hoped.
Which insults his sensibilities
he would like. Yeah, no, it's good. We saw it yesterday with Tristan Peters. Now, luckily, they were able to still get that run across because, Derek Hill does his thing. You know what? Here's what I love. I love that Luis Angel Acuna got his first ever game-winning RBI last night because he hasn't been good offensively, but he's starting to actually hit the ball a little bit harder. He gets an RBI ground out that gets them their second run off Chris Sale, and that matters. I don't want to draw a direct comparison, but we've seen teams who can't get runners home once they get on base and how that goes for them over large swaths of the schedule. And then we've seen the White Sox be able to do that at a much more efficient rate. And even though they couldn't do it in back-to-back games on different occasions, use the bunt to get guys home, they still find a way to get wins because they just create so many opportunities.
Yeah, and man, he's growing too. Like Will Venable, like the White Sox, if you get them in an honest moment, I don't think that they would have predicted that they would be in first place 36-31 or anywhere. Well, maybe they thought that they would be around the 500 mark. So the Will Venable is still learning how to be a manager, learning his guys. But yeah, he got a little bit bunt happy in the 80s game in the Braden Montgomery, the Bob Costas walk-off. White Sox over the Braves 6-5 on that day, and admitted it. I mean, I don't know if you happen to have caught Will Venable's post game after all the. Did you watch it till the end?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't having it.
He wasn't happy.
He was pissed off at himself. I mean, he admitted. He said, "I did not put guys." It was really my proudest moment for him because he said he screwed up.
He held himself very accountable in that, and I think that is eye-opening because I know players are going to see that and understand we're not where we need to be yet. We are winning games, but we still have so much growth to do to be the team that we're capable of being, not just in the future, but right now in 2026, because we're already holding on to first place. Let's not let it go.
Is there growth left in the Chicago Cubs? Are there growth spurts for this season over?
You better hope so.
Were they 2 10-game winning streak, and that's it? They're not getting any. Their growth has been stunted. We have got to talk about the Chicago Cubs, who, again, lost to Colorado last night by a final of 3-2. We are definitely going to hear what Craig Counsell is saying about his ball club. We found some very entertaining stuff from the afternoon show yesterday with the skipper of the Chicago Cubs, and we will try to figure out if there is a way out for the Chicago Cubs. It is next on the Rahimi Harris and Grote Show on The Score.
Cubs fans, Pat and Ron are your boys of summer on The Score.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance.
These guys are on a roll. Pat Hughes, they had fun yesterday, and I don't know if you're going to be able to find it on TV. All I know is 104.3 The Score. Pat, Coom, Zach.
Pat and Ron, the boys of summer. Your sound.
Good for Jack Sanborn. He's an easy guy to like. He was an easy bear to root for. I'm a little surprised they didn't want to keep him in that defensive meeting room just for the special teams value and the inherent value of having try-hard guys in your locker room.
Yeah.
Holdovers, if
They
you
brought
will.
back Josh Blackwell.
But he might have reminded too many people of Matt Eberflus, a young Matt Eberflus who made every tackle at Toledo. He was a tackle machine, just like the Sandman was for the Bears when he started.
You know what this is, right?
Yes, I do know what this
Metallica,
is. Okay,
Sandman.
I do know. I'm not entirely in the dark about these things, Mark
I
Grote.
just thought you would acknowledge it.
Do you think I'm that
over
uncool?
there.
Am I that uncool?
No, you're not.
That you think I don't know what this is?
I just wanted to make sure it was acknowledged. I
We're
wasn't
off to
sure.
Neverland.
Yeah.
Next question.
Do you have a baseball question?
Off to Neverland. Yeah.
That's coming back.
Say your prayers.
Till the Sandman has come.
Till the Sandman has come.
How would you describe Colson Montgomery's reaction to being sent to AAA camp?
Once I woke up this morning, I was just like, all right, gotta go to work, gotta do the same thing, and just be a pro.
Be a pro. What's the earliest now you can envision Montgomery wearing the White Sox uniform here in Chicago?
Is this show back on the rails now?
Sleep with one eye open.
Gripping your pillow
down.
Okay.
Enter light.
I wanted you to get that out of your system because I sensed that you wanted to get that out of your system.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say it.
The Bears have an offensive lineman by the name of Ozzie Trapillo.
Yeah, you got scared, didn't you?
I did.
It's Ozzie Trampaio.
So anyway, Anthony, honestly, like when I don't know a name, obviously there's a pronunciation guy, but I always go to a broadcaster, right? And I heard it
two different ways. One of them, I shouldn't have trusted the podcaster.
Well, yeah. Why would you?
I don't know.
Because you podcast love. Take
So right, I guess so.
This played out in real time, by the way, as well. They make the pick. We're
It's
live on
playing
the
out
air.
in real time, exactly. So basically, Anthony and I are going back and forth mispronouncing this guy's name, and then we had Chris Emma on, who was going to try to set us straight. And here's how it went down. We now, Big Ant, get to go out to Haugh, Bears headquarters. That's where the war room is, and that's where we find the scores. Chris Emma. Here, we literally had two different pronunciations given to us for Ozzy. Is it Trapillo or Trapillo?
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
Okay.
What?
All right. Wait. Huh? What?
Oh,
you said Zapillo. Jesus. Now we correct you.
That's radio magic right there. Church, let's go
Chris,
Trapillo.
Chris, look at me. You and I know each other well enough. If I mess up a name, you know that pisses me off when I do that. You are allowed to correct me. So, again, it's Ozzy Trapillo, yes?
Yes, you're in the meeting room tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my friend, and I will correct you the first thing when you walk in the door.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
What
He loaded up the gun.
Shout out to Dan Zampillo, who used to work here at the school.
Where was that going?
You keep using this name.
Hey,
I do not
guys,
think it means what
Grody,
you
I don't
think
want to correct you, but it's Zapillo.
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
What do we call that? Loud wrong? Wrong.
I mean,
wrong.
I still love Max Rustopher. Like that's still one of my
that was a
favorites.
Perkins special. Oh, yeah, Max Rustopher.
And then Max Rustopher became a thing, as it should have. They call me Layler, and I love it.
Layler.
I think it's really cool.
I like Layler.
I was like, oh yes,
Layler. I don't even know her.
Oh! Are we still on the air after that?
Hey,
Is this
man.
thing on?
I'll tell you, man, it's the big ant factor.
That's what I bring out of
It's a
PCA.
foursome now.
Earlier, Ant, we were talking about our relationship.
Ant has taken his headphones off. He's
That's it
taken
for
the
you.
jack out of the headphone
Can't
jack.
take the heat on this show, man.
Ant is already packing up.
This is what we're bringing.
He
We're just
drove
up at the
all the
threshold.
way from the suburbs for this, and that has ended Ant Heron's time on the show.
I'm going back to my safe life in the burbs.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. All of his testing profiles, 4-4-2. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn Elliott?
Keyshawn Elliott, as a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time.
Sit you right, and the ball game is over. The Colorado Rockies have beaten the Chicago Cubs by a score of 3-2. Thompson a single into right as the pinch batter, and the Rockies make it 2 straight. And the Cubs' troubles continue. They have fallen all the way back to the 500 mark. And there were times tonight, Ron, where it looked very much like this would be the night the Cubs would turn things around. It turned out not to be the case.
Even the voice and the presence of the great Pat Hughes could not make that feel better. 34-34, Cubs lose to the Rockies. Late night last night, right here on 104.3 The Score. Colorado 3, Cubs 2. That's right, Sterling Thompson, the game-winning base hit off Daniel Palencia in the ninth to give them that victory. As we welcome you back into Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. And so we find ourselves in a critical juncture, an inflection point in the season, if you will. I don't know if I'm using that right or not, but it's Chicago baseball where the Chicago White Sox are in first place, while the Cubs, as you heard Pat Hughes, the Hall of Famer, say, the Chicago Cubs have dropped to 500. The question that we're going to ask here, and we welcome you to play along with us, is how do you feel about your Chicago baseball team? 312-644-6767. I know how you feel about your team, Smiling Marshall.
I mean, look, I'm not, and by no means am I someone who hates the Cubs or anything. I'm just excited the White Sox aren't going to lose 100 games. It seems like
you like to poke the Cubs a little.
No,
bit.
Do you think I think
no,
I do not poke the Cubs. I tell the truth.
You don't poke the Cubs. I'm talking about Cubs fans.
Oh yeah. You got just people I know though, not the general public.
Me and others. You like to just
because I said very specific things and you guys kind of laughed at me. And I feel like apologies can be issued at any time.
Wait.
You don't have to wait till the end of the season.
What did we laugh at?
When I said
remember laughing like ha ha ha.
Like
Marshall?
the White Sox are going to out-homer the Cubs this season. I said that very distinctly, very clearly.
And I'll admit, I smiled back to Marshall. I didn't necessarily laugh out loud, but I smiled at Marshall like, okay, Marshall, sure, that'll happen. And here we are.
I thought you meant how many home runs Cubs pitchers give up versus how many home runs White Sox fans.
No, you know exactly
White
what
Sox
I meant when I said it. And that's fine that you guys don't respect my baseball knowledge. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Because it's not like I said it and it was like out of left field. I said, look at what happened after the All-Star break last year. The White Sox out-homered the Cubs. It very, very bluntly, plainly, not close. They had power.
Thanks, Cubs!
And so this year I was like, look at who they have coming back. We just talked about the young hitters. And look at what the Cubs have coming back. They added Alex Bregman to replace Kyle Tucker. That's essentially all they did. Can you point to another major roster move for the Cubs offensively?
Not offensively. I mean, I was going to say Edward Cabrera when you said another major move that they made. And I know.
And so what I'm saying is, as much as everyone in this studio complained, even though they won a playoff series, the wild card series against the Padres, as much as they complained about the lack of offensive consistency, to me, I was like, they should be better than last year, but I don't think they're going to be that much better than last year. So I thought the Cubs, yes, would win the division on the strength of starting pitching. We see how that's gone. Cade Horton out for the season. Like, the season barely begun and Cade Horton's gone. Justin Steele, you let me know when he's coming back. And now Matthew Boyd, the latest guy to say, oh, I know I went out with meniscus surgery. Now my shoulder is bothering me. None of that is positive. And so when you talk about the Cubs being a 500 team mark, I point to how exactly are they going to get to being a winning team now?
That's the problem. Right now, the way I see it, it's obvious because if you watch these games every day, there is no way out for the Chicago Cubs. There is no hero in the minor leagues. There's no trade to be made right now. So all Craig Counsell can do right now is what he has been doing, and that is just being desperate, sitting guys, trying different things in the lineup. There are only so many things right now. It's like they have to figure it out on their own. I compared it to the Bears' defensive line. We are depending on the Bears' defensive line to be better just because it's the same guys from last year. Those guys have to be better. The Bears defensive line has to figure it out or they're not going to get to the quarterback again. Right now, there is no savior. There's no salvation for the Cubs except from mixing and matching what you already have on that roster. Is there? Am I missing something?
No, I don't think you are.
But there's nothing. There's no move that can be made. We can sit here and get mad every day about the Cubs losing, but there's not... Until the trade deadline or if some sort of commitment is made to either buying or, dare I say, selling, there's nothing that the Cubs can do except for what they've been trying to do, and that is comporting themselves desperately.
When you look at the fact that Michael Lorenzen had given up more, like an ERA over 8, well over 8.
They'll kick your ass, though, man. Still strong, by the way. Still looks good in that uniform.
Apparently, the Cubs agree with you because they played 7 innings and had 2 hits in Colorado. I really need you to absorb this. In Colorado, at Coors Field, against the worst pitching staff in baseball, they had 2 hits through 7 innings. You talk about, they need to do better with runners in scoring position. They were 0 for 4 because they only got 4 runners in scoring position.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to beat the Rockies getting 4 runners in scoring position. That's the reality of what we're looking at.
I did like one decision Craig Counsell made in the game.
Talk to me.
That was to let Shota just have a seat after 5 innings.
Because you were worried about that home run. It's 1-0.
Yeah. He goes, because the last game he pitched very strongly for 5 innings.
And then what happened in the 6th?
And then it was inside the park 2-run homer because PCA lost the ball in the lights. Remember all that? So it was a little bit of tough luck for Shota. But I do think that was probably in Craig Counsell's head as well. I ain't doing this again. I'm going to let him feel good about himself. So it was nice to see Shota Imanaga get to look a little bit better in that game.
Look, let us know. Because the original call out was for the White Sox fans who should be very happy right now because their team's in first place. But I am equally as interested to hear from the Cubs fans, 312-644-6767, about how they feel about their team right now, based on the expectations, based on what they can see as a better future than what we're seeing in the present.
We'll jam on some of your calls here in a second, 312-644-6767. But maybe the manager himself, Craig Counsell, can help me out with my own question. And is there a way out right now? Because I certainly don't see it. Craig Counsell talking yesterday on Spiegel and Holmes, talking about his belief that this team will turn it around.
The last month has been a rough month, but if you look up and just what's in front of us, what's our opportunity, what can we still accomplish, none of that has really changed. And that that's a lot of motivation to come and try to figure this thing out. And I think that's how the guys feel too. And it's going to get better. And I do believe in a lot of the things our hitters are trying to do. You don't always get what you want the day you kind of start practicing, or the week you start practicing, or the couple days you start it. But you're going to get it if it's the right thing, and our guys are going to get it, and our hitters are going to get it. It's just we don't get to know exactly when.
It's all faith-based at this point.
But the one point he made that I agree with him on is it is right in front of them. It's all right there in front of them. Here's the bad news. They're 8.5 games back of the division lead in the Brewers. That's the bad news. The good news is they're only a 1.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Now, the bad news is there's 3 teams between them and the final wild card spot right now. But to Craig Counsell, when he said it's right there in front of us, there's still an opportunity. June, 22 straight games against sub-500 opponents. Now, they're 2-6 in that stretch so far. Not good. But that just means they've got 14 more games against sub-500 opponents to get right. They're not below 500. They can, let's say, go 10-4 in that stretch and be 6 games over 500 and right back in the mix. Maybe not for the division, but certainly for a playoff spot. But what they do with these next 14 games, Mark, if they don't come out of these next 14 games in the mix, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it. Right, because it's still early enough for us to take deep breaths. Unfortunately, every time you turn around, the Cubs are finding new ways to lose games. Actually, no, they're not really finding new ways to lose games. They're not hitting.
I know you weren't with us in studio. We did a question on 5 on it. I'm going to see if Ray remembers my answer. What Cub needs to have a big series in order for the Cubs to have success against the Rockies? Who would you guess my answer was?
Boy, oh boy.
It is off the beaten path, but it made complete sense to me.
Was it Carson Kelly or
something? No, it was a pitcher. It was a pitcher.
Shota?
Do you want to tell him who the pitcher was, Ray?
I can't remember. I almost wanted to say it's Shota, but I know it wasn't Shota.
Oh, no, it wasn't. How about this? It wasn't a starting pitcher. It was Daniel Palencia.
Oh. That's right.
And they were like, wait, Daniel Palencia? I was like, yeah, because he doesn't save games anymore. And he needs to save games. And if he saves games, that means the Cubs are winning series.
Daniel Palencia did not look good last night. He was pumping. That radar looked good, man. I'm seeing 102 and 103. He walks the first batter that he faces last night, that he gives up the single to Brett Sullivan. And which, by the way, we didn't even talk about that. I don't know if you saw that particular hit, but Seiya Suzuki.
You thought he should have caught it.
Probably should have caught it. And
looked like a bad route, didn't it?
I don't know if it was a bad route or just a little hesitation, like he didn't want to get burned, didn't know if he was going to be able to catch it.
I think that's it.
He played it conservatively.
Second-guessed himself.
He did second guess himself.
Because he was kind of going sideways and then the ball just kind of lands and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Could you have taken a more direct path to that ball before it landed?
Yes.
Yeah. He has his moments out there, man. Nobody ever told us that he was going to be a great outfielder.
But I think he's been an improved right fielder this year.
Absolutely. He's been fine out there. Like he again, he's had his moments. He does not have a good relationship with the wall. I've noticed that in terms of his depth perception. Like as he gets closer to the wall, he's not sure. You see the hand go out. He just doesn't have that hand-eye wall coordination thing. Like if I want to talk
hand-eye wall coordination.
Yeah,
I like this. I actually like this.
Hand-eye wall.
Because you got to know where the wall is when you're doing your damage out there as an outfielder. Otherwise, you're going to hit the wall and things are not going to go well.
You do, yes. And it seems like that is one of the issues with him, his relationship with the wall. And we all have tough relationships with walls.
Do you have a one-step? Because we don't have like a 10-step plan to get the Cubs back on track. But do you have a first step? Do you have a first step to get the Cubs back on track?
Yes, I do. The first step is Edward Cabrera getting his bleep straight tonight in Colorado, or today actually, 2:10 right here on the Score. And can you beat, what's his name? Ryan Feltner. Feltner! You got to beat Feltner. That's really the key today is Edward, we're going to need you. We really need you badly. And we need the Cubs to go ahead and beat Feltner because they get swept by the Rockies. I'm taking tomorrow off. I am going to go to my parents and I'm going to go on strike with my mother for my mom, the Cubs are in the midst of a viewing suspension. And I'm sorry to say that includes right here on the radio too.
I just want to point something out. If the Cubs win if the Cubs lose, and get swept by the Rockies still will have the worst record in the National League. That's how bad the Rockies are. They'll still have the worst record, even with 3 straight wins over the Cubs.
Yeah,
so you probably don't want to get swept by the Rockies before going to have to face a Giants team that last I checked took 2 out of 3 at Wrigley from you and put up an 18 spot along the way.
Yeah, they are 26-42 right now. Are Sterling Thompson, TJ Rumfield, Ryan Feltner.
You got all the heroes.
And the Colorado Rockies. That's what you're losing to right now.
I can't wait to hear what these people have to say about it.
I do too. I see all these guys. These guys are just cooking. I don't see. Okay, so we're not ready to. I didn't think so. They're in the oven right now.
They've vetted.
Oh, okay. I don't see descriptions up here from anybody. So I don't know. I would have taken some more calls in this segment right now.
We got time.
You want to do one?
Go.
You go right in order.
Okay.
This is going to be everything you want and need right here.
Yeah. Savo and Crown Point. What's going on?
Doing, guys? What's happening?
What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call for the first thing, and I really love listening to you guys' show. And kudos to the White Sox for their success this year. It's been a while. I might be the only guy in my area that's a Cub fan and a White Sox fan at the same time.
Oh.
So, but anyway, back to the Cubs. Other organizations, you know how they start turning it around? They fire the GM and they get rid of the coach. Usually the coach first. So, Council's got to go. That's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
Okay, real quick question for you. You still there?
Yeah.
Who do you root for in the World Series, the Cubs or the White Sox?
Ooh. Oh, that's a good question.
Uh-huh. Okay, thanks for the call. That answers the question. He's actually a Cubs fan.
Yeah, there you go. Good job. He's ashamed right now to be full on Cubs fan.
Yeah, everybody's
because they're a 500 team.
That's always the question. And I believe that there are people who truly equally like the Cubs and Sox, but then they have an answer as to who they would root for in the World Series. When we come back, we got a whole bank of calls
We're
here.
rolling through them.
And there's a couple lines open. So if you want to jump in, 312-644-6767. Quite simply, this is an open call to Cubs and White Sox fans. What do you think about your baseball team going forward? The White Sox have landed in first place. The landing was a safe landing for the Sox, not so much for the Chicago Cubs, it just feels devastating today.
Plane's still on fire.
That they have dropped to 34 34-34. The Cubs are 500. No. We'll be back on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score to take your call.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville.
Solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year, and it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There were some late triggers, but he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer, but he was faster than I thought. All those scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58, so I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'd be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
DeMarco.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. It's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. I David Weight Room Award. David never spent time in the weight room in college. But yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy, and it's hard not to when you look at his profile, David. And I looked at I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever in the relative athletic score, a defensive tackle, to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers. This guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches, had a 10.5 broad jump, 4.9 40. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
South African, but he's physical. When I watch the tape, he's raw. Sometimes he's out there brawling, wrestling, just trying to beat the man in front of him. When he learns like the full grasp of this football thing, how to beat blocks, how to get in his gap, how to, when it's a pass rush, to go from your run fit to get into a pass rush, to transition to that. I think the Bears have a find here. And I think it's also interesting how you're starting to hear that this was a coaching staff pick. Mm-hmm. The coaching staff really loved this guy, and they were really pounding the table. Hey, why don't we have a grade on this guy? Why don't we have a grade on this guy? So I think that's something really interesting. The coaching staff really likes him, saw something in him. And I think with his athletic profile, his physicality, he's not scared to hit. He's going to work. I think it might be a little bit of a project, but I think this guy could play, not starting next year.
Am I in the mayor's time slot? Was he in on this time slot yesterday?
Yes, you are.
I promise you I will not say anything as intergalactically stupid as he did when he said that he left Bears Packers early. And he just volunteered this notion out of thin air. And Layla, Marshall, you guys are much, 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 much more professional than I am, because I would have seized on that opportunity, interrupted him, stopped talking about anything else, and just been blown away by the lack of political instinct to admit such an idiotic thing. He would have been better off saying, you know what, guys, I came in here eating my hot dog with ketchup on it, and I really came to the conclusion that New York's skyline is better than Chicago's and LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. Like, what an idiotic thing to admit unprompted. I was at Bears Packers, as you know. And he's right. The ingress egress, as if that's a thing that people say, is terrible. But like, you know what we did when we stayed till the end of the game and watched Caleb Williams beat the Packers and have one of the greatest sports moments of our Bears fan lives for anyone who's not old enough to remember the 85 Bears, as we were struggling with the ingress egress. You know what we did? We celebrated and chanted, "Green Bay sucks, you loser." Like, what a stupid thing. You get a police escort. The game was on a Saturday. What did you have to do? Get an extra 15 minutes of beauty sleep so you could wake up at the crack of Kevin Warren and still lose the Bears? Like, what is the matter with that guy? Like, it is just, I couldn't, it is one of the most politically incompetent things. Like, Mayor Daley sold the parking meters for a lump sum payment of $1.1 billion. And he was like, ugh, that was a bad thing to say. Mayor Lori Lightfoot was like, ooh, that's not very likable.
Oh,
like, it was just a staggering admission by Brandon John. How do these people end up getting elected? What the hell is the matter with us? I could not believe that he offered that up voluntarily.
Yeah, the unsolicitedness of it was what was crazy, because that's why I had to process what he was saying. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even ask you about this, but he's like, I got a story to tell.
Oh, the ingress egress. Let me use a relatable example of why Soldier Field's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna pick the best sporting event that stadium's hosted in 20 years.
I mean, you guys are cuckoo for baseball right now, so we're going to keep it going. Apparently without Vaseline. Fine. Okay.
Yo.
Apparently big bank take little bank.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I didn't know, but that's what I'm being told right now. Cubs and White Sox fans, how do you feel about your Chicago baseball team and the direction they are headed today? One team, the White Sox, has landed in first place. The other team, the Cubs, has found their way back to 500 at 34-34. 312-644-6767 is the number to call. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. And we start with Mike in Northbrook. What's up, Mikey?
Yeah, very, very excited. Especially for this weekend. I went to the second game of the '59 World Series when I was 9 years old, Sox Dodgers, and I've been a Sox fan ever since. But anyhow, going into this season, I was cautiously optimistic that they would be a better team. I saw what Getz was doing systematically, tearing down what they had and getting a lot of really good young players and developing guys in the farm system. But I wasn't sure about – I thought they'd score runs. I wasn't sure about the pitching staff. But right now, the way things are looking and the way they've played against their division, I'm trying not to let myself get totally bought into the fact that they're going to win the division, because I don't want to get disappointed. On the other hand, realistically, I'm telling myself they've got 15 games left with the Indians, the Guardians, and that's going to be where it's going to probably tell, because they're playing better against the other teams in the division. So those 15 games against the Indians are going to be something else. And they actually could win the division if Martin and Kay and Burke continue to pitch well, and somebody else can step in and do decently in the number 4.
Yeah.
Maybe pick up another bullpen guy. They actually could do it, but I'm not going to let myself get disappointed if they don't.
Mike, it's a great call, because it sounds like what he is doing is what I've been saying all along here, is that there are, and this is cool, I'm cool with this, there are so many White Sox fans who are just enjoying the moment. They are enjoying what is in front of them. Like I said, they are fun to watch. That is what it has been. What I have heard from the majority of White Sox fans is exactly that. They're enjoying the moment.
And enjoying the moment goes hand in hand with a team that's winning games. That's how that goes. And when you look at the rest of the American League, remember, we're more than 60 games in now. Hey, 5 teams in the American League have a winning record. The White Sox are one of them. Whether they're in first place or not, that's playoff bound.
That's the way it looks right now. We have Nick in Farmer City. Nick, you are on the score. What's going on, man?
Hi there. Hope you guys are doing all right today. First wanted to say, just kind of recognize that everything Stacey King did for the Bulls, because I'm a avid Bulls fan as well. She did a lot for the organization, both as a player and then as a announcer. So I guess the biggest thing that I would say though is I think that the Cubs have the talent, and obviously they haven't been really showing it recently, being back to 500. But at some point, when do we kind of question Counsell? I mean, I think he's trying to do the best that he can with the team that he has, and, pitching going out and not being able to hit very well right now. But at the end of the day, we spent a lot of money for him, and the Brewers have only gotten better. So to me, it's at some point, what did we gain there? And I'd love to also see him get his own Lee Elia moments out there every once in a while. He reminds me a lot like Kyle Tucker towards the end of last season. He just doesn't seem happy or wanting to be there, win or lose. I mean, sometimes, you just need some emotion to get some guys moving.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because I always enjoy listening to Spiegel and Holmes in their interview with Craig Counsell, which is not an easy interview. I'll just be honest. Like it's not, Craig Counsell is not always an easy interview subject, and those guys do a great job. I think Spiegel was asking Counsell a question yesterday, and I think he was getting at for the sake of calls like that, and for listeners who are like, Craig, you got to do more, man. You don't show any emotion. What are you doing to make this team better other than the stuff I said at the beginning of the show, which is all he can do, and that is to sit guys and tinker with the lineup, all of that kind of stuff. But I think Spiegel was trying to get to the bottom of what else Counsell does. The answer from Counsell is very interesting. Take a listen to this on Spiegel and Holmes.
You've done a bunch of things as a manager trying to kind of, whether you're trying to give a reset to a guy or you're moving folks around the lineup or things like that. Is there more that you've done behind the scenes that we don't know about in terms of trying to, get guys going? Because I think people would they'd like to know, frankly. They're hopeful that there's stuff that's going on that we don't know about, trying to get these guys going.
I mean, not really sure how to answer that. Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Not really sure how to answer that. Yes.
Mr. Counsell, is it true that your team won 10 games in a row at one point in time this year?
Not really sure how to answer that. Yes.
Yes. Is it true, sir, that your team won another 10 straight games and then lost 10 in a row and have left us all confused, good sir?
Not really sure how to answer that. Yes.
Yes.
Is it true that if you lose today, you'll be under 500 for the first time since you were 7-9 to start the season?
Not really sure how to answer that. Yes.
Yes. Yes. So everybody wants to know. Craig's not going to change ever, okay? Like, there's going to be little glimpses of it. And I'm not even saying he should change because he's obviously been a successful manager throughout his life, being a certain way. He was hired to be and act a certain way. So how are you going to get Craig Counsell to go Lee Elia, as our last caller said?
He should
not
change
gonna happen.
The fortune of the Cubs in some shape, form, or fashion.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. Like, all the responsibility, I'm not going to defend Craig Counsell and tell people to back off of Craig Counsell. He's the guy that you replaced the manager for to bring in and paid him crazy money, crazy good money. Yes, it starts with Craig Counsell.
You know what's interesting is that tomorrow, 10:25, you know who will be on this program?
Who?
Tomorrow at 10:25?
Who?
The man that Craig Counsell replaced. Can't wait to get his thoughts on everything Cubs.
That is awesome. Yes, David Ross.
10:25 tomorrow. Appointment radio listening.
I can't wait to talk to him. I've really been enjoying the Lovable Reunion podcast with Anthony Rizzo and David Ross. That's part of why they're doing a big thing at the Chicago Theater coming up. So that will be awesome. You know what we're going to do here? Why don't we, guys, if you are on hold right now, hang in there. Hold on. We are going to continue to talk baseball because I think it's important.
The callers are letting us know it's important.
These first two calls have been really good calls, and I am very interested in what you, the Chicago baseball fan, are thinking about your team.
I'm a little surprised that people are calling for the manager's job, yet I want to know if more people will do the same.
Absolutely. We want to hear it all right now. This is a big day. This is a big moment in Chicago baseball. 312-644-6767. I do see a couple lines open. This right now is a good chance for you to get in and talk to Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. And check this out. Keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Journey. They were playing it at Madison Square Garden last night, weren't they?
They sure were.
Live at the United Center on October 4th, provided by AEG. Tickets on sale now. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score.
Let's go. The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
This is why, like, whenever people talk to me about Indiana, I'm like, you get that there's stuff that still needs to be done, right? Like, if we were just starting from scratch and there was no politics at all. Hey, do you have the land? Yeah, we have a big parcel of land that will fit exactly what it is that we want out in Arlington Heights. Okay, well, what about Indiana? No, we haven't picked a particular place yet, and we don't own the land at all.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Studio 41.
Remodeling your kitchen or bath.
Player-friendly pricing, enhanced in-game options, exceptional player-friendly pricing, enhanced in-game options, exceptional customer service, and more. Whether you're betting with the home team or scouting the next big matchup, take your swing with the Circa Sports app. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com.
This week at the Wall at Marcus Gurney Cinema, experience one of the biggest weeks in sports of the year in epic fashion. We're talking the soccer, pro hoops, and pro hockey championship series. Cheer on your favorite teams from the luxury of a plush Dream Lounger recliner while enjoying daily drink and app specials. Get MVP comfort and stadium-size action. Plus, admission is always free. Plan your ultimate game day at marcustheaters.com. The Wall, a game-changing game day experience.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Hair loss can feel like identity theft. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day and is guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They may sometimes help retain what you have, but they will never regrow hair that's completely missing. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Humid and warm again today. Thunderstorms rolling in later on. A high of 84.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Back in 60 seconds on 104.3 The Score.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score!
The Hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Craig, go get him, man. It's too many good hitters in that lineup for it to stay this consistently odd, you know? So
things will change. Things will change. But and you got to just go through it, man. And sometimes the storm ain't no fun, but when you get to the end of it, there'll be some good times.
Right on. Right on.
Was that an adage or proverb there? Was he quoting something, or did Craig just come up with that on the spot?
I think the storm is proverbial because he probably heard what the weather was like back in Chicago, and he realized that the White Sox were going to have a good time once the storm was done. Guess what they did?
All right, guys, fall down 7 times, get up 8. Have a great day.
Sometimes the storm ain't no fun, but when you get to the end of it, there'll be some good times.
Right on.
If the path to success doesn't have any obstacles, it probably doesn't lead anywhere. Have a great day, guys.
Craig, go get him, man.
I like those kinds of things. That's why I could quote them off the top of my head. I've got one on my phone. I love that fall down 7 times,
I bet
get
you
up
do,
8.
even though that doesn't make any sense. Because if you fall down 7 times, you should only have to get up 7 times.
No, that's the whole point.
You started up, you fell down, that's 1-1, you're back up. Explain to me how you fall down 7 times and get up 8.
8 is the bonus. It's like supersizing. You can't quantify it. It's the bonus.
Well, I can figure it out. Here you go. You're falling down the same stair multiple times, but then you're 8th. You go up the 8th time because you got to the next stair,
and you fall.
Finally didn't slip.
You're right. You didn't fall. Right. No, that actually does make sense. It does.
Be careful on those stairs, folks.
Folks, we are talking heavy-duty baseball today here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
The callers are talking with us right now. 312-644-6767. Keep the calls coming. We got the lines locked and loaded. Let's roll.
What do you think about your team right now? The White Sox have landed in first place. There they are, all alone in first place in the American League Central, a team that has lost 100 games the previous 3 years. The Sox are 36-31. The Chicago Cubs are a devastating 34-34. That's right, it happened. The Cubs are 500. They lost to Colorado last night 3-2. The Cubs were 27-12 at one point in their lives.
I was thinking dismal, disappointing. You went with devastating.
Devastating. I love a little hyperbole on a Thursday. You don't have to wait till tomorrow.
I love a little alliteration. So we're in the safe place here.
Jim on the north side is on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Hello. How's it going?
It depends on which team you're rooting for these days.
How are you, Jim?
It's kind of hard to root for the Cubs, isn't it? So I came across some of these numbers to keep my sanity while watching the Cubs this month. Figured I'd share this info with you guys. If I gave you guys a team slash line of 218, 285, 359 with a weighted runs created plus of 65, you'd be like, that's pretty bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the 2025 Colorado Rockies 7-33 start this season. Meanwhile, the Cubs since May 9th have had a staggeringly similar team slash line of 212, 302, 331 with a weighted runs created of 83. Oh, I forgot to mention both those teams have an ERA of 5+. Anyways, go Cubs.
I'm telling you, that's another great call. I mean, that really hits it home. I mean, we're all sitting here with this assumption that the Cubs can get right against Colorado, or they should, because it's Colorado, and Colorado sucks because they're 26-42. You're playing just like Colorado.
Here's all I can say. They were 18 games under 500. Now they're only 16 games under 500.
It's rough. It's so rough. What about Kevin in where's Kevin? Where are you? Kevin, where are you?
I'm in Norwood Park.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see the wood portion of the Nor. So Norwood Park.
Yeah.
Got you, man. Hope everything's well.
So I just got a quick question. As a big White Sox fan, if they continue to tread water with this gauntlet of a schedule, you think it's a smart idea to give up some of our prospects for a high-end pitcher, starter?
Who do you have in mind?
Yeah, that's the question. Who
do you have in mind?
I like the Angels pitcher a lot, like the Deep Meters guy, Deep Meter, or Joe Ryan, maybe from the Twins if it's an in-division trade.
I'm more interested in knowing who you think is who you consider expendable as a young guy on the White Sox right now. You're not talking about like Colson Montgomery or Noah Schultz or a young pitcher like who.
No Hagen Smith. No.
Who are you talking about? Because I feel like my point is I don't feel comfortable getting rid of any of these guys at this point, right?
Yeah, I totally understand. I was saying more of like the, let's say, Bergola or one of the infield prospects who are in a crowded infield, especially if the Sox draft Chalowski.
Oh, you mean low-level prospects?
Okay.
Lower-level, high ceiling prospects. I might not have a problem with that, depending on just how good they are come the trade deadline. If they're comfortably in first place and you're looking at a chance at not just a wild card, but a division title and a bye in the playoffs, then yeah, maybe you look at. But as far as guys who you know can impact this team between now and the end of next season, I'm not giving up any of those guys. That's because they're playing with house money right now, and I like what all those young guys have done since they've been called up.
Yeah, completely. I'm just a little worried for the fact that we're not going to spend that much money next offseason, and I don't want to get the bad end of a stick here. That's why I'm a little more willing to trade one of the prospects, even if it's Hagen or someone, for a better starter for this year or next year if they're on a team-friendly deal.
Yeah, if it's team friendly and it's more than just a rental, then okay, we can have discussions about that.
Yeah, I mean and you want.
Because I'm not 100% sold on Hagen Smith. He's got to show me that he can get through 5+ innings and not just pitch, the 4 1/3, 4 2/3.
Right, and you get Tanner McDougal still hurt, right? Still,
yeah.
So that's another guy too. Like my initial response to that is like none of those names. But if he's talking about the lower level guys, but look, man. Part of being a good general manager or president of baseball operations, and I think that Chris Getz obviously is having a terrific year to move things to the next level. Bold moves do have to be made, and there are going to be guys that are going to be repeats at positions. So while it's all good here, but if we're really talking about building the White Sox into the future, a big signing still is going to have to be made probably somewhere along the line in terms of actually spending money, because you can't expect everything to work out with your starting staff, with these young players, with like David Sandlin. Is he part of this core? I don't know. He was sent back down. Noah Schultz right now, kind of iffy while he was here, and now he is injured as well. So somewhere along the line, you can't keep everybody, and bold moves have to be made to move yourself forward into a place where you're competitive every year.
I think the first bold move they'll make is going to be something akin to what you've seen other teams do, which is, I don't know, give somebody $100 million and catch them right now and add years to past their arbitration years, whether that's a Braden Montgomery, whether that's Miguel Vargas. Like that's what
Murakami is who I thought you were.
Well, I've come to the understanding that they just can't afford him.
That they're not
He's going to get a very big payday when his 2-year contract is up.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe they've already approached him and they've already said nope.
I'll be shocked if they can keep him past 2 years.
Yeah, well, they do have him for 2 years, so enjoy it. And I guess it would suck if Munetaka Murakami wasn't here. But if we trust what is happening with the White Sox, if you are trusting these prospects, and that's another good question too. While we're taking calls at 312-644-6767. Do you now have real trust in Chris Getz? Has he passed tests? Is he in a different stratosphere now for White Sox fans? Are you still, because he did not get a lot of love before this season. What I mean? He's not had a lot of love since the day he was hired.
Remember, he was hired with there was no interview process. There was no open search. He was internal because Jerry believed that he could get it done quicker than somebody from the outside, which he didn't get it done quickly, but it is pretty quick in relative to some other places. So 3 straight 100-loss seasons, and now we get to see what happens.
312-644-6767. Chris in Wakanda finds himself on the score with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Humongous Sox fan. Just wanted to say I would give Will Venable Manager of the Year just for getting the Sox in first place in June. And yes, I believe in magic.
No, I like that. It's interesting because, again, only 5 teams in the American League even have a winning record. So, like, right now, there's only 5 people eligible to be Manager of the Year because you got to be a winner to be Manager of the Year, right?
And it also helps to go from being bad to being good. Usually that's the formula. It's usually not the guys that actually deserve it as the best managers in the league. It's the guys who took their teams to better places relative to the previous year.
The other teams who have winning records, the Tampa Bay Rays, the New York Yankees, the Seattle Mariners, and the Cleveland Guardians, he's by far had the biggest turnaround out of any of those. I think he's in the driver's seat for the award.
I think so. And he, like I said, I mean, we talked about Will Venable a little bit earlier. He's still trying to get to know his guys. It seems like he felt like he kind of had to overcompensate a lot of times for the because they're young, so I've got to overmanage, or I have to like really micromanage this team. And now I think Will Venable might be realizing, I don't want to say sit back and relax a little bit, like the PCA thing that they do where they put their hands behind the neck.
Is that what that is? Relax?
I find that very ironic that that's the thing now when they get doubles, I think it is, or homers or something. I can't keep track. The little PCA does the like, oh man, it's all cool. I'm laid back.
That's what he told Taylor McGregor, by the way.
Oh, he did?
That's what that meant.
That's what that meant?
That's what he said.
Okay. That is.
Do we take him at his word?
I don't know if I take him at his word.
Yeah. I just find it ironic
because he's the clean version of the story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it means something else. But
really? I'm not getting
It's up for interpretation.
Okay.
I think that's the best way to put it, Ray. It's up for interpretation.
Okay. I just always think that's funny when I see PCA do that because he's like the least laid back, relax, don't worry. He's great, and he continues to be very good at the plate. But when I think of relaxed, cool customer players on the field, I don't think about Pete Crow Armstrong.
What's up, everybody?
I want to say, because our caller Chris said she believes in magic.
Yes.
MLB.com's Scott Merkin has been keeping track of this very important stat. Since Jordan Leisure spent $20 on the magic wand you always see him holding.
Yes.
You always see Mike Vassell holding that is.
Yeah.
And had it shipped overnight via Amazon. The White Sox record is 25-14. Okay. So there's the magic wand record, the Mike Vassell magic wand record.
11 games over 500 is a nice place to be since something happened, and I'm here for it. Let's keep waving that magic wand.
Somebody brought it up backstage too. Might have been Parth, that since the Cubs-White Sox series, these two teams have continued to go different directions.
Yes.
Jeff is in Kalamazoo. Jeff, what's going on? What do you need?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm thinking we could keep Murakami if the owners would go into a business with him and maybe do bidets called Murakami Tsunamis.
Oh, man.
I think we could make a lot of money off that, and I think he'd stay for that. But I am excited about my White Sox. I am measured about my White Sox, though, because starters other than Davis Martin seem to have an inability to throw strikes on a consistent basis, which scares me. Too many high pitch counts with them. Too much swing and miss from this team. And hitting with runners on third base with less than 2 outs, they are not good. Not as bad as the Cubs, but they are not good. But I am very happy with these guys. Plus, I would like to know if Colson Montgomery's back. If that's a chronic issue, because I've noticed when they've shown him in the dugout for the past month or so, or at least 4 or 5 weeks, he's had a massager on his back when he's in the dugout. So it hasn't been something that just popped up. It's something he's had issues with. But excited, can't wait. Last time I called, we talked smack about the Cubs-White Sox series, and I took some heat, even though we ended up taking 2 out of 3. We will see you guys in August, and I've got something for you. But, hey, go White Sox, and, hey, Go Cubs, baby.
The South Side's got something to say, Marshall.
Well, I'll say this. Colson Montgomery missed the last 2 games because of the back discomfort. They had been bothering him for quite a while, and they're like, all right, we're just going to give it a break. So he may not be in the lineup for today's game either because of that. So, look, if you're going to win games and Colson Montgomery can get his rest, I'm all for everything. Get everyone to full strength as soon as possible. But, yeah, the White Sox, I understand why people are measured about it.
Sure.
But at the same time, this is a big start for Anthony Kay today. He had been rolling, and he gave up 6 runs his last time out against the Phils. So he had, before that, 6 straight starts of 2 runs or less.
Anthony Kay right now 5-1 with a 4.40 ERA. Martin Perez is the man on the mound for the Braves tonight. 4-3, 3.02. I will be watching. I can't keep Scott waiting because he's on the blue line. Scott, what's going on? You're on the score now.
Hey, Grote, what's up? I'm coming out of the tunnel soon, so I should be okay.
Okay.
I am a Cubs fan, but I am also a baseball fan. Last year, I was watching the White Sox and how they were losing in 1-run games, right? So imagine if they had won half those that they lost. And my thought process last year is, wow, if they could just overcome that 1-run game thing, they're going to be a pretty damn good team.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how many have they won in 1-run games this year?
14-6, tied for a major league best with the Phillies.
Right. And what was it last year?
It was really bad. I don't have the number off the top.
No, it was
of my head.
rancid.
I don't have the number either. I'm sorry.
I'll find it really quickly. But yes,
I'm not like that other guy. I'm not like that other guy calling his stats about.
Yeah, that was good.
Weather pattern.
He's got weighted runs plus for us. Yeah, he blew us out of the water. Man.
If the moon is in Libra, and
where are you heading, Scott? You going to O'Hare right now? What's going on? You getting out of here?
I'm heading downtown.
They were 15-36 last year in 1-run games. 15-36 in a season in which they lost 102 games. Win half those games, that's 51 games. That's 10 more wins. They're 70-92.
Well, the reason being was last year the moon was in Virgo.
Oh,
good to know.
Any cigarette smoking going on the blue line today?
No.
Okay.
Brody, I actually have a nun sitting across from me.
Oh, my goodness.
Does she know the Pope, Scott? Ask her if she knows the Pope.
Yeah. Can you put her on?
I was going to ask her who her pick for the Knicks game.
Oh, probably a Wemby fan. Oh, tough night. We'll get to that.
The nuns would have loved you.
The nuns.
Oh my goodness.
None on the blue line. None on the blue line.
Kind of like that he's on the blue line.
I love it because there's an urgency today. That's the whole point of what we just did. We weren't necessarily planning to talk baseball for the first hour and 20 minutes of the show today.
If the Cubs lose and go under 500 tonight, you're going to come to work. I need you here because I need your reaction specifically because you sat right there in that seat and told me the White Sox were not better than the Cubs yet, but I think we're here, and if we're not here, we'll be there tomorrow if they lose tonight, right?
I don't know, man. That'd be 4 days I'd be working this week. I don't know. I got to think about that. Let's go to Will on the South Side. Will, you're on the score.
Hi, how you guys doing?
The best.
We're good.
Good. The quick solution for the Cubs, man, is one thing only, man. They need to manufacture runs, man. I've seen too many times where I have never seen a hit run this year. I've never seen a suicide squeeze or a safety squeeze. Council don't do nothing. Just sit there, look and be legal, rather. And then also, I lost about probably like $5,000 so far on the Cubs this year. we scoring 1 run, 2 runs a game, man. Come on, man. The kid Ramirez, he need to play him more. I don't know why the hell they got Alcantara at all. Maybe he needs to lead off Bregman because he hasn't did nothing in the 3 or the 4 hole. So at the end of the day, you got to switch that lineup and manufacture runs. That's it. That's the easiest fix we can do. We don't hit and run. We don't do anything. Nothing.
Will, you got to reduce the ante or something, man.
Yeah, stop betting on the Cubs for this particular time period. I get it, though. They're playing the Colorado Rockies and the San Francisco Giants. This would be the time you would think you could bet on the Cubs, but nah. I'm not touching that.
You're all right, Will? You're going to be all right?
Yes, hopefully. Pray for me.
I will. I don't want you losing more money.
Get that nun on the line. That was on the blue line.
Yeah, we're going to send you to the blue line. Is you cool? We're going to let you talk to our producer. We're going to get you right out to that nun if you guys could just take care of Will right there. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, we wanted to hook him up with the nun, and those guys could get together and commiserate.
We're giving away nun visits today on the score.
It's a prayer circle. Different kind of prayer circle.
Hey, maybe per the conversation we were having, the Cubs and Sox should switch managers. You know what I mean? Like Craig Counsell's much more comfortable with a team that, seems like it's going in a
scores runs?
Yeah, absolutely. And Will Venable loves some small ball, and that's
not really sure how to answer that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what Will was calling for. And maybe he's not wrong. Maybe Craig needs to get back to the basics, and maybe they do need to pull off a suicide squeeze or a safety squeeze, a la Will Venable the other night. And great kick.
No, I thought Will's overall point was very strong because
he's
right.
Terry Boers
You don't see a lot of moving around. It's the hit and runs. You don't see a lot of that. But I would say this. People got to put the ball in play to get a hit and run going.
Do they? Yeah, that is the way it works. Okay, great. That was awesome. That
was
felt
fun.
good. That was cleansing to some degree. Alarming at times as well.
Devastating at times.
Educational, too, with some of the stats that we were bringing. And good that we got the nuns out there and blue lines.
You know what? And
Yeah.
just for Will on the south side, I just got to say, 1-800-GAMBLERS out there, you know what I'm saying? We got to give the public service announcement just for everybody.
I love the guy on the blue line, too. He's like, Grote, bro, there's a nun sitting next to me, man.
He kind of said it like it was a secret.
I know.
I was hoping he was going to go across the train and ask the nun, do you know the Pope?
I do feel different when I'm in the presence of the cloth, like a nun or a priest. Like I feel like there's some sort of behavior adjustment I need to make immediately, tuck in the shirt. I don't know.
Cloth.
When we return back to regularly scheduled programming, Bears, we will talk about Montez Sweat. I'm just warning you guys. He hears you. He hears you ripping on the defense. He hears you getting
He can
pissed
change
off.
that anytime he wants. He can change that.
Absolutely. Let's hear from Sweaty Montez Sweat next on 104.3 The Score.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ballgame.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment
and tell you why I left early on a Saturday. Like, what is the matter with you? Like, I can't trust you to do anything. Like, I wouldn't trust you to dog sit Omar. Like, and I tried to trade him for Deshaun Watson. Like, that is so stupid. Like, it is like, no wonder, dude. Like, no wonder. Like, it explained so it's not what you guys were trying to get out of him. It's not why you asked him to come on, but like, it is one of the more revealing, insightful answers to anything, certainly in the history of this radio station and maybe in the history of Illinois politics. Like, it is intergalactically stupid. Like, I have been thinking about it. It's like a wormhole in my brain. And I'm just like, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like watching Karl Anthony Towns go by Victor Wembanyama, and I'm like, why did Brandon Johnson admit that he left the Bears Packers early? Like, it makes, like, Owen wakes up this morning and like, do you want pancakes or scrambled eggs? I'm like, I don't know. Brandon Johnson left Bears Packers early, and he decided to share that with people because he thought it would be a good idea to admit. Like, it's just, he may as well have come on and been like, I really don't like that Barack Obama claims Chicago because technically he was born in Hawaii. Like, just like one of the most out of touch, insane admissions I have ever heard. And like, by the way, how has that not been revealed? You're the mayor of Chicago. How's there not cell phone footage or a security worker? I mean, the guy's approval rating is basically the ingress egress of the stadium. How did we not know that he left Bears Packers early? Like, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Felt like Germany was getting slighted here. They're going to what? They're going to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico and London and Seoul, South Korea. We didn't say Germany. Didn't see Germany on the list. Flula, does this upset you?
I'm deeply upset. I know we may only have perhaps one baseball player from Germany, Max Kepler, from the Minnesota Zwillinge, which is German for twins. How fun would it be for you guys to hear the Minnesota Zwillinge up to bat? It sounds exciting.
And as always, rolls off the tongue, that beautiful language of yours.
Oh, you know it. And all of your Chicago Cubbies, imagine hearing Nico Hörner, Kühle Hendricks, Michael Tauchmann. That's so fun.
Yeah, that's the thing. The teams in town this year are not very good, but we have some fun names, and that's almost as good as a good baseball team.
Well, yes, and I tell you, many missed opportunities. I don't know if you know this, but a German man did write that song about Cracker Jackies that you guys sing. There is an original German version. I can sing it for you if you like.
Oh yes, my
gosh.
God, please.
We would love this, yeah.
Here we go. Bring mich raus zum Ballspiel, bring mich raus zu die Masse. Kauf mir Erdnüsse und Cracker Jacks. Ich weiß nicht, wann ich jemals zurückkomme, also stützt die Heimmannschaft. Wenn sie nicht gewinnt, ist es Kacke. Denn es ist 1, 2, 3 Schläge und du bist raus aus dem alten Ballspiel.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, I think it's going to replace Take Me Out to the Ball Game, frankly.
Yes. See you later, Justin Timberlake, Tina Turner, and other divas.
Yes.
I have no idea whether that legitimately translated or was absolute gibberish.
I think it did.
You think it did?
Einswein Drive, right?
But that part sounded, yeah.
I know that from Cool Runnings.
Oh. That's right. Have at it, Reddit. Prove me wrong.
Roy, I got to ask you, and I know that you have talked about this on stage. I've seen you talk about it in interviews, but for the Score audience, can you please share the story of your dad and Don Cornelius?
Oh, you did some homework. So my dad moved to Chicago when he was 5 and eventually worked his way up and ended up back in the city working at WVON in the 60s. And he gets pulled over one day for running through a stop sign, and the cop gives him a ticket, and my pops goes, "Yo, you have a really nice voice. You should come work for me," which is not how you get out of a ticket. The cop's name was Don Cornelius. And so Don Cornelius eventually, after about a year, quit Chicago PD, looked up my pops, called him and got a job as a news reporter at WVON. And that started Don Cornelius' immersion into the world of media.
Wow.
And eventually into television.
Speaks, it gets better.
Well, Don Cornelius, for anybody who doesn't know, founded the Soul Train.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where we're going.
Okay,
So
I just want to make sure we filled in that context. Go ahead.
So there's American Bandstand with Dick Clark, and it's a pretty successful show. And Don Cornelius gets it in his head that, yo, man, there's no black version of this. They don't put black artists on Dick Clark enough. We have good musicians.
Harris, Mark Grote, Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score.
The Bears get it back. Stafford and Trump got hit as he threw it, and that ball is recovered for the moment by Kyron Williams. They'll rule him down. We'll see if it's an incomplete pass or a fumble as Montez Sweat, the top sack man, got to Stafford's
Ruling
arm.
the field is a fumble recovered by the offense who gave himself up. It's third down.
That's the playoff game against the Rams right there. Sweaty with a sack. A sweaty sack. Montez Sweat. Mike Tirico with the call.
What's your profanity?
On NBC. Marshall, I heard Ben Johnson. I was not out at Hal's Hall yesterday, but I did hear Ben Johnson say that he thought Montez Sweat had the best year of his career last year. Do you think that was the best year of his career?
In the career?
In a career, yes, Roman Dunze. In his career, he had 17 games last year, 10 sacks, 18 quarterback hits, and 53 tackles last year. I couldn't help. Immediately, my brain went to, and that was a fine year. He got it going after a slow start last year. My brain immediately went to the first year with the Bears in the 2023 season, where in 9 games with the Bears, he had 6 sacks. And he also had, I think, 6.5 with Washington. So it was his biggest sack season. But the Tez effect was in effect in a big way when he first came to the Bears. So I'll take 2023 over what I saw last year. But he did get the engine revving eventually last year.
Are you arguing with head coach Ben Johnson?
A little bit. It's a dangerous game I'm playing.
very dangerous game.
Because he'll rip your cell phone right off and slam it.
Only if it goes off while he's at the podium, I believe. I don't think he just goes unsolicited looking for cell phones to slam down or anything.
Did I tell you cell phones are no longer allowed out there on the lectern because of that?
So you have to have an actual recorder?
Yeah, most people do. Like there aren't that many reporters that put cell phones up there anyway. I don't think. I'm not sure because I never do because I plug in.
I feel like a lot of people put cell phones.
Maybe they
up
do.
there.
Maybe there's more that.
But no, you did not tell me that.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So punishment was there. It was swift.
It's been handed out. At least when Ben Johnson's up there.
Okay, so that was a Ben Johnson specific.
I don't know, like, say, if Jervon Dexter would have gotten as angry while the cell phone
If you
went
have
off.
an iPhone, you should know that you can pull down the top right corner, and it gives you an option of do not disturb. Put it on, and then you don't have to worry about
Heat
these
of the
things.
moment, man. It's sometimes you just forget. You just forget.
I guess you do. But yeah, for Montez Sweat, I think last year may have been his best year, and here's why. Because even though they didn't do a great job up front in terms of stopping the run or getting to the quarterback, they did make the conditions ideal to lead the entire NFL in takeaways. So you take that with those 10 sacks compared to the year where he has 12 and a half sacks, and you ask, what does he have to show for it? The Bears had a lot more to show for what he did on the field with the winning that came later in the season.
It was a huge rebound, if nothing else, from 2024, where over 16 games he had just 5.5 sacks. And keep in mind, like as we discuss and dissect Montez Sweat, and we should, because he's a moneymaker in the NFL, and they deserve the scrutiny. This has been a very durable player. Like he played through a bunch of injuries in 2024, and I think there was only one season where he had a somewhat significant injury and was with Washington, and he played 10 games. So this guy stays healthy, or at least manages to play through it. But I loved hearing Montez Sweat yesterday talk about, among others, Ben Johnson. Take a listen to this.
Because obviously the team's success last year was more than you'd experienced previously. When you got distance from the season, what do you think brought that all to life here last year?
Ben.
What specifically struck a chord with you about the way he led?
I mean, he just he worked the out of us. We just was all on one accord. Everybody was on the same page, and everything was just really about winning. It wasn't about winning, then it was non-existent.
Sounds like a mindset. How does that influence what you guys do?
Yeah, I mean, when we just know Ben is all about winning. He don't really care about nothing else. So I don't care about nothing else but winning. So everybody just kind of honed in on winning.
Can you think of a moment early last year when it was clear that he didn't care about something? I mean, was he dismissive of something that maybe other coaches would have been okay with? Or was there some moment when you went, oh man, this guy's not messing around?
I probably could attest to maybe towards the end of the year when we didn't have any heaters outside in the cold. He was getting us ready for the winter. So yeah, that was a little different.
Sounds like you're getting used to it. When you come back this spring, does Ben feel the same as he did last year?
It seems like a little bit. He's pretty much the same.
I mean, especially from a defensive perspective, where you don't have to deal with Ben Johnson as much as the offensive players do, just to have a guy who, as Montez Sweat put it, works the bleep out of us, and all he really cares about winning. Isn't that all a veteran player, especially on defense, needs to hear?
Yeah, I think so. And I love the way he ended that answer, because he was thinking about, is he really different? He's like trying to come up with something different. No, he's still trying to get us ready for the regular season. And also, yeah, heaters. What? We want to have the advantage of this is our home turf. This is our home territory. Can't do that in the dome. And I think they made the most of it. When the games got cold outside, they were prepared for it. And the games did get cold. I went to that Packers game, the regular season, when it was freezing.
Why not simulate what goes on in a real game? So yeah, bring out those. I remember that, and the players were laughing, and they were cold, and Grady Jarrett was cold, and
Grady Jarrett was extra cold. He's been playing in Georgia his whole life.
He was absolutely hilarious last year about the cold. You know, he's like, what do you guys want me to do? Practice in an ice box at some point in time? But yeah, Montez Sweat. Let's see what else we have here from Mr. or are we
Mr. Sweaty?
Yeah. I thought there was one more. Montez. Okay. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry.
He hears us all.
Yes.
He hears us all.
Yes. What I teased, actually. The criticism of the defensive line has been immense, and probably deservedly so, because they have not been getting to the quarterback. It does not appear that the Bears are adding anybody. They certainly didn't draft anybody to get to the quarterback, so we wondered if Montez Sweat hears all of that.
Since the outside conversation has been that, like, your position group as a whole might be the weakness of the team coming into this season. Obviously, the front office didn't make heavy investments into your group. What do you think you guys are? Do you hear that conversation? What's your perception of it?
Yeah, we hear the chatter. It is what it is. I mean, everybody has an opinion. It's our job to go out there and do what we got to do. I hear you. It just reminded me of an interview that I did, a one-on-one interview I did in the locker room last year with Montez Sweat, and I believe it was after a loss, but he had a sack in the game. Remember, it was really slow going for Montez Sweat, and among other things that he told me, he said that with the struggling defense, he told me, he says, look, we're just getting to know this defense that Dennis Allen is putting in. We're still learning it. We're still getting comfortable in it. And then he said to me, he was like, and essentially you guys aren't helping. The media is not helping with all the criticisms that are going on with the team. So in other words, another example of, yeah, they hear it.
Should he be tuning it out? Is my question to you, Mr. Media Guy, Mr. Reporter Guy.
Well,
or should he just be like, yes, I know it exists, but I don't even think about it?
I think it's hard to tune out a way of life, and the way of life is social media and these things in our hands that we all have, our cell phones. Like, I think it's almost an unfair ask to say, well, just block out the rest of the world you're on. I remember Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson used to say, yeah, like this, like I'm not going to turn off social media. I'm not going to turn it, because that's kind of where life happens these days, especially for all those youngsters out there. So I don't know. I mean, to those who can block it all out and turn everything off and mute things, God bless you. But for most, honestly, it's just a way of life.
I think yes to everything you just said. And this is where I have to step out of my boomer self and understand that this is how these kids grew up. Yeah. They've been on social media since they were kids.
Right. We got a boomer.
So understanding that, it is an impossible ask to say just tune out social media unless you're going to say, I'm not going to have social media accounts. And some players do that. They're like, I'm not going to have social media, and I delete it during the regular season. I've heard a bunch of different ways that players attack the idea. But if you want to build a brand outside of football, you literally can't do that without having social media. So I understand what he's saying. Now, I disagree with the whole, you guys aren't helping, because you're just really talking about what's actually happening. If you want to say you pay attention and you hear it and you don't tune it out, do something that's not bad. They can get, anytime they want, they can go out there and not be in the bottom 5 and you name the category as a defensive line.
Yeah, it's not. It really wasn't on Montez. I mean, he like I said, slow start. I remember doing, like on this show, talking about how Montez Sweat has to win his one-on-one battles, but he did pick it up a notch. There's just so many other guys on that defensive line who need to show something.
He immediately picked it up after the one-on-one battles comment from Dennis Allen. That was Dennis Allen, right? Who said that?
No, I don't know if it was it Dennis or Ben? Okay,
I think it was.
It probably was Dennis. That makes more sense.
I think it was Dennis Allen who said it, and immediately after saying that, guess what he started doing? Winning his one-on battles. So that's, I think, says a lot about how he receives it and how he takes it in, processes it, and reacts to it. Keep reacting that way when people say bad things about you and your teammates.
Absolutely, yeah, get angry. I mean, the way I kind of interpreted it, it was like, hey, guys, we're trying to figure something out here, and the noise and the slamming us and not understanding what we're trying to do is kind of crushing our souls right now. That's the way I interpret it from Mr. Sweat. All right, it is time to take a break, but when we come back, it is time for halftime.
It is. Charles Barkley would love it if ESPN fired him.
Oh, yeah.
That's the headline here. We explain next. More Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on the way.
He worked the out of us.
Bears fans.
It's the dog days of summer, but there's no offseason when it comes to Bears talk on the Score.
It was great to hear Caleb talking about it now, about how last year they couldn't even spit out a play, and now this year the starting point is just a completely different and elevated place. They meet every day, they laugh, they joke, but they also...
He yells at me.
He yells at me. The offensive-minded head coach and the quarterback are bonding.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance.
Where black people dance and celebrate things. And this is an important backstory. My father was a civil rights journalist. He only covered conflict. He never covered a regular local news story. He covered civil wars in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Vietnam. He covered every riot, every civil right, anything with a dog and a fire hose and a Klan. That's what my pops covered. That's important context. So Don Cornelius comes to my pops and he goes, "Hey man, I'm getting money from people to shoot a pilot for a show. I think it'll be moving and grooving like a train of soul where it just never stops. Would you like to be a part of it?" And my pops was one of the people who loaned Don Cornelius some of the money to shoot the pilot for Soul Train.
Oh my God!
But it gets better. Long. Yes.
Takes Don Cornelius too long to sell the pilot. So my pops, one of the investors, "I need my money back. I give you like $1,000. To which Don Cornelius says, "Hey Roy, dig this. Instead of me giving you your money back, how about you just stay on as a producer, and you can be a part of the train of soul when it leaves the station." To which my father looked Don Cornelius in the eyes and said, "Hey man, nobody wants to watch black people dance for an hour. Give me back my money. It is a terrible idea." And with that, my father signed away any piece that he was entitled to of the Soul Train empire. But you have to understand, there was no show this black and this happy on TV at the time. It didn't exist. So this man who has done nothing but cover war and death and struggle and injustice, and then some Afro nerd comes walking in, "Hey, dig it, baby, cat daddy, shake it down. We're going to be dancing, and we're going to have a scramble board and figure out sentences. Get your ass out my office.
And give me my money.
Give me my $1,000.
And give me back my money." Like, that's a serious amount of money at that time. It's like $1,000, I think, like $2,000. Like, it's a lot. That's a lot of money. And yeah, man, like I was never allowed to watch Soul Train growing up. I don't know if I ever told you that. I could watch Solid Gold.
Wait, your dad actively was like, "You can't watch this show that I didn't
Turn that
invest
off.
in."
Turn that monkey-ish off. Like, openly hate it. You know how Sundays it's cartoons, and then it's like Glow or roller derby. You get Gorgeous Ladies or wrestling or Worldwide of Sports, or you get Twib.
This
with
Week in
Mel Allen.
Baseball, baby. That's right.
Yeah. And then Soul Train will come on before college football. And my pops would be like, "Turn that monkey-ish off." Just a hater. And I love it. That's how you should be. I want you to fail.
You look at the Seahawks opponents, and it's the type of thing. Oh man, they're calling me with my room service.
Is that Robbie? Robbie's got your food.
Yeah. Robbie, iron my shirt.
Robbie.
Just leave it. Thank you.
Oh my God, they were calling you? That wasn't an excuse.
They're at the door. He can't get him from his interview to go get the door.
With my food. I apologize for that. It's so unprofessional. What were we saying? No, and we have Chiefs. Chiefs have been knocked up.
Right.
You can just leave it outside, please. Thank you. 1 second.
Don't skimp on the dessert now.
It's going to be
sure the tiramisu is
Danny,
there.
let's be honest. It's either going to be the Patriots or it's going to be the Bears, and I'm thinking it's going to be the Bears. Because does the NFL want that smoke? Vrabel front and center off just from the tip.
That's the other thing. Can you promote Vrabel?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be the Bears. I'm convinced. I'll be shocked if it's anybody but the Bears.
It probably will be. I have a very angry room service person at my door. Can you guys hold on for 30
Yeah,
seconds?
go. You got.
We are listening to Danny Parkins go get his room service here on 104.3 The Score. You know, they say people get promoted, and you don't really understand the lifestyle. But then he starts talking about Robbie getting his bagel, and then next thing you know, the guy who's hosting your segment just abandons us for the room service.
Robbie, butter my bread. That's right.
That's actually hilarious.
Why do you think he's listening?
Maybe there's like an issue with the room
Robbie
service.
is not in the room next to you.
Is Robbie's listening right
So
now?
sorry.
Oh,
And he's back.
I called.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grote on The Score. We've been talking baseball today, folks. The critical juncture that we have reached in Chicago baseball, as in the White Sox have landed in first place while the Cubs are down to 500. Took some really good calls on both of our baseball teams. And we heard from Montez Sweat talking about the Bears and his love of Ben Johnson and the fact that he hears the criticism and is hopefully motivated by that.
It's halftime.
Man, oh man. Seemed like it was safe to turn off the NBA game last night, but it really wasn't, because the Knicks end up coming back from 29 down to beat the Spurs 107-106 in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. The Knicks up 3-1, but did we get a treat from Charles Barkley after the game. A few treats from that man, as a matter of fact. After the win over the Spurs on ESPN, Charles Barkley said the Spurs played some of the dumbest basketball he's ever seen.
We saw the dumbest basketball team in the history of civilization.
Oh, wow.
We saw they had a 25-point lead, took eight straight threes. Like, they thought to get, like, that was some of the most mismanaged, stupid basketball. Hey, when you blow a 29-point lead, the other team has to help you. The San Antonio Spurs helped the New York Knicks win this game by doing some of the stupid-ass stuff I've ever seen on a basketball court.
Congratulations to the Knicks for coming back, but Chuck, I agree with you. They played terrible basketball. They got comfortable. They got comfortable with the league. They was already talking about, going back to San Antonio. They just didn't play smart. And, you never know what a champion is until you become a champion. But tonight, the Knicks, they fought like a champion.
They did.
Listen, we're sitting back there in the third quarter, and Shaq goes, these guys got to put them away right now. Second quarter, they got to put them away right now. They start letting them make the run towards the end of the second quarter. The Knicks kept fighting. They go back 26, cut it to 19. They got back in that third quarter. Once they cut it to 12, this game was a wrap.
But Trey, when they had your 25-point lead, they shot 8 threes in a row, never even came close to using any time on the clock. And you're like, this game ain't over yet.
Charles Barkley with the sounds of Madison Square Garden behind him. Shout out to White Sox fans now. I know that you guys here don't stop believing it hits you differently. That's your song, Sox fans, from 2005. Marshall, was that the dumbest basketball you've ever seen in your life in civilization?
It was by far the dumbest basketball I have ever seen in my life. Don't know about civilization, haven't been around that long, but let me tell you why it was dumb. Because I was asking, what is De'Aaron Fox doing on several occasions? He had a bad turnover, which almost led the Knicks taking a lead, but Josh Hart mixes a dunk. Then, with 12 seconds left, they get a turnover. He tips the ball past half court on the defensive end. He's the fastest player on the floor, literally. He chases it down with ease, and with 11 seconds left, he could have evaded defenders, run more time off the clock. Eventually, you get fouled. You go to the line to try to make it a three-point lead. Instead, he gets the ball and immediately tries to go for a layup. OG Anunoby, who was the hero on both ends of the court in this game, he blocks his shot. And that's the end, because he has the tip in at close to the buzzer with 1.2 seconds left. They don't even really get a real shot off on the other end. And it was dumb basketball. The 8 straight threes he's talking about is not the fact that they took 8 straight threes. It's the fact they were taking these threes and no time was coming off the clock. Someone put up the Atlanta Falcons logo and turned it from black and red to
silver and black.
Ooh, 28-3. Anyone? Is that where you're going?
Spurs. They made that's the new Spurs logo.
That's how bad it is.
Yes.
Yeah, they were the Spurs in the second half. 3 of 17 from 3, outscored altogether 58-30 in the second half. Victor Wembanyama 24-13, but he with a $147 left misses 2 free throws when the Knicks were up 104-103. So that's 2 straight games where there's like these inexplicable things happening with Victor Wembanyama, one of them throwing off one of his teammates at the end of the game.
I know we got more Barkley to talk about, but I just want to make one point. This does not happen if Greg Popovich is healthy and still the head coach of the Spurs. They're not just a young basketball team with a bunch of young basketball players. Mitch Johnson doesn't have the experience.
Yeah.
And it's coming through in that they should be up 3-1 instead of down 3-1.
It's a great point. You brought that up off the air, and I was like, I hadn't really thought about the Popovich factor in all of this. Let's go back to earlier in the week now. More Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley made this comment about Cardi B after her halftime performance during Game 3 of the NBA Finals on ESPN.
We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's, that might be Cardi D's. I sure am, new love indeed. I'm pretty sure those are B's. I don't know who said that, but I know it wasn't me.
Chuck, you little dick. You can't get to me because I told you to.
She got the wrong initials.
They're talking about exactly what you think they're talking about. More like, it's very Grobber, actually. Cardi B, more like Cardi D.
What's great about this is Charles Barkley just doesn't care. He's going to say whatever he wants. He's that uncle or maybe grandfather that that just says whatever is on his mind. You know why? Because he doesn't care.
He doesn't. And there's more evidence to show you that right here. You guys have to hear this. A day later, Barkley on the Dan Patrick Show explained himself on his comments of Cardi B as in boy.
You called Cardi B Cardi D's? Did you? I mean, it's good analysis.
Didn't look like B's to me, Dan.
It
looked like D's to me.
Does anybody say anything to you? When's the last time management or somebody said, Chuck, can't say that?
Dan, I'm hoping they fire me. I got 6 years. I got 6 or 7 years left on my contract that they know I got no chance of doing. I would love for them to fire me and have to pay me for the next 6 or 7 years. So I was talking to my agent. I was like, what can I do to get fired where they have to pay me for the whole 6-7 years?
Yeah.
And I says, yeah, I would love to get fired. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, but because like I say, there's zero chance I'm gonna be working the next 6-7 years. Zero. So I know if they fire me, they would have to pay me all those years. And I heard through the grapevine that I make great money, so thank goodness for that. But yeah, come on, man. People can't take a joke. They can kiss my ass. I said the same thing. If people don't like me, I appreciate and love all the support I've gotten all these years. But anybody think everybody likes them, they're a fool. So if people don't like me or don't have a sense of humor, they can kiss my ass and my whole ass, not just one cheek, the whole ass.
That ass is a lot smaller than it used to be.
It is. That's the only reason. That's the only thing I hate being skinny now. When I tell people to kiss my ass, it's a lot smaller.
I think if Charles Barkley's bosses were to talk to him about any of this, they'd be like, we don't care about we'll let the Cardi B thing go.
I'm hoping they fire me.
Yeah, kiss my ass. That's fine too.
It's another grabber.
But
when I tell people to kiss my ass, it's a lot smaller.
KMA. But what they would probably haggle with is, what do you mean there's no way you're going to work for the next 6 or 7 years and fulfill your contract?
I think that's kind of understood. Because 6 or 7 years is a long time, Mark. Charles Barkley's not.
I believe him.
Young.
I believe Charles.
He's like if I could get this money that I signed up to get, and be playing golf. He's like me. If I could become a head football coach in a Power 4 conference, fire me. fire me.
Don't you get the feeling, though,
Take
that
the cash and run.
Charles Barkley loves his job, loves being a star.
Charles Barkley loves being Charles Barkley, and he's great at being Charles Barkley.
And part of which is inserting power sometimes.
He's just doing his thing, man.
That might be Cardi D's.
The only thing he really ever has to take flack on is the fact that he never won a championship. Other than that,
that's true.
He's living the best, greatest life.
And I said it the other day during transition. That really does hurt him when they're all busting balls on the stage. Like, he can't overcome that. That was like the Cubs-White Sox debate before the Cubs finally won in 2016. Like, for years.
Because the Sox.
It was over. It was over. Like, when you fight about who's the better winner, it was the White Sox until the Cubs won the World Series. Now it's back to being an open debate. It's not really a debate these days,
I'm about to
though,
say,
is
who's
it?
the best team in town, Mark?
It is. Hey, like I said earlier, the White Sox are the new Cubs.
And the Cubs are they're the new
team,
White Sox?
I don't know. Yeah, they're old White Sox, the Cubs. Because the White Sox are doing what the Cubs used to do. That's winning one-run games and winning in extra innings and winning spectacularly and everything working out for you. But that simply is not the case. This is for White Sox fans. Actually, this is for everybody. But I'm thinking about you because I always associate Steve Perry and Journey.
Don't Stop Believing.
Don't Stop Believing. Check this out here. And I know Steve Perry's no longer the lead singer of the band, but actually they sound really good even without Steve Perry. A Journey giveaway now. Caller 6 to the Score contest line, 312-540-0670, will win a pair of tickets to Journey live at the United Center on October 4th, provided by AEG. Tickets on sale now. 5 on it is next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs.
Luther Burden is the flavor of the offseason.
Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
And I just wonder sometimes if the strike zone that they have on there is actually right. See a side shot of the breaking ball coming in chest high. How are you supposed to hit that? I don't know.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovich joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox. And Casey Johnson brings the inside story on the Bulls. From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side. Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
When I called for room service, I said, if this is going to come up really quickly, I'm going to be on a work call. Can you leave it outside? And I pre-charged it to the menu. They clearly did not relay that message. And so she was just banging on the door, yelling, I need a signature. I need a signature.
Oh, did you give her a little cash?
You're listening to Danny Parkins complain about the best room service ever on 104.3 The Score.
No, again,
tip her?
this is
I think it's bad room
I'm
service,
sorry
actually.
to you. I'm thrilled that my food got here fast and will be piping hot for me to eat as soon as this call's over. I'm just saying I try to avoid the situation.
What is under the lid? What is room service?
Yeah, because our food's probably better than yours. So what we're feasting on right now.
Definitely, just a chicken Caesar with a side of fries. Nothing crazy.
Love a
little
good
girl
chicken
dinner.
Caesar.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, girl dinner. Exactly.
I like it.
Well,
Hell yeah, Danny.
I got a big meeting coming up in a couple hours, and so I need to have a light lunch. Got to keep the stomach under control before any nerves set in, that sort of thing. So I'm going out big for Mexican food tonight in LA. So light lunch, big dinner is the plan.
How did you feel about the Bears draft?
I liked it. I did like it. I think, and I posted in an article, and I got a little ahead of myself maybe, but I said when the Bears win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, this is going to be the draft that we look back and say, that's how they did it. It's Caleb Williams, it's Colson Loveland, it's Luther Burden, but this is the draft that was the final piece to the puzzle. I'm that much of a believer in Dylan Thieneman. I'm that much of a believer in Logan Jones, that much of a believer in just how they are continuing to build this team. Everyone's going to talk about D-tackle. One doesn't go till late, but Jordan Vandenberg, I thought was a steal in the 7th round. So this was a good draft for Poles. It's hard to be as excited when you're picking 25 instead of 10. The household names in this draft were pretty much gone at that point, but man, Thieneman is such a baller that I think Bears fans got to be happy. I'd start ordering the jersey. As soon as it's out there, I'd be ordering one.
Oh, look at that. The Dylan Thieneman love is flowing from Matt Miller. I want to ask you about Logan Jones, though, Matt, because we haven't really talked about him in detail yet today. And clearly, they loved him so much more than Jake Slaughter or Sam Hecht, who doesn't even go till round 5, which is crazy. Like, what separates Logan Jones, and does Ben Johnson specifically being smitten, his word, with Logan Jones make sense to you?
It should. Look what the guy did last year. In Ben Johnson, we trust, right? I mean, this guy identified his type. Bears fans were pissed last year because they took Loveland over Warren. That worked out. Then you go Luther Burden in the second round. That worked out. Even, in the 7th round, getting a running back who ends up stealing carries and common on guy. If Ben Johnson wants a player on offense, let's give him the player, right? Holmes and Dennis Allen can handle the defense. What Ben Johnson wants on offense, he should get. And I'll tell you, the nickname in scouting circles, and I've got buddies, around the league, we all talk. Logan Jones, we were calling him Baby Kelsey, because a center, a little bit undersized, but elite agility, elite athleticism to do those long pulls, the short pulls, the traps, to the second level. It is tailor-made for Ben Johnson's offense, where you have to have that center who can direct to the second level, that can handle linebackers one-on-one, but it's going to be mean as hell to go the chip out D tackles. Now, I'm not saying he's going to go on to be Jason Kelsey, but when you watch those two move, it's Tyler Linderbaum, it's Kelsey. That's the type of movement skills he has. And as much as I love Sam Hecht, grading for a team that doesn't exist when I'm setting my big board, if I were working in Chicago, Jones would have been my top center, just based on that movement ability alone.
So, look, for 3 straight young quarterbacks in this town, it has been, we need to find this guy, their Jason Kelsey. And they plugged the hole with Dahlman, and then Dahlman goes and quits, And it's like, so they were left, they had to figure something out. So I feel like they traded for Bradbury just to kind of cover their ass and have something. But then here they get to the draft, they found their Jason Kelsey for Caleb Williams. That's exciting as hell to think about.
Because I'm going to let that be your quote, not mine, that they found their Jason Kelsey. I'm not owning that comparison.
I'll take it.
Just saying, from an agility standpoint,
okay,
they remind you of each other.
All right.
Body type and agility.
I think when the Bears took Roush, a lot of people kind of raised an eyebrow like Spock. They were like, oh, that's interesting and maybe a reach. I don't think it is, because I think they're going to end up playing a lot of 13 personnel. I think the league is going to play a lot more 13 personnel over the next couple of years. What do we need to know about him?
Yeah, it's not a reach. Number one, it's not. Look at the number of tight ends. Nate Barker in the 2nd round to Jacksonville was a reach. That's a reach. And that started this run that we saw on tight ends. Sam Roush was not a reach. And to your point, you're absolutely right. When you lose Durham Smythe, who's a really good blocker, you have Komet, you have Loveland. Loveland's like an extra receiver, guys. He doesn't really count when we're counting tight ends in a lot of ways. You needed that blocker. And yes, we are going to see the proliferation of the 12 and 13 personnel. Defenses are getting smaller and faster. How do you counter that? With big bodies, but big bodies that can confuse teams in terms of personnel package, to where you can run out of 13 with Komet, with Loveland, and with Roush. But then these guys are moving all over the place. You can't count on where they're going to be lined up, because they do have that versatility and the alignment flexibility. So I think this is one of those smart picks. And we saw a lot of teams do that. The Rams have 6 tight ends on their roster right now. Teams are going to be loading up at the tight end position. We saw it throughout this draft. If you don't believe that there's value in having 2 and 3 tight ends, go look at how the rest of the NFL drafted over the past 3 days. I'll tell you, teams believe that they're going to be running 2 tight ends the majority of the time, and 3 tight ends.
This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score! I got 5.
It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score.
I got 5 on it.
Number 1.
The White Sox beat the Braves 2-1 last night and have taken over the top spot in the AL Central. How long will the Southsiders remain in first place in their division?
I want this party to last a long time, but I don't know that it will necessarily last very long because, first of all, the Cleveland Guardians, who have lost 4 in a row, are just a half game back, and then you just compare and contrast schedules. The White Sox do have another game with Atlanta today, then 3 with the Dodgers, then at the Yankees, and then it eases up a little bit at Detroit, and I just never trust division games to call them letting up. But then you have Cleveland, who's playing Minnesota, and then hosting the 28-40 Tigers. Then they are at the 31-39 Houston Astros before we all get together on June 17th in Cleveland for White Sox and Guardians. So to answer the question, I think maybe it'll last a couple of days. But I see it going back and forth, though. I'm not saying that they're going to permanently exit. I just see this like an official – I look at this as an official battle between the White Sox and the Guardians. But considering schedule, I mean, do you expect the White Sox to sweep? I can't sit here and say I do today.
I think it can happen. Martin Perez against Anthony Kay. I mean, and especially because we don't know how the rain's going to play out in this, right? I know they got a locked and loaded Grant Taylor ready to roll because they didn't need him last night.
What's the Roger Bossert forecast for today?
We need to find that out. See if they can manipulate that. You know the rules. Once you say we're not starting on time, you can control it. But once the game actually starts, the umpires control whether or not baseball gets played. So that's interesting. You mentioned the L.A., New York. Couple things. Shohei Ohtani is hitting. He will not be pitching in that series. Also, New York without Aaron Judge. Mm-hmm. And so I look at that immediately and say, I know the Guardians have an easier schedule the next series. Detroit, if they can sweep, there's a chance they can get through the weekend. Because Detroit has actually been much better of late, the Tigers. And then, as you said, they got to go to Milwaukee and to Houston. I like the Sox staying in the same neighborhood. But the question is, will they stay on top? You know what? They feel like a team of destiny at this point. All right. I'm going to say the Sox stay on top until Monday, June 22nd at the minimum. Monday, June 22nd.
Wow, it's a nice little stay.
That starts a 3-game series with the Guardians at the rate where, did I mention they've won 18 of their last 21 games?
Wow, that's going to be a wild little stretch right there because they first play June 17th. In Cleveland, and then it's that quickly that they go...
Oh, no, it's June 22nd. They don't play June 17th. They're still playing the Yankees.
Okay.
It's Dodgers after this. It's Dodgers through the weekend.
Yeah.
Then off day Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, New York. Then it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Detroit. And then Monday the 22nd, they face Cleveland.
Okay.
So my point is, if the Tigers can just handle their business, win a couple of games, maybe just win one game. I don't know what's going to happen when the Dodgers roll into town. I really am comfortable with the way the White Sox are playing right now.
Okay.
5 on it.
Number 2.
Cubs lost to the Rockies 3-2 on a walk-off single by outfielder Sterling Thompson. You know that world beater, Sterling Thompson. You know that feared MLB hitter, Sterling Thompson. Who the hell is Sterling Thompson?
Ray, are you okay?
No,
you
I'm not
Ray?
okay because I'm asking the question, have the Cubs hit rock bottom?
Yes, the Cubs have hit rock bottom. Now, that's a good question. How long will they stay at rock bottom? That's a better question. I guess, yes, they've hit rock bottom in that they were in first place. Now they're 8.5 games out of first place. Is it considered not rock bottom if they end up in last place? Would that be the new rock bottom? But I think they've hit rock bottom as far as this season goes because they're back at 500. I guess rock bottom can get deeper. But right now they are at rock bottom. They can't score runs at Coors Field.
I'm trying to think of how I felt after the Cubs lost their 10th straight game during that 10-game losing streak. So that might have felt more like rock bottom to me. But it's hard to deny this, where you have an opportunity to get the bats back in order in a place where it is much easier to hit the baseball than it is in other places, and you're not acting like it in any way, shape, or form with the loss. As Ray said, Sterling Thompson.
Who the hell is that guy?
Look, JT Rumfield while we're at it. Who had
all the big names in Colorado.
Who had the 2-run homer off of Jacob Webb. And Daniel Valencia's out here throwing smoke, but got exactly 0 people out. Maybe I am talking myself into this having been a rock bottom situation. Yeah, you know what? just for a little solidarity here, yeah, it's rock bottom for the Chicago Cubs. They're at 500, and there doesn't appear to be a way out.
Can I point out why I know you were thinking even subconsciously about the end of that 10-game losing streak and that 10th straight loss? Because on that day when they lost a 10th straight game, they fell into a last-place tie with the Pittsburgh Pirates at 29 and 26.
That's coming
so
soon,
they were
kids.
in last place, but they were still above 500.
It's coming again.
And it feels like, yeah.
There's been you know what? Every pitcher that's gotten injured this year has felt like a rock bottom too. Didn't Cade Horton getting injured way back when the Cubs weren't hurting that badly? That felt like a rock bottom. Justin Steele's setback felt like a rock bottom. Hell, Jamison Tyone coming out of the game in the first or the second inning the other night. That felt like a rock bottom moment. I'll throw in Matthew Boyd. He's not going to start this weekend in San Francisco because of a setback with his shoulder soreness. That was another rock bottom for me.
Cade Horton to me was a different level because of just the expectations and the hope that Cubs fans had for that young guy. You know what I mean? That was just like a different low blow.
I feel like Cade Horton wasn't rock bottom because they would go on to win 20 out of 23 games, and you're thinking, okay, if they hang around, they'll trade for a Tarek Skubal type. Like, there are other guys you can put in that number one role. I think you're more accurate, though, as each pitching injury happens.
They all felt like a rock to the head, didn't they?
Maybe a rock to the head is a better way to describe it.
Edward Cabrera going, was it a blister?
Blister.
Yeah, him going down and then giving up all the runs that he get. Okay, here, wait a minute. Hold on.
You got something new?
Hold on. You know what actually, for real, felt like rock bottom?
Yes.
It was a little thing I like to call San Francisco 18, Cubs 3. Was that not a rock bottom moment for the Cubs?
Where you can't get out of the fourth inning and he gives up 3 home runs and he gives up 8 runs?
Especially after the elation of the victory.
The walk-off.
The walk-off that they had when we all, well, some people thought, this could be the spark.
Were you one of those people?
No, I didn't.
I
was tempted. I was hearing that. Like, that was part of myself. Like, maybe that's what... Because we all want that so badly.
I was wanting it too. I was hoping for it too.
Right, it's a desperate thought. It really is.
But that's where we are.
That's where we're desperate right now. But I'm going 18-3 as your rock bottom. So, boy, that was a very emotional
They really haven't done anything
answer.
since then. They've got 1 win since 18-3. Thank you, PCA.
And that win came in 10 innings, right?
Thank you, PCA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sometimes the storm ain't no fun, but when you get to the end of it, there'll be some good times.
Fall down 7 times, get up 8.
That drop is going to live for the rest of this season.
5 on it.
Number 3.
5 on it at 104 through the score with Marshall Harris and Mark Grote. Here's another terrible Cubs question. Was signing reliever Phil Maton to a 2-year, $14.5 million guaranteed contract with a club option the Cubs' biggest mistake of the offseason?
You know what, Ray Diaz? I kind of want to cede a little bit of my time to you on this one because in the group thread yesterday, you said something to the effect of, when are they going to DFA this guy?
Yes, that's exactly what I said. When are they going to DFA Phil Maton? And then it hit me, and it dawned on me because this is a point that our colleague Layla Rahimi has constantly reminded us that Phil Maton has this 2-year contract with that club option. And it just seems like the contract from hell. It was the stupidest move that they made. Alex Bregman, that guy's not yielding any results either. But I have some hope because we've seen him have solid seasons. We've seen him be a hitter and produce. Phil Maton doesn't look like he's got anything left. He looks out of sorts.
You had to have a 40-year-old? Did Caleb Thielbar ever turn 40? Did it happen? I know he's at least 39.
Let's see if he's a man. Hold on.
He's at least 39. I don't know if he's reached the 40 stand. I need him to get to 40.
Let's see if he's a man.
Let's see
That's
if
what
he's
Ray
a man.
Diaz.
It took Caleb Thielbar to relieve Phil Maton with runners on first and second and 2 out, and he did get the pop out. So shout out to old man Thielbar bailing out the money man who should be getting guys out.
Can I give you some numbers here?
He's not 40 yet, is he?
For January 31st,
January.
That's
Okay.
when Caleb Thielbar will become a man.
For my answer to this, let me give you some numbers here. These are important numbers. Let's start with the contract itself, okay? Phil Maton, it's a 2-year deal worth $14.5 million. $5.5 million this year, $6 million guaranteed next year.
Oh, it
and
gets
then,
greater later.
if you don't want to pick up the option, you still have to pay him a $3 million buyout for 2028. You got that? Otherwise, you're paying him $8.5 million for his 2028 year. So I think the $3 million buyout might be the way to go.
Oh, I don't know about that. You know, yes, he's been bad and all that stuff.
$8.5 million?
But hold on. We know how the life and the tendencies of relievers, they can look bad one year and then be great the next year. I think that, and Phil Maton may still turn it around this year. I think he's still worth keeping around, believe it or not.
I would like for him to turn around because, again, numbers. He's 0-1 on the season with a 6.86 ERA, with an ERA plus. Remember, when you talk about ERA plus or OPS plus, 100 is an average number. His ERA plus is 57. He, in 21 innings pitched, has walked 11 batters, given up 16 runs and 3 home runs. He has been bad. He has a negative .6 WAR.
Ugh. That's enough Phil Maton talk. What's the next question?
Number 4.
I had to end it.
Let's move on to a whole another sport, shall we? The World Cup starts today. How much, if any, of the tournament will you watch?
I'll watch all of the World Cup that is on in the background when I'm at work. That's all I got for you. Unless the Americans do something. The chances of the Americans doing something in the World Cup, very slim. Very slim.
I'll flip to it. And I'll check. I'll make it part of the rotation. I don't think I'll stay a long time. What I'm actually more interested in is like the studio shows and hearing what everybody has to say
about how bad the Americans are.
About the Americans. I like the spectacle of it all. It's almost like the Olympics to me. Background is a good way to approach it, but I'll soak in the breadth of it, the size of it, I enjoy other people being interested in stuff too, because I'm not as interested. So I will follow people that are interested and see if my attention is sparked in any way, shape, or form.
5 on it.
Number 5.
5 on it at 104.3 The Score. Here's our final question. Following Game 3 of the NBA Finals, a video went viral of Knicks fans beating up a man wearing a Spurs jersey. Following Game 4, a video went viral of an object flying towards Victor Wembanyama, which came from a group of Knicks fans gathered outside of the Spurs Hotel in New York. Here's the question. Are New York fans giving Philadelphia fans a run for their money for the title of America's worst fan base?
I would say that they probably are with stuff like that, and to me it sucks because it's just so unnecessary. Part of what has gotten me on board with this finals is the New York Knicks fans, to be honest, and I never thought that would be something that I would say. I've enjoyed the whole thing of the Knicks getting back in there and potentially winning their first title since 1973. I've enjoyed all the celebrities being out there. I've enjoyed the stories of the gargantuan prices, just the whole grandiosity of the entire event. I have loved. Stuff like that can ruin it and take it down a notch. It just feels so unnecessary. So they're taking the Philadelphia fans' place.
I want to remind people of this because I lived in Philadelphia for a bit of time. Every fan base has bad people in it. And the larger your fan base, the more likely someone from your fan base is going to do something that gets national notoriety, such as this. So in a city with more than 9 million people, I'm not surprised that there were shenanigans. And one thing I know, if you shenan once, you're going to shenan again. And so I expect this treatment, if this does go back, and I can't believe I'm saying this, if this goes back to the Garden for another game, I expect more of the same. There will be alcohol. There will be fans. There will be either winning or losing, and the Spurs are going to get caught up in the crossfire. Again, every fan base has fans like this. When you're in New York, you just got a whole lot more fans that are, if you just draw it out aggregate, likely to end up doing some dumb stuff like this.
How about this, though? With Game 5 Saturday in San Antonio, and the presence of Knicks fans was pretty huge. Imagine what San Antonio,
for a closeout
San Antonio,
game?
You better be careful. The New Yorkers, they're letting the New Yorkers loose in San Antonio. If they're to win and clinch, for God's sake, protect your city. The fans are coming.
I will say this, shout out to actor, director, and friend of Danny Parkins, Ben Stiller. He tweeted this after the video went viral after Game 3 of the terrible Knicks fans beating up the guy in the Spurs jersey. Quote, being a Knicks fan doesn't mean being disrespectful to Spurs fans in any way. We get caught up during the games, but we got to show respect to our fellow humans. That's Ben Stiller on X.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah,
Thanks for being a leader, Ben. Thanks for being
He
a
is
pal.
a leader. He's the leader of the Knicks fan base.
Yes, thanks for the Fockers. Thank you for all of it.
No, thank you for There's Something About Mary.
There you go.
There's something about Mary. Absolutely. I think kind of low key though.
The Beans and the Frank.
Matt Dillon sort of steals the show in that, and some of the stuff which I can't say on the radio.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
It's very
What about Brett
inappropriate.
Favre?
Brett Favre, right? The hairspray scene, the gel. The gel, right? It's the
Oh,
gel.
man.
You know what I'm talking about, the gel.
I know.
Kids, the gel.
Shout out Cameron Diaz.
Cameron Diaz. Shout out to Cameron Diaz, who also carries that movie quite well.
Yeah, she does. That's. I think that was the movie which I was introduced to her. Would that make
What?
sense?
You never saw The Mask?
You
that's
know
what
what?
Jim Carrey? I thought that was her breakout role.
I hadn't seen The Mask prior to that, so that was Something About Mary was my introduction. It was a good introduction.
It was a good introduction.
I enjoyed it. 9.5 Bears right there. Can't do 10. That it? That's it.
We've unloaded the
That's
proverbial
it.
clip.
Thank you. Coming up next, how about we talk a little bit more about the NBA?
Let's do it.
And the Bulls maybe a little bit. Could a coach hiring be happening soon?
I'm waiting.
Let's find out what our good buddy Nick Friedel, who used to cover the Bulls, and he's an Odyssey NBA insider. We will talk to him next about the NBA on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Craig Counsell.
A drive to right center. Cubs win the ball game. It's all over, and the Cubs celebrate out near second base.
Right now, you're listening to the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote Show, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
A good amount of the time.
Matt Snyder's with us from CBS Sports. Damn good hat wall behind you. Really impressive.
Yeah, we need to talk about
I've got
that.
the championship one right above my head, if you can see. Right
Yeah,
there.
folks are watching you on Twitch and on YouTube, so
Yeah.
I've got some questions about this.
Good, me too.
Is this form or function? Like, do you actually pull caps from there, or is this your set for when you come on and hang out with people like us?
It's a great first question.
It's the set.
Okay.
It's just there. I don't really wear hats. So yeah, it's just the set. I pretty much you can see a bunch of the World Series ones.
Yes.
I buy them when I go to the World Series there. And I went to Indiana University, so this one is new and it's my pride and joy right now.
Yeah,
So,
for anybody who can't see, there's 8 rows of baseball caps, and there's a lot of Cubs hats. The entire row on the left, other than a Twins hat for some reason.
Well, there's the White Sox batter man.
The White Sox Batterman cap is my question, Lawrence.
The Homestead Grays.
Yeah, well, is beautiful.
Well, it was my wife actually at an insurance seminar got it autographed by Jason Benetti. You can see the autograph.
The White Sox hat?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's what we're wondering. You're an avowed Cub fan, an open and comfortable Cub fan with a White Sox hat on your wall. I was going to ask you to
Very
explain
comfortable.
yourself.
I don't hate the White Sox that.
Good
so,
for you.
Yeah.
Good
I hate the
for you.
Cardinals. You won't see any Cardinals stuff anywhere.
See, this is where I feel like White Sox fans and Cubs fans can shake hands.
They can.
And be like, you know what? I don't like them neither.
What, the Cardinals?
Yeah. But the Cardinals look, Cardinals fans try to attach themselves to the White Sox, and they're like, hey, we don't like the Cubs either. And we're like, no, our neighbors are fine. Get out of here, hayseed.
We're all Bears fans, so we can just talk about football then, and that's yeah.
There's a Bears hat on the bottom of row 7, as a matter of fact. But
There's
yeah,
a couple behind me too.
I echo the fact I have a couple of those World Series destination hats, or
You
like
do?
certain rivalry. Yeah, I mean, there's the 2 that I've been to that in the stands. The Red Sox Dodgers in 20. What year was that?
18.
Yeah, 18, and the Cubs Cleveland one in 2016. But those are good commemorative hats. I have like Stanley Cup hats from like being able to be at Blackhawks Stanley Cup hats. Those are excellent buys.
So what's the bacon cap?
The Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs.
Yes.
Gosh, it would have been
Let's
like
go.
2013 or 2012. They had a promotion where they had bacon uniforms, and I wrote about how cool it was. and they just emailed me and said, "Do you want a hat?" So I was like, "Hell yes, I do. I'll put it up here."
Yeah.
It's a beautiful cap. So now that you have opened the door, let's talk about the Bears. What was your favorite Caleb Williams moment this past year, Matt?
I think the fourth down to Rome. No, because gosh, there were so many. It's tough to. Maybe the playoff fourth down, but that came at a loss.
Yeah. Fourth down touchdown.
And then you think about the walk-off touchdown to DJ, but that was regular season.
Yeah.
Maybe the DJ touchdown against the Packers, because that would have been like
Saturday.
a playoff game, knocking the Packers out. We don't lose in the playoffs to the Packers. So maybe the Packers game clincher to DJ is probably that.
I think that's a great answer, and I think history will probably point towards that one on the top of the list. The only one I would add is the bootleg left touchdown to Cole Kmet in Philly.
I think that's my favorite.
Oh my
Black Friday.
God, the Black Friday. It was just like after managing the game all day and getting his Jalen Hurts on, he had to be special, and that throw was special. And they announced themselves as we can beat anybody.
Yeah.
There were just so many. That's why that season was so great.
Yeah.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see
Brad,
him.
what do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy, because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you'd want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps. But there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow.
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it, and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell
It's
out
nothing.
below me, I think it was.
It
Yeah.
was the banging.
It was like
That's what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny, because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
without him, he's our good buddy Nick Friedel.
Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel.
That tweet came from a dashingly good-looking Nick Friedel.
Let's bring in Nick Friedel now.
Let's go flat for Jalen Brunson. Allow him to operate at the top. 1-on-1.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Shot no good. The chip, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. With 1.2 remaining. Knicks take the lead. OG Anunoby, and it's 107-106. Bedlam here at the Garden. They can't believe it.
With Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. On 104.3 The Score.
I mean, why would you believe it? A team blowing a 29-point lead in the third quarter, a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter, and the Knicks beat the Spurs 107-106 in Game 4 of the NBA Finals, and the Knicks are in charge, up 3-1 with Game 5 Saturday in San Antonio. Again, the Knicks up 3-1. It is time to bring in our friend Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider. Nick Friedel is brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealers. The official partner of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Nick, what's going on, man?
Mr. Grote, Mr. Harris, it is always good to be with you guys. And after watching that game last night, it's a reminder of how much fun sports can be. I mean, the ending was incredible, and the Knicks doing it at the Garden, it was awesome. I'm sitting out here in San Francisco, and I watched that game at a bar, and there were a bunch of Warriors fans and people that weren't invested in that game at all, and they were hanging on every single possession. And to see that again, probably it meant a little more in a post-COVID world. But when you watched it all happen in real time, it was something special to behold.
I wish the Spurs were hanging on to every single possession a little bit longer, to be honest, because how in the world are you out here blowing 29-point leads, as you mentioned, Grote, 20 points in the fourth quarter? You're coming out, and it was appropriate. I saw someone on Twitter put up the logo of the Hawks, but turn it into Spurs colors, because that's what it felt like to me watching this all slip away. And the first thought I had was, Pop would have never let this happen.
It was one for the ages, Marshall. And no matter what the Spurs do, the only way they're going to be able to shake that is if they somehow come back and win 3 games in a row here. But it was just awful because, and it's been said, but it's worth hammering home over and over again. When you allow a team to come back, in this case from down 29, yeah, that team deserves a lot of credit, but you have to help them. And the Spurs repeatedly, what were they doing shooting all those threes? What were they not doing getting to the rim? Wemby couldn't hit a shot. De'Aaron Fox was absolutely awful, especially in that second half, and made so many bad decisions down the stretch. Everybody takes a piece of the blame, but the Spurs, unless they come back and win, they'll remember that game for the rest of their lives. And when you play on that kind of platform, under that spotlight, that is the other side of what can happen if you can't find a way to win. But forever, unless they find a way back, they will remember that, and they will wonder what might have been. Because, guys, you look at these games, the Spurs could have won every single one of them, and they're walking into Game 5 down 3-1. It's a young team, but Marshall, to your point, when you're making those kind of mistakes, that is bad coaching, bad execution, and the players didn't take care of what they should.
Yeah, and Victor Wembanyama last night, 24 and 13. He did miss the 2 free throws with 1:47 left, with the Knicks up 104-103 at the time. Nick, what have you thought about Wembanyama in his first NBA Finals?
He looks like a guy who hasn't been through it before. And Mark, what I keep comparing it to is the team I rooted for growing up and watched very closely was that Shaq and Penny Magic team in Orlando. And I cannot tell you how many times over the course of the last week or so I'm just like, oh, I've seen this before. It's just a different level of pressure. It's a different intensity in these games, and you have to go through them to usually get to some next step. And Wembanyama looks like a talented young player who hasn't been through a lot of postseason games and certainly hadn't been through finals games. So his time is going to come. It's going to happen for him. He is an unbelievable player, but he looks a little shaken right now. And that team completely looks shaken. I mean, they have so much talent, and had they made some better decisions in those crucial moments, it's a completely different series. But specific to Wemby, he's incredible. He's going to get better from this experience, but he has not been the superstar that everybody has made him out to be so far in this series. There are way too many times when you watch him and you go, oh boy, he needs some more seasoning in the big games.
Yeah, I thought he was out of his baby giraffe stage, but he may still be there. But let me tell you something. Once that's a fully grown giraffe, it's going to be a problem for everybody else.
That giraffe is still growing?
Listen, he has to get comfortable in these situations as what he is saying. I got to ask you about this Bulls coaching situation. It's been a minute now, and we knew they were going to take their time with this, but we got allegedly 4 finalists here: Micah Nori, Tiago Splitter, Ryan Schmidt, and the internal candidate, Wes Unseld Jr. I like Tiago Splitter because I can't believe he did what he did with the Portland Trailblazers under the shadow of the Chauncey Billups gambling issue and in the Western Conference. Who do you think is the best fit for this team?
Marshall, none of those names jump off the page. Let's start there.
Okay.
What I would tell you is I like what Splitter did in Portland, and he deserves a lot of respect. But I'm not sitting there looking at any one of those guys being like, oh, that's the guy. I don't see that with any of those candidates. I think if you're that new Bulls front office, you just have to hire somebody that you believe is going to implement a culture and this team hadn't had a culture since Tibbs left. They don't have a certain style that they play with. They need to get a lot better players in the fold. But out of those names, I'm not sitting there looking at anyone going, all right, well, that's the guy. You just have to hope that you get the right players in place first, and they can grow with whatever coach you pick.
Well, it's a complicated hire too, Nick, isn't it? Because it's essentially to, at least initially, oversee what Bryson Graham really hasn't apologized for. What will be a rebuild for the next couple of years. So you're not necessarily going to go after an experienced coach. Are these at least the right types, the right idea to get up and coming assistants, or do you think that they need like a known entity?
It is in the eye of the beholder, Mr. Grote.
Okay.
And in this case, if you're the Bulls and you know finally somebody said the rebuild word, you know that it's going to take time, then get somebody that can elevate and grow with the group that you bring in. So I don't think you need a name brand, because I don't think you're anywhere close to winning. But do you have somebody that you trust that can build the way that you want them to? I mean, that's the biggest question to me. I think if I've learned anything, a coach makes a hell of a lot of difference, especially when you have the right system and culture in place. But guys, the NBA is a players' league. If you don't have the right players, you can bring in any coach you want, and it's not going to make a difference.
True.
The Bulls don't have the right players right now. It's going to take a while to build that part up. And until they do that, all the coaching stuff and the search and those questions, that's all secondary.
We are talking with our guy, Nick Friedel. He is the Odyssey NBA Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, like our next generation EV, the Ioniq 9. Hyundai, the official partner of FIFA World Cup 2026. Nick, it's hard to believe we're like 2 weeks out from the NBA draft. What are you hearing as far as those top picks and who will be left for the Bulls to select at number 4?
It still feels like Caleb Wilson. I mean, he's the guy that you keep hearing about. Is he going to get to 4? We'll see. But Marshall, all along, and I know we talked about it a few weeks ago, but it always felt like there were 4 main players at the top. And if you get one of those guys, whether it's Booz or the kid from Kansas or Debansa or Caleb, like, you're going to be in pretty good shape. And it feels like the Bulls are going to find one of those guys. Somebody's going to be there, unless you trust your scouting a hell of a lot more than what all the hype has been leading up to this point. But all signs, at least from what I've continued to hear, is that he's going to be there at 4, and you have a building block that you can get into the system with your new coach and hopefully build up from there. But guys, I can't stress this part enough. We could talk about all the picks in the world. You have to be able to develop those picks, and you have to hope that those picks are who you think they can be, because I've seen it way too many times, even in the last few years. You can have the 4th pick. I mean, hell, we looked at it with Pat Williams. When you have the pick and you pick wrong, that sets you back for years and years. So this is why you brought Bryson Graham in. You trusted that his developmental process in the draft was going to be there. This is why you gave him the job. This is why you gave him the money. Now he's got to earn it.
Do you feel better about the hiring on day 1 of Bryson Graham than you did on the day that Arturas Karnisovas was hired?
Yes, but Mark, there's still trepidation, because you can always feel good on day 1 about the way something's going, and you can feel good on day 500, because right after the first year, everybody's like, oh my gosh, Karnisovas, he knows what he's doing, he's making these moves. But again, the point to remember here is patience, and nobody has that anymore. In the sports world, they want everything right away, and they want it now. What I would remind all the loyal Bulls fans out there is, you can think a hire is good and you can have hope, but it takes years. It takes years for teams to figure out who they have in place, what their decisions will be. So, yeah, I feel a little bit better about it now. But, again, what was it that we always heard about Karnisovas when he got hired? Mark, it was, hey, Jokic, the Nuggets, this is the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that never materialized. And with Bryson Graham, what do you hear the most? It's the draft. He's going to make great draft picks. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
But everybody just needs to take a deep breath and let it play out for the next few years.
You're right, and I only asked the question, and you answered it perfectly, because we were all very excited when, at least I was, and I felt like a lot of people were excited about this outside-of-the-box hire because it wasn't from within the organization of Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley, and maybe it was also relative to the fact that they got rid of the previous regime, which nobody thought would actually happen. So that's why I just like to make sure that that Bryson Graham can actually draft the right players. Last thing before we get you out of here, Nick, is it the Knicks, and are they going to wrap this thing up on Saturday? Is it over?
I don't think it's over because I still believe that a young team, Mark, has the ability to bounce back a little quicker than a veteran team that's like, all right, well, we gave that game up and we probably gave the series up too. I mean, look at Cleveland. Game 1, they had that game at the Garden wrapped up completely. Meltdown, that thing was over. I don't get the same sense from San Antonio. I know that Wemby is going to feel like he can play a hell of a lot better, and all the eyes and spotlight will be on him. What would surprise me if this thing gets past Game 6, because the Knicks have so much momentum. And guys, it would scare the hell out of me if you're the Spurs and you're walking into that building after what just happened last night and you're thinking, ooh, it doesn't matter how many points we get up by, are we going to be able to finish? So it all signs point to the Knicks finishing this thing out. It would surprise me a lot if there are 2 games still in San Antonio.
All right, buddy. Go Cubs, go, I guess, is the last thing I'll say to you. That's really it. That's really all we have for you, Nick. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, Nick.
Is it that bad, guys?
It's that bad.
Oh, it's that bad. Oh, it's that bad.
Distance.
Yeah.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the answer is.
Yeah.
It's ugly right now, though. I know that.
It's ugly. Thanks, Nick. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Hey, guys.
Yep.
Appreciate.
Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel was brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, official partner of FIFA World Cup 2026. When we return, Bears, we have Ben Johnson audio talking about Caleb Williams and other various topics.
TTN.
That's right. We get to hear that next on 104.3 The Score.
The Score presents Riot Fest 2026, where Chicago music fans and Score fans come together September 18th through the 20th at Douglas Park, starring huge headliners including Tool.
Nick, Mark Grote is a treasured member of our air staff and is terrific at impressions. He does a great Les Grobstein. Of course, a phenomenal Harry Carey, but his Harrison Ford in The Fugitive is just remarkable. Today, during transition, we told him you were coming on, and he added to his roster.
Nick Friedel is going to be on because if you have a Tibbs story, you are obligated.
Let me tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Wow. Very good, Friedel.
We're going in.
Limited.
Limited is what we go for. It's
We just needed to be a little deeper, guys. That's all. I didn't realize I was that slow, though. Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Steve. What's happening? Yeah. It's crazy down here in Florida. I miss Chicago. Tibbs is a madman, but the Knicks made a big mistake. I mean, come on. Let's rev it up just a little bit.
I got to say, I think Grote's Friedel might be better than your Nick Friedel.
Tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Very good, Friedel.
We're going in.
Limited.
Limited is what we go for. It's
Oh, boy.
Flattery, baby. Flattery. That's what it is.
That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all it is. Look, I think that when you're that good at the Les impersonation, everything else can kind of be on the side. But when you go back to number one in that case, and you can keep going to the well, more power to Grote for trying at least to broaden his horizons a little bit.
I like it. I like the response.
I miss you guys. I'll see you later.
See, look at him. He's doing Friedel on the way out. See, now you're doing an impression of an impression.
I know it gets bad.
And it almost felt like Danny, like you were doing like a little bit of, but
really,
two Syracuse guys though, right?
I slipped into Joe Benigno there.
This is a disgrace.
And I imagine at some point those two
Crossed over
paths.
I think Nick's a little older.
Yeah, but
Danny.
But at the places that they worked, I think they probably crossed paths. Like maybe when Danny was interning, Nick was work. We'll figure the math out on all of it.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Grote's Baby T impersonation? This is very inside, and I don't care, but it makes us laugh on this side. You guys
Wait.
Yes.
Wait, is Tyler Farringall impression?
No.
Yes.
Really? What?
Yeah.
All right,
I'm shocked he hasn't heard this.
Let's do this.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
That's pretty good,
That is
Baby
pretty good.
T.
Yeah, it's very inside. I don't think even Tyler Farringall gets it.
It's very inside. It's very limited also to this point. He's workshopping it, but I think we have a basis of a good impersonation.
that's good.
The day that happened, the next day, I was working with Baby T on the morning show, and there was only one cut left on our monitor from the night before, and he looks at it, he's like, wait, Grote did an impression of me? And I saw him listen. I saw him look at it, click on it, listen to his, and he's like, no. That is accurate, though.
It's pretty.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
Can you see us? Because we have some stuff in the studio here, Nico.
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, good. There's this picture of Pyomai right here from season 4 of The Sopranos.
I can't believe that we have this.
Yeah, we thought maybe you'd enjoy.
No,
yeah,
not Pyomai. That's a sad death.
Yeah. What happened was
spoiler alert.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Seriously.
Spoiler alert. The horse dies, everybody.
The truth is that Danny Parkins got this picture of Pyomai as a gift for Chris Tannehill, and Tanny didn't want to put it in his house, so it lives here in the studio. And then Lawrence is holding a canvas that a listener made of me looking at the picture of Pyomai. So now all we need, now all we need is a canvas of you looking at the picture of me looking at Pyomai, and then we're really getting somewhere.
I think we got the clip art to be able to pull that part of it off right now, off of the 3-shot.
Yeah, that's just one quick AI ChatGPT request away. Yeah, and Pyomai is the sad one. I mean, Tony and his animals, he's always had a strong bond, and nothing sets that man up like a departure or death of a 4-legged creature or a duck or whatever it is. So yeah, interesting psychology going on there. R.I.P. Pyomai.
Our pal Boog Shambi reported this morning that he met a kid in St. Louis whose favorite player is Nico Horner.
That's huge.
And it's huge. You got one. And
got one.
And he went out and he got himself a dog, and he named the dog Nico.
Wow. I will say that's not the first. I'll brag on that. I've gotten a weird amount of DMs saying we named our dog Nico. And I don't know I guess it's a good thing, but it feels a little like, I don't know if it's a dog name.
I think that you should take it as a compliment because I mean, like, if they went with usually the child name is connected to a family member. So, you know, if someone did want to name their child Nicholas or Nico, I mean,
that's a good point. A kid name would be weirder.
I think a kid name would be a lot weirder.
Yeah, I feel kind of yeah. I mean, it goes back to the animal thing, right? I'm kind of more excited about the dog.
So, Stuz, did you end up finding the V-Stevie?
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
We are absolutely family. I can tell you this right now. The Chicago Bears are practicing in Lake Forest. outdoors. I can also tell you that reporters were urged to bring their umbrellas out to Field 3 because it might rain. Folks, it might rain out there, so it's a good time to be just listening to us here on the radio. They might have to move that practice inside the Walter Payton Center.
If it starts raining outside these windows, I'll let the people know it's raining outside these windows. How about that?
You just told me, Marshall Harris was just telling me, and we all endured what I referred to as a car wash-looking storm outside of my high-rise South Loop abode yesterday. And you're saying we could be getting more of that today here anytime now?
I heard a meteorologist say it's going to be worse today than it was yesterday, and I was like, wow. Because yesterday I saw things blowing. There was cracked glass down by where we lived, like in high-rises and stuff.
Ooh.
Like windows blown out. It's bad all the way around.
For goodness sakes, the Bears, be careful out there in Lake Forest. But they are practicing, and guess who's talking today? Caleb Williams out there talking today.
That's a storm in and of itself.
Always. And we'll get to talk to Patrick Finley in a little bit. Hopefully we'll talk to Patrick if he's outside or inside, and he could let us in a little bit on what Caleb Williams is talking about. But we had the head coach today, Ben Johnson, talking about Caleb Williams, and I think, I haven't heard this yet, but I see some of the descriptions that are putting up there. I am going to bet you are going to like the content of what Ben Johnson is about to say here. He discussed his conversations with Caleb Williams about future goals.
It goes back to my first conversations I've had with Caleb, and those were he wants to win here in Chicago, and he wants to win Super Bowls. And that's really his motivating factor. He's been very clear and consistent with that message over the last year and a half that I've gotten to know him. And so in order to do that, that's what we're pursuing. And his portion of that is to be the best leader that this team can get from the quarterback position, excel this offense to the next level, be a good supportive teammate throughout the whole thing. And like I said, I think he continues to make significant strides and very happy with where he's at.
Super Bowls with an S on the end. Not a Super Bowl. Super Bowls. They're coming, folks. Multiple Super Bowls.
I like the energy. I like the head coach signing off on the plan of Caleb Williams, what he wants to do. But I like the most where he said, I like where he's at. How many times have you heard him say that about Caleb Williams? More times than not, he's telling you what he needs to improve.
I was just going to say that.
So for him to say, I like where he's at, that means he's headed in the right direction, and Ben Johnson feels like things are good right now.
Right, yeah. Usually he's, like I said the other day, he's the cooler. Like we can all talk about him being on the cover of Madden, but no, it's like ball placement. Yo, get that huddle right. Yo, make sure you know what's going on your offensive line. That's all he cares about.
It's a different type of cooler now because now he knows he's the Iceman. I just need to be a cooler and let you just stay where you are. Nice and cool. Nice and cool.
He is ice cold. Do not, for God's sakes, do not tell George Gervin about any of that.
Oh, my bad.
Don't want to upset the OG. Ben Johnson also discussed where he has seen Caleb Williams stepping up as a leader during practice.
I think it comes with the comfort level in terms of knowing what's being asked in terms of the offense. So we're all aligned on what we want a certain route to look like, where we want the ball to be thrown. And so, routes on air, you can go out there and tell a receiver, hey, you're missing your depth, or expect the ball to be at this spot. Whether we're out there in a practice setting or he likes to keep those guys after and work a little bit more after practice. So I think he's stepped up and, he's continuing to get better every single day. And it's just a matter of how many reps can we continue to pile on over the course of training camp. But no, he certainly is a vocal presence within our offense and our entire team.
It really just shows you, again, that's just another point in the favor of how far Caleb Williams has come since he first walked into the Matt Eberflus led
Why you gotta bring up that name?
Locker room. I think it's important to note because we know everything that was written about Caleb Williams, whether you believe some of it or not. It's like stuff about leadership was written about and how his leadership was not good and that he was not good at getting up in front of the rest of his teammates in the locker room. So to hear a guy who does not seem to dress things up and Ben Johnson to talk about leadership is an important part of this whole Caleb Williams development that we're all getting to watch.
No, I agree with you, specifically on Caleb Williams being a vocal leader. That's what they need. And I think he's done enough on the field that when he speaks, everyone has no choice but to pay attention and to take his lead and run with it. Because when you lead 7 fourth-quarter comebacks over the course of a season and postseason, like, that's legendary stuff, and that's year 2. And again, if he does the pedestrian, which is one of the things that Ben Johnson's always bringing up, right? Hey, I need that runner's ball to be where a runner can catch it and keep on running.
That's right. Well, they're also, like, it's becoming Caleb's team now. You know what I mean? Like, these are all his guys. And I know he loved Keenan Allen, but those are guys that he sort of adopted early on. And DJ Moore even.
Are you saying that because last year we all said, hey, this is Ben Johnson's team, and Caleb was kind of, if he was riding shotgun, he wasn't even really, he didn't have the map out.
Yeah.
He wasn't operating.
I'm saying that he is developing with his guys, like Luther Burden drafted on his watch.
Okay.
Roma Dunze drafted on
Loveland.
his watch. Colston Loveland is a great example, drafted on his watch. Xavier Thomas is the new guy this year. I guess the only one that really doesn't fit that description is Cole Kmet at this point. But it's becoming his players, his team, and even the DJ Moore thing. And you know how much I love DJ Moore and how important DJ Moore was in some of the biggest catches in franchise history. There was a chemistry missing between, on the field, there was a chemistry missing between Caleb Williams and DJ Moore for a lot of last year. These are the guys that he came up with. This is his team now. It's almost completely his team.
Yeah, nobody is going to, say he's the boss in the same manner that DJ Moore did overseas during his rookie season. Now, when they say he's the boss, he really is the boss.
He is. And I do think about that too, as he gets better and he acquires more power, as if he hasn't had that power since he walked in to the building.
1-1.
Now what's that?
1-1, like first overall pick has a certain level of...
1-1. Absolutely. That power exists. And as you get better as a quarterback in this league, if he is to be elite and outstanding, look out. You know what I mean? Like, it's Caleb's team in so many different ways. I embrace that. I want it, but just be ready for it. All the power.
He's the vocal leader on offense.
All the power to the quarterback for the franchise if this guy's great.
I wonder how much influence he'll have over the defense as far as being a vocal leader.
That's a great point,
that's a great
too.
question.
I would imagine he would acquiesce to the defensive leaders for the most part. But, yeah, if you're going to be that quarterback, that leader, then you're going to have some say over the defense as well. Why don't we keep the Bears talk hot? Coming up next, we'll get an opportunity to go out to Haugh. We will talk to Patrick Finley. We'll get a weather check from him and see what he has seen so far and heard out at the Hall on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on The Score.
The Score is Chicago's voice of the fan, sharing your passion and opinions for our teams.
Shota has not been sharp the last couple of starts. Yep. Tommy says he's fine. Okay, if Tommy Hodeby says he's fine, I'm going to trust that he's fine.
Like, I'm not firing anybody today, but of course, Jed Hoyer's got to figure it out. He's got to figure out what's going to happen here at the trade deadline. He's got to figure out how he's going to help Craig Counsell.
The Bears Stadium story, which speaks worst story ever.
I think it's the worst sports news story we've ever had to deal with.
Chicago's voice, your voice, is Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is
stuff.
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No,
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm.
Man. How is that not an obvious shirt?
On Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have the paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
My algorithm has started to catch on to what I like to see, which is cat videos. Because, yeah, we love, I like sending them to Grote.
I love when you send them.
They're just a baby. And then I came across this from KARK in Arkansas.
New at 10, Nationwide's Wackiest Pet Name Awards are officially in the books. And this year, one of the quirkiest winners comes from right here in Arkansas. Pet owners across the country submit their most creative names with more than 200,000 votes helping decide that coveted top spot.
We have a knack for winning these things.
We really do.
We really show up. Well, tonight we've got a local celebrity making headlines for a name that you have to hear to believe. Caden Michaels met the famous feline today. And Caden, what's the name that took first place?
Well, Bob and Laura, I don't think you guys could ever guess this name. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Yes, that is the cat's name, and there is a story behind it.
The sound of Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Wait, not that one. This one. The 8-year-old award-winning cat from Benton, Arkansas. But who would name their cat after a cheeseburger? Surely there's a good story behind that name.
He's always just been like a little bit of a larger kitten. And just as he started like developing into more of an adult cat, I couldn't quite pick him up anymore. With like just one hand, it became two, so it was like holding a burger. So Cheddar Cheeseburger fit.
But what about Big Booty?
He started to develop just this little habit of like, I love having my butt scratched. So he would like present his butt, and then it got to a point where like you would do like bongo drums with it.
And now all put together, the name winning a national award for wackiest cat name.
Getting that email today was a shock. It was pretty wild. I was internally screaming all day, trying to figure out like, oh my gosh, what do I do? And no, I'm really proud of him because he definitely lives up to his name.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger is a long name to pronounce, so he does have shortened nicknames at home.
Pretty much I'll go like, Cheddar or Big Booty, something like that.
Cheddar
Bravo.
Big Booty Cheeseburger. Shout out.
And he's an orange cat.
Orange
he's
cat.
Very fluffy.
Aww.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Aw.
The other winners, dog name Internet Browser.
Internet browser.
I don't know why that says.
Come here, browser.
Internet Browser. And then for exotic pet name, there appears to be an iguana or a Gila monster, and his name is Space Cowboy.
Space Cowboy.
The Arkansas news reporter, he goes,
Bob.
What about Big Booty?
What about Big Booty?
Thanks, Bob.
The question of our times, really.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Yeah, man. I thought they were going to say
You also
ate
heard
cheeseburgers,
some.
too.
You heard some Force News anchor laughing there too.
Big
gotta have that.
booty.
Gotta have that fake laughter. I live in a high rise, and I'm sitting in my place. There's at least one other cat on the floor, and I was hearing meowing.
What? Showdown.
I know. They haven't met yet. No play dates, nothing like that. But I'm hearing meowing, and I'm like, oh boy, poor kitty. Like their parents probably aren't home, and then it's getting louder and louder in the hallway. And then I was like, oh crap, that's Dave. I left Dave in the hallway. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like laying down, kind of calling in the night. I had put Dave out in the hallway, and I forgot he was out there. And usually I'd lodge the door open so he can get in and out. I had locked him out. And so he's out there meowing. I'm like, boy, that poor cat out there.
He's just a baby.
Yeah, bad owners
Chicago's
out there.
number one most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
really good off-season program. Talked with the players this morning, and we really have accomplished a lot just in terms of the goals that we set out. Strength and conditioning first and foremost, technique, fundamentals, scheme installation, and then some situational football, which we've continued to work on, and we'll get another good day of again today. So really pleased with how they're working. I said to you guys a few weeks ago that it's a really hard-working group. They're taking it very seriously, very professional, and couldn't be more grateful for the attendance we've had so far this off-season program, and close it out on a great week this week.
Sounding like a pretty satisfied Bears head coach, Ben Johnson, right there, as we welcome you back into Rahimi, Harrison, Grote on 104.3 The Score. Today is day 3 of the mandatory minicamp, and practice is just getting going on out at Haugh, and that is where we find our Bears correspondent for today, Patrick Finley of the Chicago Sun-Times. He is the beat reporter for them, covers the NFL as well. Are we dry still, Patrick? Have we had to run into the Walter Payton Center? Is everything okay, for God's sakes?
No, but they might in a matter of minutes. When I ducked into a dry locale, it was just starting to sprinkle enough that I had to pull out my umbrella to finish the walk back.
Okay, and do you have a good umbrella? Because I'm in the market for an actual expensive umbrella that will not break on every single walk I take in downtown Chicago.
My current umbrella, the only one that was in my car, is bright yellow and has a duck, like a wooden duck carved at the handle. Falling apart. I believe the Costco down the street, Grote, has got a good golf umbrella for like $20. That may be a stop on the way.
The golf umbrellas, those are for real.
That sounds like a bougie umbrella.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. I'm into it, Patrick. I'm into it.
Yeah, that does.
If it gets me called bougie, it gets me called bougie. It's a giant umbrella. And just remember, if I get it at a discount, it makes it a little less so.
Patrick, what have you thought of that? You may have heard Ben Johnson just talking about how he likes the group that he's working with. Sounds pretty satisfied with what he's seen so far. What has stood out to you here as we enter day 3 of the mandatory minicamp for the Bears?
I mean, first of all, that's what they all say. I don't think we've ever had a coach at the middle of June be like, I don't know about this team, guys. But yeah, it looks so much different than a year ago. And the big takeaway I have is just the players knowing what to expect from Ben, the new players being told what to expect from the guys who were here last year. It goes such a long way to making these practices seem seamless, making the work go by faster and with less confrontation. Remember rookie minicamp last year, Grote, Ben would stop practice and cut the music just to yell at people. Like that's not happening. That's not happening quite as much this time around, and it's because they know what's expected of them at this time of year, and they will know what's expected of them in training camp. We've heard a couple of different players already say that they are either looking forward to it or absolutely dreading the training camp coming out here at the end of July.
It is amazing, Patrick, the difference that 1 year can make in what a team looks like in year 2 as opposed to year 1. And we all kind of were on the same page. Like, this does not look good with Ben Johnson stopping practices, like you say. Who has flashed for you of the new players, or maybe players who were hurt and are now healthier out there in, not pads?
I'll give you the caveat that Ben gave the other day, which is it's really easy to fall in love with these guys at this time of year. And then when pads come on, sometimes you never think about them ever again. So with that, it's a caveat. The most important thing I've seen is Dayo Odenigbo on the field. He is weeks, if not multiple months ahead of schedule, recovering from an Achilles injury. And, the Achilles, it's one of the ones you don't want to get in terms of injuries, especially when you're built the way he's built. I think it's intriguing to see him back so quickly and to be able to dream on him. I mean, just a year ago, they spent a ton of money on him with the idea that he could play on the outside and then on third down move inside. I'd rather have Austin Booker rushing the quarterback, to be quite honest, but, maybe Dayo's an improvement over one of the 2 D tackles that they have on the field on 3rd and 8. And if he can do that and get 7 or 8 sacks, that's a very useful player. And I think that there are some Bears fans, particularly the ones who joke about a motivated Dayo Odenigbo, who have probably written him off as somebody who can help. So his very presence out here has been, for me, the most interesting thing that I've seen.
Well, and then the other side, yeah, it was a revelation to have seen Shamar Turner, number 55, running around out there when some of us wondered if he was even going to be ready for training camp, even though they said they did say that he would be back, and I guess it's actually happening. But on the other side of that, there is this conundrum building around Kyler Gordon, and I assume he's probably not practicing again out there today. I know that you can't really say a whole lot while the practice is going on, but is there more to this? Layla and I were kind of discussing this yesterday. If a player's injured, usually he's just left alone and he's injured and he'll get back when he comes back. I don't remember ever hearing so much pressure being put on an injured player to get themselves back on the field. What have you made of all of it? And is some of it feels like Kyler Gordon is being blamed? What do you make of that?
We have a coach who's talking openly about, I don't feel like I know the guy as a player because he's been hurt kind of ever since I got here. And that's an honesty that I'm not sure we've gotten from previous coaches. Matt Eberflus, I think at the end you can tell that he was really annoyed with, oh my God, Grote, what's his name? The guard from the Titans who never played for them.
God, Nate Davis.
Nate Davis.
Yeah.
There was pressure there being put on Nate Davis. I'm not sure that we're exactly there yet with Kyler. I mean, he's here. He is rehabbing. He's just not out on the practice field. I don't know if there's more to it. I know that Ben Johnson does a pretty good job of delivering the similar messages in-house that he does with the camera on him. Mm-hmm. And you can rest assured that I'm sure that message has reached Kyler that, we need to see you out here on the field. And just real quick, getting back to the Dio Odenbo thing, just as intriguing as Dio being out there is what Ben Johnson said when we asked him about Shamar Turner, which was essentially like, geez, the next 7 weeks are going to be really important for him. That sounded ominous to me. And this is the second-round pick last year who, like Dio, can go from end to tackle and gives you some really important depth at a position where you really need all the help you can get. I will be very curious to see whether he starts camp healthy because Ben made no assurances that he would.
When you look, Patrick, at the totality of the Bears, I know there's been a lot of pressure on the defensive line to be better, and the answers that we've gotten from Dennis Allen anyway is that they're going to do a better job of coaching and I guess scheming to get what they want out of the front. Do you feel like that's a reasonable expectation given what we saw last year, a turnover-based defense, a takeaway-based defense?
I don't think it's reasonable to expect the defensive ends that they have on the roster to be that much better than they were last year. Like, why would they be? And Dennis Allen can say we've got to coach them better, but what's Dennis Allen supposed to say? Hey, I wish we had some extra help here. I think that in both cases, in both instances there, I think Ben and Dennis Allen are saying what you're supposed to say in the middle of the offseason, which is we all accept responsibility for not being good enough, and it's all of our jobs to make it better. And I don't pay too much more attention to it than that. I know that there are people who have read, I think, way too much into it. This is just a coach saying that he needs to be better to, as a way to, I think, deflect some of the attention away from Montez Sweat, Austin Booker, and Dio and Turner, and some of these free agent guys who appear right now, from where I sit, to be not more than a depth piece at best.
Talking to Pat Finley of the Chicago Sun-Times. He is at Hallis Hall right now. This is the Rahimi, Harrison, Grote show on The Score. I know Caleb Williams spoke today. Did Caleb have anything interesting to say today? And did anybody happen to get around to asking Caleb his reaction to Micah Parsons of the Packers saying that he's the number one player in the NFL?
Ask me in an hour and a half when he talks.
He hasn't spoken yet.
He's after practice. He's after practice today. I mean, that's on my list of questions, which is, what do you make of this? And Grote, I think it's a really interesting topic, actually. And in a way, it has nothing to do with Caleb. I mean, there are two questions that I have. Number one, does Micah Parsons know exactly what the Bears-Packers rivalry is? Like, really?
Maybe not.
And it's possible if he truly understood it, I can't imagine he would have said a Bears player. And number two, what in the world does Jordan Love think when he hears
right.
that his own teammate is sitting there and saying that their rival, the guy that they're competing with every season for a divisional title, for a playoff berth, is better than him already. Let's be clear, by the way, calling Caleb Williams the best player in football is not, it's putting the cart before the horse. It's putting 50 carts before the horse.
Yeah, it is.
No, I agree with that.
You sit there and you sit there and go, what message is Micah Parsons trying to send? And to who? Is it to his own guys? Is it to just mess with Caleb's head?
Hey, man, and especially when Ben Johnson hates the head coach Matt LaFleur. I mean, that's got to be rattling to him too.
Yeah, this is a Micah Parsons story that Caleb Williams plays a very small role in, as far as I'm concerned. I think that Mike has got some splaining to do, and Caleb, I'm sure, will say that he respects Micah Parsons and that it was flattering to hear. Caleb kind of, I think, and we all know this, but it's a good reminder, Caleb's been famous since he was 16 years old.
Correct.
Caleb is getting a bobblehead from the White Sox next month. Caleb got a bobblehead from the Dodgers when he was a sophomore in college.
He's amazing.
This guy knows how to handle fame. This guy, I think, does a really good job of not letting it get to his head. And he also knows how to take a compliment and maybe not. Maybe my guess is he's going to say he's flattered and leave it at that. That's typically the way he's operated.
Patrick, I got to know, is there something that you have seen that really surprised you besides the obvious of having guys on the field that maybe you weren't expecting to be back so early? Is anything as far as what you expected to see from the Bears at mandatory minicamp that maybe you're like, oh, that's interesting?
I don't know if it surprised me, but they wanted to get faster. And then, I think you look at the receiving core, and the receiving core is faster. I mean, Khalif Raymond is not going to get any. Khalif Raymond's not going to be on anybody's fantasy team when the season starts, right? Like, he is a punt returner who maybe can help you on offense. But boy, you stand there and you watch him run, and he's somebody who I think could be a weapon. Obviously, they drafted somebody who's a speed demon as well, and Davion Thomas. Like, to see that up close, I think has been a confirmation of what we know that they wanted to do. Beyond that, it's just really hard to look at them running around in, I forget what player said it, but running around in pajamas and make any grand statement about what's going to happen or who's going to pop. I asked Ben about that today, how much camp do you need to be able to see what you're looking to see, knowing that, this time of year you really can't. And he said about halfway through. His point was right before maybe that first preseason game, he's going to have a sense of the guys who can help him and the guys who can't. And so in that way, that makes the first 2.5 weeks of training camp so much more relevant than what we've been doing here.
Pat, did I ever tell you my Nate Davis ping pong story?
I think I've heard it, but tell the people, Grote.
Yeah, because it was 2 years ago now? Well, that wasn't last year. It was 2 years ago, right?
2 years ago.
Obviously. Yeah, that was not on Ben Johnson's watch. Yeah, Nate Davis was in this weird, ambiguous place where he wasn't playing. We didn't know if he's hurt. Does he not want to play? Is he just done with the Bears? And every day, reporters, we would all try to get interviews with him, and I would shoot my shot on the daily, and he would always have, he'd always push me off to tomorrow. He'd be nice about, not right now. I got to go get treatment, or I got to do this, or I got to do that. And he finally was like, yeah, come back to me tomorrow and we'll talk. And so I think it was a Friday, and I said, all right, Nate, you got some time to talk. And he puts his hand on my shoulder and he just says, you know what? I can't right now. I got to go play ping pong. And that was that.
At least he's honest. I'll give him credit for
that. I
know. We've all had players say that they need to go get something in the other room and we'll be right back, and then you see them 3 days later.
I'm picturing him having like a paddle, his own personal paddle in the other hand as he puts his hand on your shoulder. That's how I picture that.
I got to say, I did, literally my reaction when he said it was I laughed, because he knew that I knew that he was making it up and he didn't want to talk and he wasn't going to talk and he wasn't going to play in Chicago anymore. Pat.
Delightful guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Not a good football player. Delightful human being.
He really was. He was a nice man.
He wanted to talk. Yeah.
Yeah. About as frustrating as any signed offensive lineman that's ever been here in terms of his effectiveness. But yeah, he was a nice guy. Pat, you're a nice guy too, and your information is great. We love talking to you. Thank you, sir. Stay dry, please.
Thanks, Pat.
I'll do my best. Thank you, guys.
You got it. That is Patrick Finley of the Chicago Sun-Times. This segment is being brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. The Chicago Cubs are trying to salvage a game against the Colorado Rockies. I hate that we are saying that. Game is coming up here on the Score pregame in just a little bit. First pitch at 2:10. A baseball which will be thrown by Ryan Feltner of the Colorado Rockies. 2-1 with a 4.22 ERA. And Edward Cabrera giving it another go after the 18-3 loss to San Francisco, the last time we saw him on the mound giving up home run after home run after home run.
Edward Cabrera's ERA is 4.99. Will it be above 5 at the end of today's outing?
It can't be. That's my answer.
It
can't be.
It can't be.
It probably will be,
It's Colorado,
actually. Yeah, no,
so
it probably will be.
Let me tell you who's in the lineup for the Cubs today. Okay, so leading off, we've got in center field Pete Crow Armstrong.
Okay.
Batting second is the third baseman, Alex Bregman. Got that? Alex Bregman up to the 2-hole.
Breggs, yeah, I'm following along here. I just picked up my phone. Okay.
Michael
yes.
Busch will bat third and play first base. Ian Happ will bat cleanup and play left field. Seiya Suzuki will be in the 5-hole and will play right field. Nico Horner will bat 6th. He'll play second base. Moises Ballesteros will be the DH. He will bat 7th. Carson Kelly will bat 8th, and he will catch. And Dansby Swanson will hold down the 9-hole. He is your starting shortstop for the Chicago Cubs.
Okay.
You said 5 or 6 runs, right? That's what they need at a minimum?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Craig, go get him, man.
Wasn't Ballesteros hitting second yesterday?
That sounds accurate.
I believe he was. I really don't care anymore. Like about as long as they're trying stuff and tinkering with stuff. Like there's nothing that can happen in a Cubs lineup that I'm going to be like, "What are you doing? That's crazy!" Because nothing has been working. So nothing is going to make me upset about a lineup unless it's just really blatantly,
I don't know.
obviously
Alex
ridiculous.
Bregman's batting second. That doesn't sound great.
I mean, sometimes you need to. Every player is different, and sometimes you need to keep your confidence, and sometimes putting guys towards the top of the order can stimulate. And I only get that because of my education with Joe Madden when I was doing pregame. He always did that. He would pop guys to the top of the, like literally to lead off sometimes when they were struggling. You don't like it?
I don't love it. How about that?
That's okay.
It's not that I don't like it. I just don't love it.
That's okay.
But I don't love anything about the Cubs' offense of late. We've been over it. They've been very bad.
Yeah, it has been rock bottomish as we were discussing earlier. And one of the reasons that, and I went through the litany of starting pitchers earlier that have been injured this year, and that the Cubs have had to play without. How about an update on Matthew Boyd? Here is the update on Matthew Boyd. He will not start this weekend in San Francisco. Was feeling shoulder soreness after a most recent rehab start. He then did the bullpen, still wasn't feeling particularly well. Well, we have the luxury here at the Score on the Mully and Haugh Show. Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joined M&H and discussed a timeline to return for Matthew Boyd, whose comeback from knee surgery has been delayed by shoulder soreness.
I think best case scenario, he's playing catch and we're looking at a bullpen by the end of the week. I think this is much more just a lack of recovery from the last outing in Iowa. And the last thing you want to do is put a guy in a situation where, he's just feeling a little fatigued, not quite as fresh, and then you want to activate him and get him back. Like, we all want to get Matt Boyd back as soon as possible. But you want to make sure you're doing it the right way and setting him up for success. He pitched Saturday, came in Sunday, played catch, was feeling pretty good after the outing. Then we had the off day here, and you're looking at a bullpen in Colorado. I do think some of the recovery could be from, travel and obviously coming on the road here to higher altitude too. So, I'm hopelessly optimistic about where he is. I do think this is probably more a recovery thing than like an acute injury, and we'll probably know more about that over the next few days.
Same old stuff.
That wasn't promising.
No.
It wasn't like this is what's wrong and this is what we're going to do.
The updates are never promising this year. Like the medical Cubs pitching updates with the Cade Horton for the year. Jamison Tyone. Actually, not Jamison Tyone. Justin Steele. Setback. Edward Cabrera. Blister. Jamison Tyone. I forgot what Tyone's injury is. I don't even know. Thank God for Assad.
Would you like some positive information?
Please, por favor.
This, according to Megan Montemurro, she is the beat writer for the Chicago Tribune. Jackson Wiggins, dealing with elbow inflammation, is throwing live BP and could get into games soon. That's all I got for a positive standpoint for the Cubs.
Well, that is positive. I mean, I've been wanting to see him and see what he gets since basically the first time Matthew Boyd got injured. That was when we were calling for him, and it turned out to be who? Ben Brown, who's been very good.
It's been a very tough stretch for the starting pitching in Chicago, but Ben Brown might be their all-star. I was thinking about this, Grote. They got to have an all-star. It's probably either Ben Brown or PCA.
Ah, that's a great question. Yeah, Ben Brown. yeah.
Do you got anybody else? Any other honorable mentions?
I'm like literally looking through their lineup. But no, Bush?
Not at that position.
Not an all-star. Good for the Cubs. Maybe not relative to the rest of the league, though. Yeah, there's really your guy, Mo Baller. I don't think so.
No.
Boy, what a blast that would be for Ben Brown, though, just considering the weird career he's had where he looked dead in the water, quite frankly, as a starter to me. Just because while he would every once in a while, he had like 2 or 3 like really awesome starts before this year. A couple against the Brewers, like where it was like the 10 strikeout, 0 walk, Ben Brown. But he had all those first inning troubles, and then he would have bad inning late, and then he got good at being in the bullpen. And I just thought he was in his own head so much. So it really is impressive what he's doing. I wonder what his future is like in terms of the rotation.
Well, even like what his immediate future is, he's going to be the ace for the Cubs as long as he can stay healthy.
Oh man, today, yes, Edward Cabrera is on the mound, and boy, after what he went through last time he went a 3 1/3 on that Friday against San Francisco, an 18-3 loss. 8 runs were given up, and yes, I've said it, I own it. Like, he's the guy that I expected to be the ace for the Cubs this year, and he's been anything but that.
Does it give you maybe a positive feeling to see Shota struggle a little bit, but then go out and pitch 5 shutout innings? Maybe Edward Cabrera can duplicate that?
Maybe, because what we saw from Shota, that was needed too. Even though Shota's outing previous to this one, he was good for 5 innings, and then it all imploded after that. Last night, I thought it was a little bit strategic on the part of Craig Counsell that it was 5 innings. What do you have? 90 pitches, 5 innings, no runs, 2 hits, struck out the side in the second inning, allowed a couple of walks, and it was like, okay, I'm not going to push him into the 6th inning because I did that last time and just started giving up bombs. So it was a good return to prominence for Shota Imanaga because the 2 starts previous to last time were 8 runs and 8 runs.
I want to give you one more positive information. It may not sound positive, but it is positive.
Just keep it coming, man.
Yes. The Cubs are 34-34. Obviously, if they lose, they will drop below 500. But here's the thing. They're only 1.5 games out of the final playoff spot mark. They are looking at teams above them, and the team that holds down the final playoff spot is the San Diego Padres. Between them, the Pirates, the Diamondbacks, the Nationals, and then them. None of those teams are more than 3 games over 500. It's not like they have to go on some amazing run. They just need to get back over 500 and slowly work their way back, although the next 14 games will be an excellent time to go ahead and put that into action.
It's a long road ahead for the Chicago Cubs. That we know. Hopefully, as it continues to get darker and darker outside of our windows in the mighty Prudential Towers, hopefully the White Sox and Braves will be able to get their game in. Anthony Kay against Martin Perez. This afternoon, the Cubs take on the Rockies in Denver. Pre-game coverage begins at 1:35. First pitch is 2:10. In crystal clear FM quality on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. Thank yous to our producers, Ray Diaz and Tyler Buterbaugh. Thanks to those running our video, like Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, Cody Westerland, and, of course, the most important person on this show, Brandon Fryer. Always want to give him a shout-out. Marshall, been a blast, man.
We'll do it again tomorrow.
We will. We'll get to hear from Caleb Williams tomorrow. We'll hear what he has to say. And Rossi's going to be on the show, David Ross. Hope everybody has a great rest of your afternoon on 104.3 The Score.
Thanks, Ben. Go Cubs.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. As you move forward on your health and wellness journey, count on a bond that forever puts us at the center of trust. You and Blue together from the beginning. The true color of trust for the last century and the next.